Good morning, beautiful people. It is Wednesday, the 2nd of April, 2025. Welcome to TDA, the day after, your favorite news platform and the home of popular culture as defined by you guys, the culture. And of course, like we are every blessed day, we are hosted by the very best. Introduce yourselves, guys. Introduce yourselves. In fact, let's do it in an orderly fashion. Brent, you in the building?
Boom. All right.
How you doing?
I'm blessed and highly favored. Quick one, right? So nobody's supposed to have any letters in their profile pictures. They're not supposed to have any cartoon pictures in their profile pictures if you're participating in the live chat. It doesn't matter if you are an admin, a moderator, or a host. Today, we're going to have all faces on display. Thank you very much.
All right. We have an amazing guest host in the building.
Come on.
Morning, everyone. How you doing? It's me in the flesh.
All right.
Josh Roberts here, by Spirit Media.
Come on.
Also Council Club, so if you see somebody, that's also me. One is obviously YouTube Premium, one's the free service.
All right.
Morning, everyone.
Can you tell us what Cancel Club is? Yes.
So the Council Club, I've always wanted to do a podcast, and I know obviously everybody who's experienced me in the chat, you can see the fun. I just shoot from the hip in a lot of ways, and I just say what I feel, innit?
1 sec. I think your mic.
How about now?
Say something?
You got me now?
Nah.
All right. Can you unplug it and put it back in, please?
1 second, people. 1 second, people. Say something?
Any better?
Nah.
Hold up. Can you hear this, Emmanuel?
Yeah.
But you can't hear his.
Nah.
Okay. Let's see.
Sounds like I'm hearing it from a different mic. 1 second, people. Some technicals.
Let's see.
We'll be with you in a sec.
How about now?
Hey.
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Morning, everyone.
Wait,
Sorry, the
Wait,
mic was...
wait 1 sec.
Try it.
Try again.
Hey.
Nope.
1, 2.
All right, hold up. Okay.
The judge of the Nation of Islam started.
Can you imagine?
All right, this is.
Can you hear me now?
No, wait.
Nah.
Wait a minute.
1 second, people. 1 second. Bear with us.
Shall I move?
Nah, I saw it. Okay, I see energy with the
All right, straight now.
Say something.
Hey.
Yeah, here we go.
You can hear me properly?
Back in the building. All right then. So the people didn't hear anything you said, man. So we're gonna need you to introduce yourself again.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm just a fan. If anybody's asking, I'm actually
Supporter.
supporter. There we go. All right, fair enough. And yeah, so the Cancel Club name comes from a podcast that I wanted to do a few years ago. And the name coming from trying to embrace the fact that what we're going to do is put our ideas out there and be critical and just embrace the fact that that's the age that we live in.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's not really necessarily something to be afraid of, because only a certain type of person will use an argument against you as a tool to sort of bring you down from a place of malice. And I'm not out here to be malicious, innit? This is just a question that came to mind when the subject came up. It's like the reason why you've got me with the white supremacy thing is because of a statement. But I was saying to Brent, yes, I don't think about this in my spare time. Do you know what I mean? That's not generally the types of things that I tend to think about.
Yeah.
But because of the conversation and the direct context of what we were talking about and trying to pin you down on something, that was what the thought that came to mind. So that's where the name came from, and then just embracing it. But that didn't go anywhere, because sometimes you try stuff and it doesn't work. The episode, there's 2 episodes that are actually out there.
Can I take you back a bit?
Yeah.
Because people didn't hear your name, they only heard Council Club now, right? So they haven't heard Fire Spirit.
My name is Joshua Roberts. Look me up on LinkedIn. I'm out here, broadcast producer.
Yes.
Video production. Shout me.
All right. Yeah, you were saying.
Where was I?
Last thing you said was you don't mean.
Oh yeah, and
madness by it?
the aim of that was to have the serious conversations, innit? Because no disrespect to other conversations or other production groups that tend to do stuff. Yeah, I'm not here to chat about.
Right then.
I'm not trying to be out here chatting about
Yeah, that's right.
silly stuff necessarily.
100%.
Sorry, Mr. Nebulous. If I didn't give you that name, it was Margs. So the name was chosen for you. He isn't complaining about spiritual prostitute. He isn't complaining about Mr. Nebulous. You're seated right next to Mr. Nebulous. That's your teammate.
Black Robert, what you saying, man? You good?
You good?
Yeah, man, can't complain.
Character assassination before I even start. It's alright, it's alright.
All right, people.
Where am I seated?
Just next to your teammate. The Crusaders.
Yes.
What you saying?
Again?
Testing.
Yeah. Cool. You might need to turn up a tad, though.
No, he needs to talk louder.
Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me?
There we go.
I'll speak louder then.
All right. Yes. So when you came in, you were interrupting your.
Sorry.
No, show business, bro.
But yeah, so you're basically saying, obviously, you don't mean that any malice by it, and obviously it's just.
Yeah,
one
and
of
that's
those
not even
things.
to be defensive. Like I don't care how anybody who meets me, but I don't actually care how you feel about something that I say in it. I don't want the worst for you, but if you're gonna tell me that it's like malicious, that's just not the position. I want us to all, as a community, be elevated, innit? I'm like somebody identify from the chat. I'm from Tulse Hill. Like I've always been around, innit? But the types of conversations that are out there are not interesting to me, so I'm not gonna be having them, innit?
Yeah.
But that was the reason why I started that, and then that failed, and then I just ended up doing like just production. I worked for a company called Boiler Room for like 4 years, maybe 5 years, something like that, and then just learned production from there. And then now that's what I aim to give back. But I also want to put people in the hot seat sometimes, and I want people to put me in the hot seat, because it's not like I'm like, do it, innit, if you can. And you should, because again, like, people were cooking me in the chat last week or the week before, and I've been doing it since. I'm not necessarily right about everything, but you need to show that I'm being unreasonable with my position, innit? Because we're adults now, innit? Man's big 30 plus, bro. I'm not trying to argue like I'm a 20-year-old and see somebody in the chat tell me I'm emotional. Well, yeah, what if I am? But answer my question, innit? You know what I mean? That's just a manipulation tactic to me, innit? But because I'm a human, of course I'm emotional, innit? But what is the answer to my question? But we'll get to that, innit?
I hear you. Mr. Black Rob, man.
What's up?
Let me let you introduce yourself.
What? It's supposed to have an intro.
Yes, man, something.
Black Rob, aka supposedly Black Tate. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, I'm here, innit?
Obviously, everyone in the chat knows who Black Rob is, isn't it? So you ain't gonna be seeing him in the chat as much. You're gonna be seeing him here in person.
Sorry, Joshua.
Yes.
Did you tell me yesterday that you started Cancel Club for what was it? Trump? When Trump
Yeah. So
morning.
that was the time frame around when things were happening.
Yes. Please, good.
Yes, man, I respect.
Yeah, man. You good?
Having it.
Ask me, bro.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, there.
Just here. I would have said there, but I didn't want to cause trouble. So my hands just sit. Right.
So yeah, so just to go back to your point, so in terms of, I didn't start. That wasn't the reason I started it. That was the time span within the show, innit? So it was like the time Trump first got elected. Because obviously the news was hot then. There was a million interesting things happening, like the Brett Kavanaugh situation. I remember I was on set in Portugal, and me and the guys that I was working with, we literally sat and watched the whole trial when we wasn't on set, innit? Because it was quite an interesting time, because you're getting to see things play out in real time. And as somebody who wasn't introduced to the politics side, the structure of like US government and politics, it was easy. It was very interesting to watch it play out. But also, it was like super divisive because you've got people who are mad at like things that like headlines, and then you've got people who are going to sit through 12 hours of like what's actually going on and then sort of argue from that position. And I wanted to do the latter, but that's the reason why the show didn't go anywhere, because I'm not going to be trying to put all my money and all my equipment in and my time in for somebody who's going to sit opposite me and not be honest. It's not that deep, bro. Like, I'll find honest dons on Reddit that are smarter than me. Do you get me?
Yeah.
So like the aim is like, and I may fall prey to this, like, because some things are gonna make me feel uncomfortable. But you have to do that to get to where we're going, because we can't just be out here complaining all day if we're all so skilled at the same time, which is my idea more so. So I gave up on that because I wasn't prepared to waste my time, and I don't think I was as mature as I am now, even though I could be much more mature, obviously. But yeah, that was the context in it. I don't think a lot of people are willing to have hard conversations because it doesn't suit what their objectives are, which is why me and you are gonna get into it.
Do you think people are unable to have the hard conversations, or do you think that people are committed to misrepresenting your position even when you explain it properly? That's what I find more so. I think people actually understand what the other side's trying to say, but they will misrepresent their position because it makes them uncomfortable when they're presented with their uncomfortable truth.
100%, because you have to look at yourself then, innit? And that might be something that's wrong with you that you have to change, innit? But that's cool, bro. Like, that's actually all right, and that's what we have to be able to do, because it's a sign of maturity and humility, innit? You are human. You are going to be wrong about things, and none of us are going to have to escape from that, but we can change it, innit?
I want to bring the king into the building.
Just before we do that, parliamentary procedures. Everybody who's just arriving, in the chat, the live chat, you cannot participate until you change your profile picture to your face. We need to see you. If any of the moderators don't see their face, please time them out until they change it. Very simple. I'm not seeing the moderators moderating right now. I'm seeing Von being deliberately disobedient, and Pal Wow. Let's get it sorted, please. Thank you very much.
All right.
Sorry.
Yes, good morning. How you doing, man?
That's quite strict. You know how hard it is to change a profile pic on YouTube?
It can be done.
I like that though. Apologies for the sunglasses. I'm not trying to look cool. I just realised I haven't bought my glasses, so they're going to stay on, I'm afraid.
That's all right.
Is that okay?
It's all right,
That's
yeah, man.
Yeah, all right. I'm looking at it in the car. It actually looks all right, so I'm okay. I'll chill with it.
How you doing
Morning,
today,
and
man?
apologies for the late arrival.
Nah, that's all right.
We used to be honest. It happened last time, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, tradition now, isn't it?
You know what? When you texted me 8 a.m., I was like, that can't be right, because it's a 2-hour journey. I came by London Transport last time, and I was like, there's no way I left my house at 6 a.m. And clearly I didn't, because I was late. So yeah, apologies. Sorry.
All right, just a refresher, because we know who you are, but Mr. Joshua doesn't know who you are. So can you just give a little brief?
Could you introduce? So just tell me who
Yes.
I'm talking to, and then I'll go straight in.
This is Joshua.
Joshua, nice to meet you.
He is Mr. Nebulous.
Nebulous.
This is Black Rob. He's Black Tate.
Nice.
And his views obviously reflect his
We're gonna
title.
fight, you know.
He's chosen himself. And this is Emmanuel.
I like the MF doing homage as well. Yeah, nice to meet you both. My name's you call me the King's Monologue. I run a media network called the King's Monologue. It's a Black history network. It's got about 84K subscribers.
Come on.
YouTube.
Yeah, after your last episode, I started following that one. Your episode and the Gold Guys episode were two of my favorite episodes.
Okay, cool. Wicked. Excellent. I had a great time. I was saying last time, I literally just got in contact with Brent last night. No, not last night, a couple of nights ago. And I was
What did you show me?
I showed you a video that I just posted. Basically, it came up on my feed, this video called Why Do Black Men Like Big Butts? And it really peed me off. So I did like a live stream reaction to it. And I sent it to Fred because I knew he'd enjoy it.
He said, "This is why."
This is where I'm gonna show I'm a YouTube nerd. Did you have like a little back and forth with Metatron?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm lost in YouTube, bro.
Oh, okay.
I do know who you are.
Oh, okay. Okay. Did you follow that?
Sort of, yeah.
Who's
I
Metatron?
followed both. Huh?
Who's Metatron?
Some Italian dude.
Okay.
Some Italian
Some
dude.
Italian dude.
He was on Metatron's side, by the way.
Okay.
I didn't say that. Interesting. I'm not on no one's side. Listen,
Interesting.
I'm not on no one's side.
Well, that's the right approach because history is history at the end of the day. And it shouldn't be about taking sides. It should be about trying to get as close to what is verifiable truth as possible.
What actually happened, yeah?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Go on,
That's not a dig at you, bro.
It sounded like there was subtext there.
There is, but it's for him. It is for him. But you can get in and probably back me up even better. So.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
You never know.
I don't think that's
I think.
I mean, if he's like, you just profess to like what happened, so you.
One thing I know about history is that history is not very complimentary to any particular people.
It is.
100% fact.
There we go.
As long as you can accept that, then you'll be okay. You know, I was even saying to Iman when he found out I was coming on the show, you threw me a WhatsApp, and I said to him, I'm gonna have to eat some crow about Trump. I'm gonna have to eat some crow because when I came on the channel last time, I was like, I don't mind the dude. I like his first term. You lot are all being a bit stupid. Give him a chance. We can work with this dude, and then he's just letting Elon Musk run things.
Yeah, but
that dude's a psychopath.
But isn't that proof of like humility and also like the fact that you change your mind as the information changes. Some people are so staunch on one thing that even when the information proves that what they initially thought was right was wrong, they still stay in that position. That means they're zealot, isn't it?
Absolutely.
New information comes, you change your mind.
Yeah, I agree. I think in the black community, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I do think kind of like a background story to all of us is we do have a bit of Messiah complex in that we're always looking for that one person who's going to come, teach us the right way, live a perfectly immoral life. We're always looking for a new Messiah. And I think we probably need to stop doing that, allow people to be experts in their fields, but also understand that they're going to be flawed and they're going to make errors. And that's not a problem because no one person can do everything. So it's kind of like getting away from that and just being able to appreciate people for the expertise that they bring in a particular field or maybe more than one field if they have that.
Totally agree, man. I think
Messiahs.
Huh?
Messiahs.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've already had a Messiah, so
That's
I'm
what
really
that. I was literally going to say that.
I guess we're gonna get into that.
But I was actually going to pose a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Based on how you presented that, is there a reason why we should stop doing that? Is it because we already have one, or because that form of like thinking is just a waste of time?
It's because it normally ends up with them getting killed. So it would be good if we stop putting that pressure on people. You know, because when we put when we load too much of that pressure on people, they become very easy targets, and you remove them, and the entire movement gets killed. Whatever it is that they will propose and whatever change that they will bring in, by removing them, it's been killed, and
But
that's happened to us so many times. You know,
Unfortunately, the bravery and also the level of bravery and also the level of integrity that you have to have in positions of power. The higher you go, the less brave they are and the less integrity they have. So there's only a few people in those echelons that actually can affect change. Like, what's this, Traore? There's a target. Do you know they tried to kill him how many times?
Yeah,
But it's because very few people, when they get to that position, actually have the people in mind. So I think it's by design that you're only going to get a few people in those roles that are actually selfless and doing stuff for the people, and they will have a target on their back. Because when you try to run it by a committee, that's when you have a couple of people skimming off the top, and then it's easier to corrupt it when it's a unit. So
I agree. I think the pattern of, I want to talk about specifically African history now.
Yeah.
The pattern of African history is that the leaders that got there through grassroots or through popular demand didn't even get a chance to flourish. They were killed instantly. Yeah. The ones that actually managed to gain power and hold on to it were the ones that were placed there by the Western governments. And then when they did formulate some kind of a plan or some kind of a conscience, then they became a target. Yeah. So that's kind of the pattern of African history. It's never a case of... So Traore is an interesting one because it seems like he's managed to get there without the assistance of the West. As far as I know, I could be wrong.
Yeah. You said something though. Some of them. How often has it been where they started off with ill intent and then they developed a conscience later on? Normally it's the other way around, where they start off good and then they just descend into madness as their reign lasts too long.
I don't think that happens personally. I think they either come in and they've always been jerks from the start.
Okay.
That's at least from what I can see. I can't see someone who's came in actually with good intentions and then became. At least I don't have the. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't have the reference point for that. I have a reference point of a lot of people who came in and they were probably, the West weren't expecting them to switch, like, Mugabe.
I was going to say Mugabe.
Yeah, like Laurent Gbagbo, who was eventually ousted. That's Ivory Coast.
Yeah.
That was one of the reasons they invaded Libya, by the way. And yeah, so you see those who kind of go in there and they have not bad intentions, have selfish intentions, and then decide to become, a little bit more charitable with or altruistic with their approach and their outlook. And then you get the ones who come in literally from grassroots, like Lumumba, who don't even get a chance to lead their nation. They just get assassinated and killed. What's his name? Gaddafi was one who was kind of like on the fence. I backed him quite a lot. But you could say his movement was semi-grassroots when he came in. It was a military coup. And, eventually they got their man. So, I don't know, that seems to be the way it plays out in Africa.
Yeah.
I think, we're definitely going to have to get more into the Messiah conversation. Because obviously you guys have the position of, we need a Messiah. We've got the Messiah, though.
We had one.
Yeah, we had one, but he's still alive and reigns, right?
Yeah.
Right, so we basically don't need to look for another one, basically, right? Cool. Well, SLM86 says, not going to lie, I'm slightly surprised Black Rob is actually black.
What do you think I was?
All right, Brent, let's go through the headlines quick so we can get into the conversation. All right, people. There's going to be some trigger warnings on these ones, so trigger warning from the beginning. U.S. prosecutors will seek the death penalty for Luigi Mangione, who was accused of murdering the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in December. Attorney General Pam Bondi described the murder as a premeditated, cold-blooded assassination. Thompson, who's 50, was shot outside of a hotel in New York on the 4th of December, and Mangione, who is 26, was arrested days later in Pennsylvania after a nationwide manhunt. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to state charges and has yet to enter a plea for federal charges. He is awaiting trial in a New York prison. Investigators believe Mangione was motivated by anger towards U.S. healthcare insurance companies. Mangione's lawyer condemned the death penalty decision, calling it barbaric, and also criticized the healthcare industry as a whole. So Mangione now, he faces 11 state charges, including first-degree murder and terrorism-related charges, which could result in life imprisonment if convicted. Next headline, a man was shot dead by police at Milton Keynes railway station yesterday. Thames Valley Police and British Transport Police responded to reports of a man carrying a firearm at 12:55. This in the afternoon, yesterday. Armed officers challenged the man before firing shots, and he was pronounced dead at 1:44 p.m., despite efforts to save him. Police have stated there's no further risk to the public. The IOPC, the Independent Office for Police Conduct, launched an independent investigation into the incident after being notified by Thames Valley Police. And the IOPC is investigating actions and decisions of the police, with the inquiry still in its early stages. Next headline, a motorist who failed roadside drug tests are being allowed to continue driving for up to 6 months due to a backlog in testing confirmatory blood samples. Some drivers have gone on to cause fatal accidents whilst awaiting those results. The backlog has been criticised by families of victims, including Jane Hickson, who was killed by a driver on bail for drug driving, whilst awaiting blood test results. Experts suggest using saliva tests, which could provide faster results, and this has been seen already in France and in Australia. Next headline, again, trigger warning, people. 3 people were killed in a collision between a bus and a car near Heathrow Airport on Monday night. The crash occurred on Bedfont Road in Feltham at around 11:55 p.m, where both vehicles were found on fire. The 3 victims in the car, a Mercedes, were pronounced dead at the scene, while a 4th person was taken to the hospital. 2 passengers on the bus, an H26 service bound for Hatton Cross, were also hospitalised, but their injuries are not life-threatening. A mechanic working nearby described the road as completely closed and noted that police referred to it as a really bad accident. Virginia Jeffrey, you guys remember Virginia Jeffrey? The lady who accused Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew.
Oh, yeah.
She's back in the news, man. And she has shared that she's fighting for her life after being hit by a bus. She posted a photo of herself in a hospital bed with visible bruising, confirming the seriousness of the accident.
Was it in the French tunnel?
This guy started.
What, no noise for that one?
No.
So Jeffrey, who is 41, said that she was involved in a crash with a school bus traveling at 110 kilometers per hour.
What?
As she was slowing for a turn, leading to her kidney renal failure and a prognosis of 4 days to live. Wow. She expressed her desire to see her children one last time, stating that the start of the year has been the worst for her, though she found humor in the situation. Her spokesperson confirmed that she was receiving medical care and appreciated the support that she's received. It's unclear where or when the crash took place, but Jeffrey had been living in North Perth in Australia with her husband Robert and children, and reports suggest that the couple may have split after 22 years of marriage. Western Australian police reported a minor crash between the school bus and the car in near Gabby on March the 24th, but no injuries were reported at the time. I'm not too sure why there's disparities in those reports. Next headline takes us to America, man, where the Trump administration has fired staff working on the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, and their bird flu response as part of a broader layoff of the Department of Health and Human Services. The firings, which occurred yesterday on Tuesday, were carried out as employees attempted to enter office buildings and were denied access. This move aligns with the administration's goal of reducing the size of the federal government. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has previously stated that he plans to fire 10,000 employees across agencies under the health department. Among those fired were leadership and administrative staff at the FDA Center for Veterinary Medicine, which manages issues like bird flu and pet food and things of that nature. The center's lab network, which tests pet food for bird flu, was unaffected, but the firing of key staff has also brought operations to a halt. And let me do the last set of headlines as well. A group of former content moderators in Kenya has filed a class action lawsuit against Meta, formerly Facebook, for workers' rights violations. The moderators, employed by outsourcing company Sama, were subjected to viewing violent and traumatic content while moderating Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Messenger from 2019 to 2023, which led to mental health issues like PTSD, anxiety, and depression. Meta claims it's not responsible for the moderators, arguing that they were employed solely by Sama, which is being challenged in Kenyan courts. Last year, in 2024, the Kenyan Court of Appeal ruled the case could proceed into Kenyan labor courts, despite Meta's efforts to resist. And the case marks a significant challenge to Meta's global operations and could set a precedent for holding big tech accountable for workers' rights violations in post-colonial countries. Next headline, and the Congo government and Rwanda-backed M23 rebels plan direct talks on April 9th, so next week in Doha, aiming to address the ongoing conflict in eastern Congo. This will be the first direct negotiation between the two sides since M23 captured the region's largest cities, causing thousands of deaths and displacing hundreds of thousands. A Congolese official confirmed the date of talks with M23, intending to present its demands, but both sides have agreed not to publicly discuss the details beforehand. Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi and the Rwanda President Paul Kagame, they met in Doha a few weeks back on March 18th for a surprise discussion, and Qatar hosted the additional rounds of talks. Rwanda, obviously, to this day, they're still denying supporting M23, stating that its military acts in self-defense against Congo's army and hostile militias. The conflicts, rooted in Rwanda's 1994 genocide and competition for minerals, has involved tensions between Congo, Rwanda, and Uganda. I think the other day I also mentioned how Burundi are talking about being threatened. They've got some intelligence saying that Rwanda is basically trying to set something up to attack Burundi now. But obviously Rwanda are denying it. And our last headline, President Donald Trump's new tariffs will go into effect immediately following his announcement on Wednesday at a Rose Garden ceremony. The tariffs are expected to be the most aggressive yet in his tariff-driven trade policy, which has caused concern amongst investors, economists, and CEOs. While many details remain unclear, including whether the tariffs will be applied universally or to specific countries, Trump has promised sweeping measures. It's uncertain whether the tariffs will be at a flat rate for all the US trading partners or vary by country, with speculation about a possible 20% universal tariff. Trump's trade advisors are supportive of his tariff plan, but there are differing views behind the scenes about its scope and its execution. A 20% universal tariff combined with retaliatory actions from other nations could severely impact the US economy, as you guys know. And that is it for the headlines. Time to pay them bills. And it's time to get into our topic of the day.
That was depressing.
Well, obviously, 252 people in the building.
Big up.
Yeah, everyone's got their pictures.
No, it's 368.
Subscribe to my OnlyFans.
368.
368?
Yeah,
All right, pardon
368.
me.
Nice.
So yeah, I guess we'll get into it. You know what? Let's start from that thing that you mentioned earlier about the Messiah. Yeah. Do you guys feel like it's wrong, to kind of ascribe the title of Messiah to anybody else before and after Jesus Christ? And why do you see it that way?
Can I ask the preliminary question first?
100%.
Sorry, what is your position?
On
Like, do you have a religious disposition? So are you an atheist, agnostic?
I'm not an atheist. Some could define me as agnostic, but I wouldn't define myself like that. I would just say all of the current religions in the world, in my view, personal opinion, are being interpreted incorrectly. And as such, none of them are kind of like worth me subscribing to. That's my perspective, though.
Mm-hmm. Can we get into that later?
Yeah, of course.
We'll get into it now.
Absolutely.
Well,
it's all linked.
No, but I mean, if I ask him the question,
Okay.
what is your reason? Like, just take us too far away.
Okay, cool. So yeah, the Messiah. Because obviously when Andrew mentioned the Messiah earlier, you guys obviously seem, not that you took issue with it, but it's like, okay, wait a minute. Why are we kind of talking about the Messiah being, I guess, something that, or someone that comes like in different generations, so to speak, innit? You guys see it as he's come already, he's there, he's seated up on high, and that's job done, basically, right? Do you take issue with any Messiah complex, anyone coming in the form of a Messiah, anointed ones? Is that just
It's
reserved for Christ?
It's not about taking issue with it, because even the framing the question makes it seem like it's like a personal opinion.
Okay.
I go off of, as you said, you can't prove any, even though let's stick to the Abrahamic religions, you can't prove any of them, but you can look to evidence to back the positions that you have. I left the faith, and then I actually started studying all of them, like with an open mind, like whatever I might end up whatever, and then I came back to Christianity because I had the heart knowledge, but I didn't have the head knowledge. And so when I started researching stuff about apologetics and stuff like that, the stuff started making sense to me. So back to what you're saying. All the three Abrahamic religions all say that there's a Messiah. Mm-hmm. They disagree on who the Messiah is or the divinity of Jesus, but they all agree there is a Messiah. Yeah. The Jews think he hasn't come yet. Mm-hmm. I believe, tell me if I'm wrong, they say Prophet Muhammad he's not the Messiah, he's a prophet, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
And then Christianity thinks the Messiah has come as Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's not about taking what's this guy? It's not about taking offense, but it's like what does the evidence point to?
But like, I guess outside of the Abrahamic faiths,
yeah,
is
it's one earth, innit? So that we all have the same way of interpreting these stories, innit?
Okay.
So this is kind of like why I would ask what your position on the hand of Africa in the formation of the Christian idea is. Like, what is your take on that? Because it's just a big story of a group of people that sort of migrated across the world. So if I wouldn't be surprised to hear of some sort of far nation having a similar story, but it's whether anything happened. Because a lot of people like to say, well, do you know what? They actually borrowed the story from the Egyptians because we can show you through Isis, the sun, but it's like nothing actually happened. These are just stories. We have a culmination of this and documented in the New Testament from the Christian position.
When you
So
say-
everything, sorry, in
Yeah,
the Old
go on.
Testament, we would say that frames what the Messiah would be is exemplified in the New Testament. We see it happen in real time. So for me, it's not a question of, can somebody have a Messiah complex? Loads of people can do that, innit? But what do you have to show, innit? Jesus was on smoke, like out here doing things, innit?
Yeah.
And there's been a lot of people that have claimed to be the Messiah. The Jews have been fooled a couple of times, like the what's it called, Sabbatai Levi or something. I forgot his name. There was a guy that claimed to be the Messiah, and he came with none of his prophecies came true, but he still has a sect that follow him to this day.
Yeah.
There's a couple
quite
of
a few
people that have
people.
claimed to be it, but if you claim it, then the prophecies have to start being fulfilled that you claim, and there's only one that's the prophecies has been fulfilled. And the discussion that we had last time, I think I mulled over it, and I remember when we were talking about the Old Testament, and then we were talking about there's no proof of like Exodus and all that stuff, and I was like, that's true, because the further you go back in time, the less evidence you're going to find of things. There's more evidence of the stuff that happens in the New Testament because it's closer in time, so you can find archaeological stuff. So therefore, the framing of the questions are that you can find arguments to say, maybe those things didn't happen because there's no proof. The further you go back into the Genesis and Exodus, but the argument should be, hey, Jesus made a claim that of his divinity. If that claim has enough evidence that is likely, and then there might be truth to that, then you have to accept that everything that came before him might be true, because he said that everything before him was true. And if he claims his divinity, if he claims to be divine, his divinity is proven to be true, then that means that all his claims should be true as well. And he's claimed that the rest of the Old Testament was right as well. So just by not proving, but just by showing strong evidence of that, then you have to accept everything before it.
I guess, don't we then, based off that point, have to know what Jesus believed? Because
He was a Jew.
yeah, but what did the Jews believe?
We have the Old Testament, we have the Pentateuch, we have the Torah, we have that, innit? That's not under dispute, innit?
Yeah,
We know what, of course. Like,
The reason why I ask that is because we all know that sometimes when we're colonized by people, right, or when we've been dispersed around the world, beliefs start to morph, right? We have different translations of the Bible for a reason, because some people use the Septuagint and some people use the Hebrew text, and you have variants there.
what's the difference between the two?
Septuagint is Greek,
Yeah.
right? And then you've got Hebrew text, right?
When were they? Because this is I think one of my issues with the way you framed it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is your timeline seems a bit like, it depends like what your objective is and what you're looking at. If you're looking at history through the lens of the past 500 years,
Yeah.
what you're saying might be appropriate.
Okay.
But even going back to the origins of Christianity, which is where I would go further back to if we're going to talk about the Christian faith and its introduction, it was already there.
In what way? What do you mean?
It was already in Africa. So it's not like you can say when
Okay.
we're colonized, it was introduced to us. There was an Ethiopian man traveling to see Jesus after he had been crucified. Why? Because they already knew there was something. This is what I'm saying. It was in Africa before.
This is very interesting.
It just depends. And again, this is what I was going to ask you. Sorry, I'm getting mad passionate. It depends on how what do you mean when you say Africa?
Okay, so I say the first thing, just to address one of the statements you made there, is actually, I used to be a Christian, and I always noticed these little quirks that used to pop up when I was reading the Bible that no one would either answer or be able to answer or would strictly avoid. And one of them was what you just mentioned there, was that in Acts, to me, when I read it, that's clearly a disclaimer. When it mentions the Ethiopian and who already knew about Christianity, and
That's not what I said.
okay, so it said oh no, sorry, it didn't say that. It said he was baptized or Ethiopian.
That's not what I'm
eunuch.
saying. That's not what I said. I'm not saying
Yeah.
he knew about Christianity.
Okay.
I'm saying he knew that
No.
there was a Messiah to go and see.
I guess where I was going with that is I remember when I read the text, this is how I interpreted. It says, so Peter comes along with this Ethiopian guy. Is it Peter? Philip comes along with this Ethiopian guy. He baptizes him. The Ethiopian guy goes away and tells all the other Ethiopians. By the way, Ethiopian just means African. I'm sure you guys know that. It doesn't mean like modern day Ethiopia, which was Abyssinia, as means African. So this African guy goes away, tells the rest of Africa, and that's why, this is what it says in Acts, and that's why they all know about Christianity over there. That's basically what it says, subtext, it does. And I read it that way. I was like, that sounds like a disclaimer. It sounds like you're trying to explain to all these people who are in Africa why these people in Africa already have Christianity. That's the way I read it. Now, no one else read it that way. Obviously, if you take it for its own words, you won't read it. But to me, that was clearly a disclaimer. It was like, you are trying to explain why this guy or these people practice beliefs that are supposed to have come from here and not supposed to have come from there, which I always found quite interesting. That was just one of the things that I saw. Because kind of like, why would you, the way it's phrased is very strange, even in the context of the Bible.
Why would and just correct me if I'm wrong, why would this guy who's coming have Isaiah's scroll with him reading it?
I think that the point that I'm making is the way I read it is that story was made up to explain something.
Is Acts made up?
Oh, if you're going to talk about the biblical texts, it's not a case of whether or not they're made up. My view has always been these are man-made texts. These are texts written by man. Obviously, God can't write text.
So, I wanted to go back to what Iman said about the Septuagint, that different translations over time and stuff like that. You know the difference between transmission and translation, right?
Yeah, tell us.
So transmission is when you transcribe what's in the text, but you don't change anything. Translation is changing it from one language to another.
Yeah.
Now,
and things will get lost.
I think,
Potentially.
Or can get misinterpreted because sometimes there's not the words to, Yoruba is like a very poetic language.
Yeah.
And there's words that are one word that you have to say a sentence for in another language because they don't have and that can happen between Amharic, Greek, etc. So within and then they found that like when they looked at the original text, like you spoke about the Isaiah scrolls, when they found like original versions of like the non-translated versions of some of the books in the Bible, and they looked at the modern day versions, there was like a couple percent differences in transmission. So like, but the crux of the content was still the same.
Yeah.
So that whole argument of there's textual errors and stuff like that, there are, but it's not enough to lose the essence of what's being said. So that argument is like,
I'm so glad you said that because I do want to get into one particular thing. Yeah. I do want to say, I've said this before as well, like some things that I guess you guys hold dear as fundamental to Orthodox Christianity. To me, even if they weren't there, I don't think it should mess up the legitimacy of Christianity. But that's my position though. But we're going to get into that.
I would take the position that Christianity and our belief is so robust, bring it, innit? Because
it's not about it being about. It's just
no, it
me
is.
saying.
I mean, you're making a claim that there's going to be things that we would find difficult, innit? Right? Or we'd find difficult.
There'll be things that we can't answer. Let's be real. But like,
obviously, because I'm not the biggest. I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I feel like I'm confident enough that was not a good enough answer. Of like, it's your personal opinion about what you took from the Isaiah scroll, or I'm sorry, from the story of the Ethiopian traveling to Jerusalem. But when we're looking at the Bible as of course, this is men recording what they saw. They said they saw, innit? So it's, as a historian, how do you verify any document? And then do you hold the New Testament to those same standards of historical verification? And that's why I would say we're chill in that area. Those are settled cases, innit? And but it's also,
What exactly are settled cases? Just so I'm clear.
I mean, how many? What do you think about the completeness of the Christian texts?
it depends what you mean by completeness, and it's to who. It's like Ethiopians, they have the Book of Enoch in there. The Catholics, they have like, isn't it 72 parts in their canon?
So who selected what you accept as canon?
It wasn't the Council of Nicaea, but again, it just depends on, and I don't necessarily know the specific answer to that question, but I just want to make something very clear about what we understand about the Bible as a book itself. The Bible is not one book. It is a collection of different documents, some stories, some poets, some literature over a set of 4,000 years, which differentiates it from different books, which then would give you a reason to understand why when you start Genesis and it says this guy begat this guy begat this guy, it just, this is helping you to locate. You can go and say, well, if they said these people were Moabites, what were the Moabites doing? This is a way for you to verify the text. you can say you can dismiss those things, but I'm saying we have to look at the biblical text, not necessarily just from a spiritual lens. This is a factual historical book that we're dealing with. So when people are saying, well, who decided on the canon? It's like a lot of these people had every book before Matthew, before any of this anyway. When a Bible is a collection of books, who collected it and why? What would the incentive for doing that? It varies for different reasons and around different regions. But again, some people are walking around with just one book.
And I guess the where I would intercede there is that I read a lot of books, and I'm sure you guys do as well. The difference
only
is
anime.
Yeah, I think the difference is that the books that I read, I'm not creating a religion around it and saying that this is the only way you're going to access eternal life is if you follow the laws of these selected books. Because essentially, what you're then doing is you're giving divine prominence to those books that have been selected, which is why I think it's actually very important for you to understand how those books were selected and if that process is something that you agree with. Because otherwise, what you're doing is operating in blind faith that the people who selected those books were acting in the interests of God. You're making that decision by saying this is the religion that I follow, and this is one of the reasons why I don't think the religion is up to modern scrutiny, in my opinion.
The canonization, you wanted to know why were some books left out and why weren't others. I think there was actually a prescriptive checklist that dictated which ones were left out, which ones were
in the Bible. Is it in the Bible?
Why would
the
it be in
checklist?
the Bible though? Because again, like,
would it be in the Bible?
I think the question should be, what's that checklist and how did they come to that?
Well, can you verify the checklist?
That's a good question. So they were saying they had to, and the checklist that they had is the same checklist that they do for any historical text to check its validity. So this was more actually like a process of, can we prescribe the writings to the author that they said it was? Was it written within 100, especially in the New Testament, was it written within like the first century? Because there was I think there was the book of Tob, there was a couple of books that were written long after Jesus, and Jesus was around quite a long time after Jesus was around. And they're saying, how can you write about him when you weren't there to experience? So a lot of the New Testament books were based on people that were first eyewitnesses. Was it written by that person? Do they have? And then there was a couple of other, I can't remember off the top of my head, but there was a certain things that, and if you look at them, they actually make sense, because it's like these people were just trying to make sure that the people weren't some random guy that had a good pen wasn't just writing some nice fan fiction and then saying, oh, this is the book of whatever, and then trying to insert that into the Bible, which happened a couple of times, and that's why.
So my point is, was that checklist divinely inspired?
Well, it depends what you mean by that. And
because my point is you're building a religion around this. Okay, and a religion essentially says that this is the rule set, or this is the protocol that needs to be applied in order for you to qualify for heaven or qualify for eternal life, or to be correct in this realm of discussion around spirituality. And so if there's a checklist, I can use a secular checklist. I can use any checklist I like. Obviously, there's an epigraphical checklist, which is used to date documents. So a lot of the document dating that we're talking about in terms of the books of the Bible that we believe how old they are, that's based on epigraphy. And epigraphy essentially says it doesn't date the document by using like carbon dating, this, that, and the other. It looks at the style of the writing.
Yeah.
And based on the style of the writing,
that was actually one of the examples. Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah. So based on the style of the writing, they go, okay, cool. This looks like it dates around here because they're using these words. But the thing about it is, the issue that we have with epigraphy is that it all relates back to a single text which someone's decided to date on. And if someone decided that date incorrectly, that person could have been 1,000 years out. That means all the documents that have referred to that epigraphically are incorrect.
And do we have that problem with the New Testament?
We don't know,
So
because that's how epigraphy
so
works. It's kind of like
disregarding-
a faith.
So any
thing,
one
do you understand what I
metric in
mean?
itself is fallible, but when you have several different data points and then you converge them, that's how you get a little bit more of like you can stress test it a little bit more. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
But then you'd only say it's likely. You wouldn't be able to say this is 100% the case.
What can you? But we keep going to this. There's very few things you can prove in this world. We're talking about evidence, not proof.
100%.
I can never say I can prove it. I'm saying that evidence based, and that's the thing though. We even go back to this, like I go back to the Abrahamic religions. I think Christianity is the only one that actually says in the text, stress test your faith. Go and seek
Work out your faith with fair.
seek the truth, and then come back and see what it says.
100%.
Go on, check everyone else. Come back to us, see what compare, contrast.
Yeah.
The other ones, the other ones tell you don't read them other books. They're liars. Do you know what I mean?
I hear you, but
So
I guess I'm saying that because obviously Joshua said earlier, we're good. Do you get what I'm saying? It speaks to you being certain that everything that you're reading here is the way you believe it is. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, that's because I'm doing two things there.
Please make sure and find ways to get your questions in too, mind you, because there's only a set amount of time that he's going to sit here. I'm going to sit here. So if he uses that time asking you questions about Christianity, you're never going to get your issue off.
true. Yeah, but
Wait.
Sorry.
Have you sorted out the camera thing?
What?
Have you sorted out the camera? The
Yes,
social
sir.
thing? Also, when you go, it's still going to be...
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine then. We got
But
time.
I want some entertainment too. I don't
All right, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I would take the position that it's robust, innit? And I would say certain questions have been answered because we've been debating these things for 2,000 years. And it just, again, it depends on how you're looking at the book. I take that position because I'm also now, what I wasn't doing before, I'm applying a spiritual lens on top of it, innit? And I'm making sure that the Bible is answering certain questions that I'm answering. Why am I here? Who made me? What should I do? Because those are questions that I sit and ask myself. The Bible doesn't answer every question. So it answers certain questions like that, but it also follows a journey. The reason why we got that canon is because it shows the unity through this set of people up until the point that we experience the New Testament. Because again, the Old Testament, as you know, is about a nation. The New Testament is about a guy. So we're talking about a historical book that we can verify because we would use the same scrutiny. And again, the reason why I ask that question is because you say, well, we don't have enough, but we have thousands of the Dead Sea Scrolls that were found in Qumran, which we can use to verify these types of things. So we can see whether you take
Dead Sea Scrolls is Old Testament, right?
the Dead Sea Scrolls is Old Testament, but what we can do with that is we can see that these people believe that. Whether you choose to believe it or not, we can just exemplify that this stuff was there. Whether you choose the position, it's that historically people have believed this. There is unity with them, and this story and collection of books help to show that story like cogently.
And back to Dead Sea Scrolls. Question for you guys: like, here's a couple of facts. It's a fact that Jesus lived. Like that's not up for debate. So Jesus was a person. His divinity is what's up for debate, depending on your belief system and what you believe. It's
And
a
also
fact.
what you see as divinity.
True.
Why is it a fact that Jesus lived?
Do you think that's up for debate?
I'm up to hear the evidence that you're going to present. Why do you think it's a fact that Jesus lived?
Because all of the non-biblical, that it's the same way. Why is the fact that Abraham Lincoln? There's non-biblical scholars that spoke about him at the time.
Josephus. I don't know if there's
Josephus. Was it
Pliny the Younger?
Is it Tacitus?
Tacitus.
There's quite a few of them, and they were Jewish or non, and some of them weren't religious as well. So they just spoke about, there's this guy over there that's starting a little cult, whatever. Do you know what I mean? The way they spoke about it flippantly, but they knew that he existed. There's also archaeological evidence of like the and then also there's eyewitnesses at the time. All the different books of the Bible are just first person eyewitnesses writing letters about what they experienced. So even though we see it as one book, they're actually just different people telling the same story from different vantage points. So that should actually add to the fact that there's truth to the fact that he lived. And you wouldn't have any historians or archaeologists. They actually all agree, even the non-biblical ones agree that he existed, that he lived.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I mean, some people are still going to take the hard stance that he does.
Yeah. They
Before
can.
you push on, Andrew, do you believe that he existed? He lived?
I mean, it's a very long and slightly convoluted argument, but I would say there's quite a bit of evidence out there to suggest that some of the characters that we use to verify the existence of the character of Jesus had ulterior motives. I mean, to put it in context, I've actually got it in my bag. I was actually reading this on the way here. This is Manetho, which is where we get a lot of our modern ancient Egyptian king lists from.
Yeah.
And he mentions about the 18th dynasty, that this is probably the dynasty when Exodus occurred. That's literally written in his writings. Now that would straight away place him as someone who has ulterior motives, because he was a priest, he was a Christian, to prove the biblical worldview, as opposed to just be a religion, just be a commentator or a historian of the time. So you do get a few of these characters who are coming from positions of faith, who have an ulterior motive, even historically, to place people in history or to place stories in history. So it's just that from what I've seen, and I'm obviously very, very open to new knowledge, so if you can convince me, I'm open to it. But from what I've seen, there seems to be a play of that in play when I look at the evidence of Christ's existence.
Sorry, not sure if you answered my question.
Yeah, what does it have to do with...
Do you believe he lived?
Yeah.
No, that was my point. So my point is that I don't think that the evidence is strong enough for me to say conclusively, yes, I agree.
So
I
no.
think he lived.
He
No,
did say
it's
it
not a
was
yes
going to
or
be a
no.
convoluted answer.
I heard that.
Yeah.
But he
You
didn't
still
answer
have
it.
to
Yeah.
sit on the fence.
No, absolutely, I can sit on the fence because I can't say no, he didn't exist because I haven't got enough evidence to
So
say
not
he
yet.
didn't.
So the
exist.
evidence that you presented, you don't think is valid, or you don't believe it's true. Is that
No,
what
he
you're saying?
thinks
I
that
think
there's
there's a lot of
ulterior
ulterior
motives as
motive
to why
at
people
play.
would say that.
Exactly.
That's
But that's his answer, though.
That is my answer.
No. I hear you responded to me,
Yeah.
but the question was very simple.
No, because it's a binary
if you
question.
believe that the evidence that you've read doesn't convince you, then say no.
Okay, no,
Until it is that you get evidence that
no,
does.
but no sounds like I don't believe he existed. I'm saying it's possible he existed, but it's not that strong.
Okay, so
Do you understand
speak
what I
to the
mean?
intent of Josephus.
But I will say no.
Tacitus.
I'm leaning
What was
towards
their
no
intent?
at the moment. Yeah.
What was their intent? People that are not that had no stake in it. What was their intent in
You know, Josephus' histories have been questioned a lot by historians.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not. It's not like he's not like a Herodotus. It's not like someone who's viewed widely as being secular and no interest. There's a lot of questionable. There's a lot of questions about basically the motives behind.
You do know how
his
most
works.
of the early patriarchs' lives ended, right? Because I don't understand the incentive of this stuff. If what I'm saying to you is going to get me killed, not in a sense of like these people got killed. It's not like, sorry, I'll try to change my language just in case. It's like what we're doing, saying, well, they may have had ulterior motives. It's like those are the dumbest people alive then, because their ulterior motive was to be crucified upside down, for their heads to be chopped off and to be fed to lions. So that's what you're saying to me. So my ulterior motive by sharing what I saw gets me killed, but that is enough for you to think that there's a
Do you know what it is?
Mephistophelian reason as to no. That
what?
Faust, Mephisto, the evil guy, Mephistopheles in his nature. Do you get? It
I
doesn't.
love how all of you understood what he was saying.
I'm glad you said what. It's a great word. By the way. I'm gonna use that.
What was I going to say? For me, yeah, I hear what you're saying. I believe Jesus existed, right? But
Why?
why? Because I guess similar to what these guys are saying, I feel like there's substantial evidence to say that he did, right? That's, again, from my perspective. But that aside, I always like to interrogate people's points. Just because I believe something to be true doesn't mean the point you made is good enough. Do you get what I'm saying? And my thing is, I don't think we can say, why would they have ulterior motives? You know what I'm saying? Why not? Because we needed something to change the people and lead them in a particular direction. Because at the time, people were looking for the Messiah. Again, like you mentioned earlier, people were looking for a Messiah.
By the way, when I made that statement, I had no idea what I was stepping into.
Yeah, but I'm But you know what it is? Yeah, when I asked that question, I thought I was doing like a little.
I want to talk about the Nation of Islam.
Yeah.
That's where I want.
I thought that was an
literally
entry level
using
question.
it
I thought
in
you were
the
gonna say
most-
yes. I was surprised that you. I was like, right. So we don't even have like a. Do you know when you ask like a entry level question?
Hold on one sec.
Sorry, have I done something there? Sorry.
Maybe. Hold on a sec.
Is your mic off?
I don't think the stream is cut.
Stream's gone.
You need to get that away from my foot,
don't
by the
think
way,
so.
because
I don't think you did anything.
No.
Andrew. I don't think so.
I can't hear nothing.
Try different earphones.
But yeah, when I said that, it was literally kind of like in the most agnostic of statements. When I
Yeah.
said Messiah, I wasn't going into the whole.
But it's like
Bible thing.
I asked that question because I thought we were just gonna have like, let's all agree that he. But you did, I was like, rah, because the burden of proof is on you if he doesn't exist, because there's so many points of reference that say he does. So it's like the burden of proof.
I think there's a bit of echo chamber at play, if I'm going to be totally honest with you, when it comes to the existence. I think people have just gotten bored with arguing against. I'm looking at it from a purely kind of like outside looking in perspective, and I'm like, I'm not sure even if he did he exist in the form or in the location that people think he existed in? That's another thing I'm very, questionable about. We know his name wasn't Jesus. We know that for sure.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. I know people will say that's fine, but it's kind of like, is it fine?
Yeah, because you would call someone George whose name is Jorge.
Yeah, so why my point is names are very important. This is another thing. So let's go on to that point really quickly. Names are very important. You guys will know that, being followers of the Bible, and this is across all spheres, okay? Even predating the Bible, all religious or spiritual spheres, the utterance of a name carries power. You know that you weren't allowed to utter, YVWH, whatever it is, however you spell it. You weren't allowed to utter that name historically. It was written down, but you weren't allowed to say it because it carried power. So if you know, and actually you'll hear people say, oh, there's power in the name of Jesus. Well, it's like, well, no, because no one was calling him that 200 years ago. 200 to 300 years ago, no one was calling him that. They were all calling him, if you're going to look at the earlier name, it would have been Iesu or Yeshua or one of those, yet no Christians call him that. And this to me is symptomatic of one of the reasons. Okay, not no Christians. Thank you for pulling me up there. Most Christians, yeah, fair. Most Christians don't call him that. Now, if you believe there's power in names, and if you believe that it's really important that we stay as close to source as possible, why do you all feel comfortable calling him this name that was literally applied to him 200 years ago? And that's because you're practicing a form of Christianity, whether or not you like to admit it, that was imposed with colonialism. You're practicing a form of Christianity. You're not practicing the earliest version of which you think you're practicing. You're following a rule set and you really, really think, I'm doing this to be close to God, this, that, and the other. But you're getting something as fundamental as the name of your Messiah incorrectly, and you're not questioning it, and you're not refusing to say that name. And you're not actually turning around and saying, actually, I think it's blasphemous that we're changing his name.
See, I think you're nitpicking. I think
that's not nitpicking.
And I also think you're not. Some of your positions aren't in good faith, because if Julius Caesar has less archaeological and textual references than Jesus, then you have to say that you don't believe Julius Caesar exists. If you use the same yardstick, I think there's a presupposition to be critical of the historical evidence that's presented to Jesus, when there's more so for him than some other people that we accept to have existed.
Okay, so that's a point. And first of all, I'm not like massive, Julius Caesar fan or whatever. But
did he exist though? Did he exist?
Julius Caesar, yes. Julius.
What's your proof?
So my proof that Julius Caesar existed. So going to the point of Jesus, first of all, a lot of what the evidence that we have that he existed is kind of echo chamber evidence. Do you understand what I mean? So it's kind of like these are texts that have, drawn up for the, you've got to have a lot of text because no, it is. It's echo. It's not like you had loads and loads of secular people talking. No, you didn't. You really didn't. Contemporaneously, you didn't have loads and loads of secular people contemporaneously talking about Jesus. All of the script, all of the texts we have about Jesus, maybe a couple are actual kind of like secular that don't have an interest. A lot of them is if if someone writes about it and then 50 years later someone who knows of the faith or follows it copies that, then yes, we're gonna have, you can say we got evidence of Jesus existing. The evidence we have of Julius Caesar existing exists where we expect it to exist, in terms of the Roman record, in terms of the historical record. So the text that we have of him existing exists where we expect it to exist.
Okay, cool.
So you won't expect people to...
56 AD, Roman historian, non-religious. Josephus, you said he's Jewish historian, but you don't rate him. So Philony the Younger, 61 AD, Roman governor and writer.
What did he write exactly about Jesus?
In a letter to Emperor Trajan, he described early Christian practices and mentioned the Christian worship Christ as a god.
Okay.
So these are non-religious.
But they didn't mention Jesus explicitly.
Yes.
Okay.
These are non-religious historical texts.
You said that's very strongly. Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Because it just said the Christian practices. It didn't say anything about Jesus,
Christ.
the character.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. They said they worship Jesus Christ as a god.
Okay,
Jesus
but that's
Christ.
not
Okay,
talking about
Jesus
his
Christ.
life. We were talking about the existence. So, because we're going to talk about Christ.
Who are they talking about? If who's this person that they made up then?
No, so my point is, if we're talking about Christ, and we've already had the discussion about
What's
their
Christ
religion
mean?
possibly existing in Africa prior, because I made that point earlier, we don't know what they're referring to in terms of this Christ, this Messiah, and this practice of Christianity. You have no frame of reference for that, is my point. You're relating it back to say that's evidence that Jesus existed in Bethlehem in this certain location. This is what I'm questioning. I'm not questioning whether or not people have believed in messiahs or what messiah, this, that, and the other. I'm saying you're actually ascribing to a single character who was buried in a tomb and then rose again 3 days. And this is the location, this is the point, and there's very little evidence for that specific character existing.
So the argument you're
Can I just
making
say
is that
something real quick?
they could have been talking about someone else. Is that what you're saying? Is that the argument you're making?
No, I'm saying that they could be talking about a version of Christianity that doesn't suit your dates and doesn't have that same Messiah that you believe.
But all of these are within 100 years of the life of Christ.
Says you.
Okay.
Did
cool.
he
All right,
say-
I
did-
get-
did-
I get-
that's-
I
do
get
you
what-
understand what I'm trying to
I
say?
get-
If that's the way that you would argue
I get
against
what-
something,
yeah.
innit?
I
Again,
get what
but
he's
this
saying.
is why I would say these are historical documents, innit? So go out and do your own research about the veracity, innit? But I wouldn't, like, what it seems that you've just done is that what you would apply to someone like Caesar, which is the direct question you asked,
It's a
you
good
wouldn't
question.
apply that same veracity to this, because you would say that there's incentive, but you're basing that incentive on something that happened 200 years ago, rather than something that we can historically base took place 2,000 years ago, based on a history when Jesus said, everything that was written was about me. This is why this guy was just on smoke. See, everything that you have in those texts, that was about me. So I've got these are the requirements for this Messiah person that you're looking for. I fit that. That's me. That's why you killed me. So again, the incentive of this whole thing is like, you go and like, Christians want to have this power. We are here to be servants, innit? So again, in the environment we were in, occupied, again, I say they were in, the patriarchs and the apostles. This is occupied Roman territory.
Yep.
These men are being fed to lions. It makes no sense for me to say that. That's why we had church over Skype. Do you get me? Like, we were doing it like that. We had to hide. This isn't a thing that we can profess because Caesar is God. Do you get me?
So why would you then? Why do other belief systems exist if they can? If I'm assuming here,
Because people hate God, bro. Like, it's not complex. People hate and they want what they want. That's how you get offshoots. But again,
I guess the point I'm trying to make is, if you can, in every belief system, there are people who are prepared to die. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying to you. As much as
that's why
I'm
you
on the
have to
same-
scrutinize also on top. I'm not saying have blind faith. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, innit? We have a hope that is something specific.
Yeah.
That is the Messiah. That's why when the question of a Messiah comes up, it's mad specific. It's about one thing. And it's a one thing that answers a specific question. How do we come out of this position of sin and evil that we're stuck in? Because again, like, we have no good way within ourselves, within what we think, to actually overcome these obstacles, because we're not even wise enough to self-govern. And again, like, we're looking at a people who went through a time where they didn't have kings, they didn't have the political structure, they had judges. Then they wanted after the lust of other nations. So God said, cool, this is a diversion, you can do that. But again, we can show historically, if we're going to look at historical evidence, that there was a one unified belief that led up to this one person who was then crucified. Whether you want to be more like,
What do you mean by one unified belief? From when to what do you mean?
so from Abraham.
That there was a one unified belief from them?
Yeah,
But that's not true historically.
why not?
I mentioned this the other day about El and
you were wrong.
and Yahweh. I was wrong.
Yeah, you were wrong.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
Again, so like your timeline is a bit mad as well,
Talk to me.
because again, like, Canaan comes sort of a bit after Abraham, yeah.
Canaan.
Yeah, the Canaanite. Because again, like we're thinking about, this is one thing I looked at. This is what I asked Brent. If you get up a family tree, yeah, this is all coming from one dude, yeah. So all of the sons of Abraham now go out and they go to these diverse nations and then they populate, people break away. So we already have established that there is the one God that people believe in, the God of Abraham.
No, all of this is framed from the Bible, though. You said historically.
Yes,
right?
that's how I would frame it. So you can critique it from outside sources, innit?
Yeah.
But what I would do is say, well, where you would say the God El, which is a common term for God in Canaan, not, and this is why it's a prefix. That's why you have El Shaddai.
So what do you mean a common
So
term
like
for
it's
God?
just, it's like saying Allah. It's like saying God general.
It
This is
became
why
that, though.
there's the titles in the Old Testament to differentiate. I am not the storm God. I am the God who rides the storm.
You know,
I am above all
you know,
of
it
this.
became that.
No, that you're positing that it became that, and I'm
There's
saying you the
evidence.
text that we have in Genesis go to show you that there is a unified story before that. That doesn't show that other people didn't exist and have beliefs.
Yeah.
But what you're doing semantically is taking a name
Yeah.
and an attribute, and
Yeah.
you're saying that they're the same thing.
Yeah.
The name God general. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm an internet guy, bro. I have no degree, nothing. I watched Alex Jones. if the name is God general,
Yeah.
and we're saying when this is why another let's link Jesus.
I'll just
to
jump
the-
in there really quickly. I think El, I'm going to agree with a man here that El was a specific name for God from that emerged
to the
from,
Canaanites. Yeah, they
from a certain region. Yeah, exactly.
Great. But the name El means God. What you're doing is this, because this is a very complex thing you have to go into, yeah. Because his point about this, yeah, which is why I attacked it in the first place, is that what he's doing, those types of things bring division to us. No Christian denies that there were people that would believe in wicked things around them. But when God said, "I'm calling you out of this nation," He's separating them from that. So you now look to me. So I'm not saying that there weren't people who fell away and believed other things and there weren't other gods in other nations. I'm not talking about that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is the God of Abraham differentiated himself very directly from these people.
Where did God find
These are
this?
not, God, Yahweh is not local.
So can I just
Yahweh
ask you,
was a
how
local
many, do you know are you aware of the different names for God in the Old Testament that
There's
have all been translated to God?
Well, they haven't been translated to God.
Well,
It's
they
like
have.
saying El Shaddai means God. It doesn't. It means God Almighty.
No, but my point is that if you pick up an English Bible, all of these different names that have been used have been transliterated to say God. They haven't preserved the differentiation between the terms that have been used.
And this is based on your reading of the Bible.
No, that's based on, you
That's
can
what I'm
read
saying. So if we
commentaries.
go to look
Yeah.
at the Bible,
No,
we can go and see that the extra names to characterize the differentiation are there. They exist.
Are you only going
Well,
to
okay,
use...
I just want to clarify quickly. So for instance, if we look in Genesis, we have the word God, big G, okay, which
There is no
translates-
capitalization back then as well. Like just to clarify.
Yeah, I know,
not
but
under the
that's what
illusion.
I'm explaining to you. So what I'm explaining is we have the word God, big G. I think it's actually three caps: big G, big O, big D. That word is translated to Elohim. So they do a transliteration. This is why I said they take different names, original names, and then they give you and they feed back to you God, because what you need to understand and what you need to believe is monotheism. Okay, you're not supposed to believe in polytheism. You're not supposed to believe in that there's many gods, but it's a different name. Then you have Lord God. Lord God translates to Yahweh, like you mentioned there. And they have about 3 or 4 of these where there's clearly different terms being used. And actually, from what I can see, particularly in the book of Genesis, is there seems to be different character attributes and different acts being conducted by these various names of God. But because we've been taught to read it in an anglicized Euro colonization.
Get up the Shema for me, please. Get up the Shema for me, please.
What's that?
Hear, O Israel.
Our God is one.
Yes,
These
for a
man
reason.
didn't- they-
For a
no.
reason. It
Yes,
came
to
after.
differentiate you from the fact that there is.
Do you know what the literal translation of Elohim is?
Not tell me.
It means many beings.
If
It's a plural.
I'd
It's
love
a
to see
plural.
that.
It's a plural.
Cool. From my understanding is, like the word when we look at it from the Old
Same
Testament,
thing,
when
yeah.
the reason why we have the Shema is to differentiate the fact that we believe in one thing. What you're doing is saying that we've got this and it's molded and turned into one thing. I'm arguing that that's not the
Fair,
case.
fair, fair.
And the reason why
Fair,
we know
fair.
it's not the case is because we have the Bible to show you that this is the differentiation.
Yeah, once he said he didn't know if Jesus existed, I don't know if I could. There's no, I can't. I've got no platform to basis to continue. I want to ask you about Yakub.
But I just
Oh,
want
my
to
days.
go back quickly. So
2 days ago, bro.
just in regards to Genesis, what I was talking about, the fact that it says many beings. This is why in Genesis
I'm
it
gonna
says
research that. I don't agree, but
it says,
I don't believe
it says
you,
let
sorry.
us make man in our likeness and our
Yes,
image.
the
The reason he's
Trinity,
speaking,
the Trinity,
see,
the concept that
okay,
Christians
but
believe.
this is a concept that we're going to agree that the before Christianity, yeah, existed and before the New Testament was written. Yeah, remember the Old Testament was written. You agree the Old Testament was written before.
Yeah.
So all of these people who calling themselves Israelites or Jews, reading what was their Torah back then,
They didn't believe it in
what,
the Trinity.
the Trinity hadn't come along yet. So isn't there going to be a lot of confusion when they're reading "Let us make man in our likeness and our image," and they're seeing this word Elohim that means many beings, and yet a couple chapters later you're seeing the word God. Lord God, sorry, which means Yahweh, and then he speaks in singular form. So he's clearly switching from plural to singular, and yet there doesn't seem to be any.
So you think the Old Testament cannot be exemplified?
No,
the Trinity can't be exemplified in the Old Testament, is what you're saying.
I don't. If I'll tell you one thing, I certainly do not believe in the Trinity.
Do you believe in God at all?
Yeah, but I don't believe in the version of God that you believe in.
That's great. Cool. What are the constraints of that God that you believe?
Question.
Because
Go
the reason why I would ask that question is because I understand it's complex. The Trinity is a complex thing, isn't it?
I don't think it's complex. I just don't think it has any support.
Now, can you answer that
Even
question?
biblically,
What's the
even in the New
parameters of God you
Testament.
believe in?
Because it's
I
hard
believe in spirituality. I guess my God doesn't have. I don't know what you mean when you say parameters. You have to just give me a little bit more. Give me a little bit more. What's going on? What do you mean?
So, like,
As in the rule
reason
set?
why I'm asking the question is, we can show that the Trinity exemplifies itself in the Bible because, like, let's say, for example, we've got the three elements: the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. God doesn't ever leave heaven, but then he's on
God the Father doesn't.
Yeah, God the Father doesn't ever leave heaven, but he was on Mount Sinai. Do you get me? He was walking with them in the garden.
So would you say that's
Did you
Jesus?
not believe? Did you not
Well,
believe
I
that?
mean, I would say it's a support for the idea of the Trinity, and that's that question of who was in the garden. I asked my sister. I don't know, but I mean that would make sense if it
Doesn't
was
that directly
the pre-existent
argue-
one, because that's who Christ is claiming to be. This is why all of the claims and titles that this guy is attributing to himself that got him killed are what set him apart from everybody else. Because even the local Canaanite people are not making that same claim. People understand that there is a pantheon in some sense, but then there is the Most High. There is the one above all. There is that one who the God of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob differentiated himself as. And
So
then
do you
this is
believe
what
the
we're
God-
leading up to something.
Do you believe God is omnipresent?
Of course,
So
God
then
is.
doesn't that answer the question as to how he could be in heaven and never leave heaven, but also walk with someone?
Yeah,
Doesn't
but
the
again-
fact that he can answer your prayer and be
Yeah,
and
but
you can
how?
feel his
What would the
presence?
function of that be? Because you're asking it as if it's like, of course, but how though? How would
That's
he?
not for me to answer.
No,
I guess
I'm
you're-
answering it for you by
Yeah.
the
I
character
don't see the
of Christ.
problem
That
with the
would be the
omnipresent statement.
function.
What's wrong with that? Like, it
No,
doesn't-
I'm
like,
saying that
yeah,
if you believe God is omnipresent, why do you have to argue a Trinity?
You don't argue the Trinity. You exemplify it. I'm so like you're saying if God can be everywhere, it's like how? Well, if he came to us and he said, "I'm gonna come and make a way for you," how? He has to come in a way that is identifiable, and he comes as the person of Christ, the man nature. Do you get me? So that's whether you agree with what it is, the answer to the question is the way it would be done is through the.
I think arguing the Trinity is a thankless task if they don't believe the existence of Jesus in itself, because I think that's still central to if, as I said, all the stuff that predates it can be verified if the divinity of Jesus can be not proven, but if there's evidence for that. Now,
Where do you get the idea of the Trinity from?
still go back to this.
Because it's just important to understand because this is once again one of the issues that I had historically
let
with
us
it is
make
that as
man
I
in
can't,
our image.
No,
We're
but
gonna go.
so that's
you can't use that though.
Why not?
because
Because
that's
it is an
explained.
example
No,
of-
but my point is that that's explained within itself because we have the word Elohim, which
No, that
means many
explains
beings.
why you can
It doesn't.
scrutinize it.
No, because Elohim doesn't mean Trinity. It means many beings. So that already explains itself. I'm asking you, in terms of your belief system, it sounds that the Trinity is foundational to what you believe, and I want to know
Jesus' resurrection is
if that
foundational.
idea came from you, came from what you believe, or came from an idea that was promoted to you, or did it emanate naturally
what is
from
it? Cool.
from? Because when I read the New Testament, and I've read the New Testament many times, I don't see a single reference to the Trinity, and that was one of the
That's
questions that I
because you're doing
constantly
something
forwarded.
disingenuous, which is looking for a specific term. That's what theology does. Like
Why is it? No. I'm saying even evidence of it being a thing
when
that had
Jesus
to
was
be.
baptized, what happened? God spoke out of heaven, said, "This is my son, with who I am well pleased." And then the dove representing the Holy Spirit. That is it.
What is it?
I can show you.
What is it?
It's
I
an
think it's a
example
thankless task
of a
arguing the
Trinity.
Trinity if they don't believe Jesus existed. That's what I'm trying to say.
Again, you don't have to believe in the Trinity,
not
but you
necessarily.
can, denying
So it's
that we
like-
can show that it's there is is not.
No, but my
you're
saying
not
is-
going to win.
I
It's a
guess
thankless
why?
task.
Why do you need to?
Sorry.
Sorry.
How do you look to prove the spirit part of the Holy Trinity? Because you can make an argument
The Holy
for
Spirit?
Jesus. Yes. You can make an argument for Jesus basically saying, oh, well, the Jews looking to kill Jesus because he claimed to be God, right? You can make an argument for two of those. But how do you make an argument for the Holy Spirit?
With the verse about I'm going to send a helper. That's the answer to
That's
that.
the answer.
Yeah.
Do you accept that one?
You don't have to accept it. It's
It's-
the answer though, isn't it?
Yeah,
No,
it's
for
the answer
you,
for him.
for you, it's for
It's
you.
not. It's not for me. There's no incentive for me to. Enough people are probably grilling me online. 'Cause I look like an
No,
idiot.
no,
There is no
this is
incentive
your faith.
for
I
me
would never
to have
disrespect
that.
it.
I'm being hyperbolic too. But there is no incentive for me to hold this position that makes me look like a madman. All I'm doing is showing you that I can show that it's there. Whether you believe it or not is down up to you, innit?
I guess-
But what you believe seems to be super subjective based on what scratches your back. Because you are willing to say Caesar is a verified guy when Jesus Christ is an undisputable fact that this Don existed. Whether he is who he's claimed to be, which is where your Dons come in, the Islam Dons, the Nation of Islam, whether he is who he claims to be is a separate matter. What he claimed is not up for dispute at all.
That's why I said your bias is showing a little bit when because
don't
I thought
have a
that
bias,
no, because
honestly.
the fact that
I don't.
you
Or at least
even
I try
dispute-
not to.
the fact that you disputed
I
his
have bias
existence
a little
makes me see that you've coloured your lens in how you read text that you're reading. So you're looking for loopholes rather than going with open mind, going, okay, cool. This stuff sounds legit. This stuff that like the Elohim stuff, I'll look into it. But like the Jesus stuff, like if you went with an open mind, then you know that the non-biblical evidence of Jesus' existence is undeniable. So therefore, his existence isn't something we should even be debating. I thought when I asked you that, you're gonna say yes, and I was like, okay, let's move on. I just wanted to have like a base, a groundwork for like what we agreed on. But the fact that you didn't say his existence, I was like, going into Trinity and that stuff is even like 2 degrees later. We can't even. Do you know what I mean?
So to be clear, I even question the location. In fact, I'm not even going to say question. I strongly dispute the location of modern. I'm not even sure if I should say this word because we're not allowed to utter it. That place next to Palestine.
Yeah.
I even dispute its location as a whole
Okay.
in that place.
Yeah.
So this is where, just to give you some backstory as to my position about the character of Jesus and whether or not he existed. Historically, I question whether a lot of things existed based on just normal anthropological evidence that I would expect to see to verify. If something is self-verifying, then I absolutely...
It is, and you won't accept the information that's provided.
No,
So
that's
then
not-
that's where your bias is, because I'm like,
No, that's my point. So I was going to say, if something, when I say self-verifying, if something is kind of like verified via echo chamber, to me, that isn't verification. And people do this in all faiths. It's not just yourselves. You know, you'll go to the Islamic faith and they'll say certain prophets existed because this hadith says it existed and that hadith, and it's
Yeah.
kind of like, well, this is,
but
you can't use that to
you said
argue.
echo chamber. So I listed historians and scholars that were not part of the faith but were around at the same time that had no stake in acknowledging his existence, and there was a number of them, and
But
they,
only one of them, the one that you said like Tacitus. So the one that and the reason I questioned that one, that's the only one that I wanted to hear more about it. What I was expecting you to provide as evidence is he said this guy from Bethlehem was executed, blah, blah, blah. And it didn't say that. It just said, he said that there were Christians and they believed in the Messiah. That's not evidence.
people are writing letters to each other. That's what.
But do you understand what I'm saying? That's not evidence because he's
So
just...
someone writing
that's
a letter to another person during the time of when it happened is not evidence.
It's not because he's not saying...
I'm done.
I tell you what,
I'm done.
You know what? Okay. The point I'm making is that he never at any point... Saying that someone existed is saying that they existed. This person exists in this city, blah, 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 blah. That's evidence that someone existed. Saying there's a group of people that are practicing this faith that is growing really fastly isn't evidence that someone existed.
No, I just
That's
clarify.
second. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're talking
Someone
about
writing a
third-hand
letter to
evidence
someone
there.
else about a person that lived at the same
He
time
never
as
said
them.
a person. He never said the person. This is your own evidence didn't say that. This is what I was questioning.
All right.
If I had seen that, I would
Let's
have
leave
fine.
that one because
Let's push on to another point because it's going away.
So
Yeah, cool.
Can we, before we get into what you want to go to, because bro, I want to get into that.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Yakub. And obviously, that's the actual reason why I'm here. Now that we're having this conversation,
Who's Yakub?
I'm sure they'll
your
tell
favorite
us.
scientist.
Yakub is epic.
Iman's favorite scientist. They're
I saw
talking
a
about the
comment
legitimacy.
yesterday, said the first thing that Yakub actually created was the smoke alarm. But because nobody wanted to change the batteries,
Sorry.
So
You're
let's
gonna have people listening.
preface. Okay.
Yeah, go on.
The Nation of Islam that Iman prescribes to has a lot of interesting beliefs.
It's started by a white man.
A lot of interesting beliefs, and I wanted to get your opinion on some of these beliefs. So there's in the Yakub is a scientist that was born 6,000 years ago. And he was a geneticist, and he created through eugenics. He created the white man because the black man is the original man, and he created the white man through genetic engineering over a number of years.
Yeah.
And then, do you believe that?
What?
What do you mean? What happened?
God, why is the pause so long?
because the reason is because when you look at belief, when you look at things that people subscribe to, and this is also how I look at the Bible as well, I don't really care about, depends what it is, on the details of a particular thing. I care about the overall thing and what the story is trying to say. And this is the reason why I was speaking to you guys about the Old Testament and the New Testament, right? Because to me, even if you took out certain things about Jesus, even if you took out the reality, which is historically
The pole's changing.
the L and
Pole's
Yahweh.
changing. It's got the black tape now. So whatever that question was, it's moved from spiritual prostitute to black tape.
Give him the rope. Give him the rope.
when you look at the history, right?
Sorry.
In real time it is.
Go on.
When you look at the history, and you look at real text that around the time,
The emerald tablets of Thoth.
no,
You know what it is? It's the illustrations. You can't win the Yakub argument when you see the illustrations of
100%. Especially the ones that were done by.
That picture of Yakub is so epic.
That Mojo Jojo, bro.
Get some context.
It's
Go on.
What
like
the
I was
hell?
saying, Like I was saying. What picture is that?
Have you seen the pictures of Yakub?
Yeah, but
This is
this is nothing to do with the nation.
I know.
Nothing to do
But
with
do you know there's like loads of, not to cut in there, but there's loads and loads of like white content creators who have made videos about Yakub.
Yeah.
Because it really freaks them out. Honestly, they're trying to laugh about it, but it's like the subtext is that they really are freaked out by this story.
Even as a-
No,
Question.
nobody is
hilarious.
freaked out.
They are.
It's called
They are.
ridicule. No,
Nah,
that's
they're freaked
projection.
out.
That's
They're freaked
projection.
out.
It's ridicule because it's ridiculous.
No,
If it has nothing to do with nation, why are you asking him the question?
Because
it's not
that's
fully
why I
unfair.
wanted to get in first before he got there, so then I can lay that understanding
Okay,
of that
do
down.
that. Then.
Yeah, that was disingenuous.
Do that then.
All right. The Nation of Islam was started by a man from New Zealand who turned up in Detroit in 1930s Detroit, right? Selling silks, doing what his thing.
By the way, a lot of the time when I'm doing this, you wouldn't know. I'm not agreeing.
Yeah. No, you don't
I
have
wanted you
to.
to answer that last question first.
We have to get there. We have to get to the understanding of how we got to where we are. And he is the founder of the nation, right?
Are you asking me or you just...
No.
Okay, cool.
He's
No,
the
go on,
founder
go
of the
on, go
nation.
on. Yeah, go on.
Or at least the progenitor of the nation. And his successor is his son. And then the successor after him is Elijah Muhammad. The doctrine that the Nation of Islam teaches is something to do with the formation of your cube, which is, and this is the reason why I would criticize it, yeah? Tell me if I'm wrong in this regard, yeah? Would the response saying that Yaqub, the creator of the white man, is a response to the local scientific racism of the time? Because is the story of Yaqub and the whole narrative built on the foundation of the Nation of Islam, who they say Farad Muhammad is Allah in the flesh? Is that not a ridiculous story?
Sorry,
because
what
again,
did you just say?
let me get there.
Go on.
If you're claiming Islam, I need to understand what the joining of that is. And is not what he done just a response to sort of local issues at the time to help the black community? And is that why you are happy to say that you believe that? Because you can, especially because of the formation of how the Nation of Islam is formed, syncretism, bringing many things together into one. Since you accept that, do you think that is why you can accept how ridiculous it is as an idea?
How ridiculous what is specifically?
The founding...
Sorry, you just said something, right? And you're going to ask a more complex question. You just said that Farad
Muhammad is Allah in the flesh.
as in a man?
Yeah.
Is that what the
Louis
nation
Farrakhan
believes?
believes? Yeah, that's what Louis Farrakhan...
Is that what they believe, female?
Allah came in the person of, Master Farad Muhammad.
Okay, cool.
Serious?
So he's the divine.
We're going to get into it. I want you to frame everything
Yeah,
properly.
just frame. Just
Well,
let's
again,
ask the questions.
We've been on the
Ask the
show.
questions without leading
We've done the
questions.
show for almost 3 years. Emmanuel's never run from nobody.
Okay.
So,
So-
Yeah,
so-
there's nothing to
No,
run
no,
from.
no,
Yeah,
I'm
there's
just
nothing to
making
run
it
from.
clear to remind the people.
Yeah.
Come on. I'm waiting.
So, is that not a ridiculous story?
What?
Not in that.
I
form.
need to...
ask. Is Farhad
Allah
Allah in flesh? Question 1.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You asked about my personal belief.
You.
That's
female.
what we're doing here.
No,
I'm
but
not
my
here to
personal...
talk to the dons on
I
the
said
net.
this before. My personal belief is my personal belief.
You are
And-
a thought leader here, which is why
No.
we're asking this.
I said it to you before.
You're gonna get kicked out
I
if you
take the
didn't know
position.
that.
I take. This is the reason why I take time to study different belief systems. I have my own personal beliefs, but I believe it's important for religion to remain personal. Why do I say this? Because black people, in my humble estimation, do not have the luxury of being divided in more factions.
Wait, so
I-
are you doing this thing again? Where you're
Wait,
saying
wait,
that-
let me talk.
Hit
No,
this.
Believe it, but
it
it's a
doesn't
means to
matter.
an
This
end,
is the way I
because he
answer
likes
the
black power.
questions.
That's what it is.
This is the way I answer my questions. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's what he's trying to say.
Because again, right, this is the way I answer my questions. Because I take the position again of someone like Marcus Garvey.
Yeah.
He had his own personal belief, but he didn't allow that to influence other people.
Yeah.
Black people, we allow our religious beliefs to get in the way. It's the reason why we argue so much. It's the reason why we can't unify on the particular
Wait.
banners.
You came in a
We
Nation of
started
Islam hoodie, bro.
this thing by you asking
He was
him
grilling
about
us
the
and we were
Messiah.
responding.
Do you realize that?
I'm getting
Did we respond?
into what I'm talking about.
Stuck in a
Bloody
You
hell.
have to remember, I am not going to answer questions based on the way you want me to answer them.
Okay.
This is, again, religion is personal, right?
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nah,
Back to-
bro. Sorry.
Now what?
No, let me finish and then do we? Yeah, go on.
All right.
See, I think, just jump in there, I think spirituality is personal.
Okay.
I think religion is not personal. In fact, religious is deliberately impersonal.
dogmatic.
Yeah.
Exactly, which is why I
Dogmatic,
don't
communal.
subscribe to it. So
But-
let's just carry on.
And-
I
That's
guess
all.
I
What
guess
if you
in
agreed
this
with the
sense-
dogmas? Sorry, that's a...
I guess in this sense, I'm kind of using it interchangeably, right? And the reason why is because as black people,
Ellen
we
Young.
are spiritual people, right? Malcolm X came back from Mecca. He created 2 organizations for a reason. One that was Mosque Incorporated because he needed that religious element there, but the other one, the OAAU, right? Organization of Afro American Unity,
anyone.
right? Huh?
For anybody who wanted to help the cause.
For black people, right? Who wanted to, because we needed both.
Underrated
Right,
union, by the way.
100%. But it was separate for a reason because he didn't want those religious beliefs to get in the way. Marcus Garvey created the UNIA. He had Christians in there. He himself was a Catholic, right? He had Hubert Harrison, who was part of it. He was an atheist. He had Muhammad Dusa Ali, who was a Muslim. None of this mattered. So this is basically the framework I'm coming from. In the nation, yeah, just to get back to some of the things you've mentioned, Fard Muhammad was not from New Zealand.
Yeah, it's one of the. Nobody knows where he came from.
But
That
you
is a
didn't-
fact.
But you didn't say that.
Yeah, okay, I didn't say that because
right,
I can
From the
choose from
mountains of
what
Caucasus.
the postulated ideas are because nobody knows. So it is you can't deny the fact that some people believe that's where he comes. Some
That's a moot
people
point anyway.
some people believe that
No,
he
no,
was
it's
a
not a moot
Japanese insurgent, fam.
What?
Like
Because
because nobody knows, I can go with whatever one suits me. Whereas with my position, it's not the same.
100%. But when I shoot it down, then you have to understand that your position has been shot down, right? And people need to understand because you're bringing this to the forefront to say this is the case. This is what the nation believe, right? It's not true. So again, if somebody was to go out of here and say, you know what, I'm going to talk to you about Brent. Everyone can have a particular experience and all that about Brent, but the most reasonable person will understand that I would have the most evidence, right? Why? Because I know him for 30 plus years.
He's a stirrer, right?
You know what I'm
Likes
saying?
trouble, didn't he?
All of that stuff, right? But then I can build upon that because I've seen him in so many different environments. I say all that to say this. Fard Muhammad came to America and he moved with minimal observation, with no observation. Many people didn't understand who he was, where he came from. He came in and out of America. There's evidence for that. And I said in the nation. But the person he spent the most time with was Elijah Muhammad from the years 1931 to 1934 when he then left, right? Elijah Muhammad makes it clear and says that he told him that his dad was a black man, right? So we can't keep talking about he's a white man, he's a Japanese, New Zealander. No, he's a black man. His mother, right, was a white woman, a white Muslim woman. That is the origins, yeah?
Allegedly.
Was Elijah Muhammad himself mixed race? Because he's very
He's light skinned,
fair.
but no, he's a black man.
Both
He looks
black
like
parents.
a
Yeah,
Shelby,
black.
mate.
He's
wasn't
definitely
sure.
a black man.
I was never sure about that.
But that's who he spoke to. So when you're talking about Fard Muhammad came, started the Nation of Islam, then it went to his son. This is all made up.
No, what I didn't say it went to his son. What I was talking about specifically was the claim that Fard was not Allah. That was what I'm saying. So what his son did was took it more closer to normal Islam.
Elijah Muhammad's son.
Sorry, Elijah Muhammad's son. Sorry, yeah. Sorry. So that's what I meut to say. Sorry,
Thank
I did
you.
misspeak.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Now I understand what
Just to
you're saying.
clarify, yeah. So my actual question actually is, how can you tie Islam to this? If the claim coming from some of these people that Fard Muhammad was Allah in the flesh, if that would be shirk from an Islamic context, and I hope a Muslim in there is gonna.
That's a brilliant question.
If a Muslim would probably do a better job. And
No, I understand the
answer it.
question. I understand what you're saying.
But-
Basically, in Islam, what you're trying to say is
Because they have their concept of Tawheed, which is slightly different to our concept of monotheism, right?
exactly.
Yeah. So
exactly.
how would that marry? And the only reason why I'm asking you, because I understand your point of it not being productive, depending on what you're asking.
Yeah, but I'm listening. Sorry, go on.
It depends on the question you're asking, though.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people, like you said, within the black community that are spiritual, innit? So when it comes to answering the questions that go beyond what happens after I die, because I can do what I'm doing here, and you can present and stir up the incentive in me to do something now. But then what happens after? What if you're gonna lean on Islam for the answer to those questions? How can it even get off the ground?
So can I just quickly say, I hope you're willing to answer the same question in regards to the
100%.
Trinity after he answers
Yes.
this question.
We're not going back there.
Nah, I'm not going
I'll
back to
answer that in
Trinity 'cause you
person.
don't believe
I'll answer that in
Jesus
private.
existed.
We can do it on your own show.
I
I'll do it on my
thought
stream,
we
bro.
were gonna have a long conversation. But anyway,
Because I guess the exact same rules apply, I'm guessing. As I was
As they
listening.
should.
No, but
they
it-
should, though.
Y'all were asked before. Y'all got grilled a bit. Now it's my answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying not yet.
I said this before as well. Yeah, the concept of heaven and hell, what happens in the afterlife. I don't mean this to be flippant, but I'll be honest with you, I don't think about it much.
Neither do I, personally.
And because I've said many times before, my humble opinion, if your religion doesn't benefit you here and now, I don't see the point of it.
But
That's what I'm saying.
mine doesn't necessarily.
Your religion doesn't help you in the now.
No,
Well,
good job.
No,
Like, there's going to be people that are suffering now that are still Christians and whatever. It's, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily about it, I guess, alleviating the suffering. We know the suffering is pretty much
So
part and
what do
parcel
you
of
mean
being
by
human.
helps you in the here and the now? What does that look like? then?
Help you through the suffering then.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it does that.
It
Yeah, it does
liberate
that.
you, liberate you.
It does that.
Empower you against your oppressor. Again, I'm not saying this against you guys. I'm
No,
talking
no,
about
no, no,
religion
for
in,
sure.
in
Yeah, yeah,
general, right?
I think Christianity's deliberately been manipulated so it doesn't do those
By
things.
who?
But I've already mentioned. I think
I want you to be
practice
mad specific. and
Yeah, yeah.
clear,
So
'cause
I
don't know.
already said the version of Christianity you practice is a Europeanized, heavily colonized version or interpretation of Christianity. That's what I fundamentally believe.
But
It's
what's
not
that based
Christianity itself, or even Christianity itself as a religion is a concept. It was actually called the Way in its earliest iterations, which you probably heard.
Yep.
Ooh,
Yeah,
bars.
and the term
like that.
and the term ma'at from ancient Egypt translates to the way. And there's a lot of similar ideas, but I'm not going to go into
I
that
like
right
that
now.
more now.
They can
So
be
these
similar
guys do,
though, but
they'll find a word and then
A lot of similar ideas.
They'll align it to another word. And say,
Well, you
okay,
asked.
Here's the correlation, innit? Rather than what's called the way, and Christian just means Christ-like. So you can call it what you want.
No, so I guess yeah. The point being that Christianity.
but you don't
is
believe
a
the existence, so
label.
I'm like nothing.
Sorry.
But if Christian means Christ-like. The name that's given to it is just, it doesn't take away from what the movement is. Do you know what I mean? They said the followers of Christ, and then it eventually became Christ-like, Christian.
Why
Well,
did it go?
like,
Why
to
did
me-
it go from being the way to? Because that's quite. Once again, you keep saying I'm nitpicking, but I'm not, because I do.
Okay.
One thing as a historian is that you realize very quickly that words are very, very powerful. Often the shifting of words, be it toponyms, which are names of places, names of people, these things are really fundamental. And often shifting these things shifts a belief system, shifts a paradigm, often really in a really big way. So why would you shift it from being the way to Christianity, to Catholicism? You have to question
because
when
like
all of
you
these
just
words
said, we
go
know what they were. What does Catholicism mean?
worldwide, I think. I've heard.
Universal.
Universal.
So it's
yeah,
a
worldwide,
representation
universal,
of the universal church.
Yeah.
Christ meaning like Christian, little Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Like these don't change the meaning of what the participants are doing.
Well, it does, because going back to the Trinity
Again, because you said it's. I want to understand what you've. And sorry.
So, John 14:6 says, I am the way and the truth and the life. So he's basically saying, that thing you were saying, I'm that person. That's why they now said, all right, follow Christ.
Okay, that's an interpretation.
I mean,
But it is though. It is, and I'm not gonna. I think as much as I think it's silly, it's fine if you
absolutely.
like.
It's fine.
Again, this is for the.
But I
audience,
think once
innit?
again, I think the way. By the way,
But you're sorry.
Sorry, go on.
This is actually going to be a useful question. I think you've said that this is a colonial viewpoint that we interpret Christianity
Yeah.
from.
Yeah, absolutely.
Substantiate that, please.
There's a lot. So I mean,
should be
historically,
simple.
No, it absolutely cannot be simple. I don't think it can be anyway. Let's build on what we've just mentioned there. So we talked about Catholicism. So remember, we're talking about something that's evolved into what it's become. Catholicism is what saw the introduction of a Trinity. Okay, before.
Nonsense.
Well, you say that. Catholicism was what saw the introduction of a Trinity. A lot of Christians don't understand, but at least I'm not going to say a lot of Christians don't understand. In my view, Catholicism, based on the evidence I have, is what formed the concept of a Trinity. And that entire concept of a Trinity was actually birthed out of necessity to give people familiarity to something that they had prior to Catholicism, which was the cult of Isis, which was the global / worldwide / universal religion of Europe prior to the introduction of Christianity. And the temples that were replaced were the temples of Isis, which became the temples of Jesus, where the form of Isis suckling Horus was replaced with Mary cuddling Jesus, which was a symbol that people would have been familiar with. In fact, a lot of the statues were just replaced. So a lot of the Black Madonna statues were they just put a gold crown on their head, and it was actually a statue that predated the introduction of that religion. And this is why in Catholicism, the deification, for want of a better word, or the veneration of Mary doesn't make any sense in the context of Christianity.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
but-
So, but you have to understand that the concept of the Trinity was birthed on the back of that, the concept of there being a 3-part Godhead, because that came from Osiris, Isis, and Horus, which was the original Trinity. But no, what I'm trying to say is these structures were there. So we do know that the cult of Isis existed. The city of Paris was named after it. That means Par Isi, i.e. house of Isis in ancient Egyptian. That's literally what the city of Paris is named after. So we know that these temples existed. We know that this religion existed. And we know that those ideas existed. So if you can draw a traceable line from one idea to the next, then in my view, that's where you find origin. I totally agree with you when people just like pull out random stories and go, oh, that's where they got the idea from, and there's no connecting line. It's just kind of, this one's older, so it's first. I agree with that. But I think where we have a direct connecting line, okay, we have a temple here. We know the ideas in this temple would have been triune Godhead, roughly speaking, a mother and a child, blah, blah, blah. These were all the symbology that people would have been used to. And then the new religion that comes along suddenly just kind of slots in almost identically to the old one. Then I will say, well, that's traceable kind of like, etymology of ideas, so to speak. That's
So you're saying the cult of
way,
ISIS
yeah,
was
for
the
sure,
early
like-
form of Christianity?
Say again?
You were saying the cult of ISIS was the early form of Christianity?
It was the early kind of like temple/religious belief of the Roman Empire and of a lot of Europe before the introduction of Christianity.
So it's not really connected. You're not connecting.
How
No,
far-
what I'm saying is that one replaced the other.
How
Remember,
far
Rome
ahead
made it their state
of,
religion. And when Rome made it the state religion, they replaced all of the...
How far away was Constantine from Paul, for example?
From Paul.
You tell me.
No, you're a historian, bro.
I'm not entirely sure. My guess is going to be about 300 years, but go ahead, you go.
About 200 and something years.
So, just a second question: are you making the claim that the Catholic canon was like, and their interpretation, or like them saying the Trinity comes from Catholics, and they had no text beforehand? Because we had text long before then where we could show that where the Trinity comes from.
No,
So
see,
how did it come out of?
So my point is
Catholic
that
Church?
your idea of a Trinity, I'm not saying that all of the texts that mention the Holy Spirit are false. I think the Holy Spirit is entirely a valid Christian concept or concept of your faith. I absolutely agree with that. I also believe that the Messiah is a valid concept. I think the putting of these three concepts together, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, into something called the Trinity, which became the Godhead, I think that's an idea that you've espoused to that isn't even verified in the Bible itself. I think it's
but from that
perfectly
sentence
valid.
You said it is though. How
No,
can
no.
you
So
say
I'm
in the
saying I think
beginning
it's
that-
perfectly valid for you to say I'm a Christian and not believe in the Trinity, because the Bible doesn't require you to believe in the Trinity.
But it does.
and there's
though.
no overt.
As a Christian, it does though. If you do not believe in the Trinity, you are not a Christian. Bro.
Where does it say that?
The fact that you have to, there's three parts of the Trinity that
Do you have to believe in the Holy Spirit?
Of course.
Where does it say that?
In the New Testament, big man. Because
Where?
again, you can't have, there's without one element of one of them, you don't have the Trinity, bro.
So I can tell you
So I
quite
can't
clearly.
believe in one part of it and not believe in the other when they reference each other.
But I'm saying there's no requirement anywhere in the New Testament, from what I remember, that you believe in the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is there. The Holy Spirit, like you
Who
said,
is the
a
Holy Spirit
helper.
to a Christian?
You tell me you're the Christian.
You're the one that's scrutinizing this.
If it
No, so my answer is too. So I'm
If it
answering very
references the Holy
clearly.
Spirit in the Bible, and then
So because it references it, you must believe in it. You know, the Bible
Yes,
references a
that's
lot
the-
of stuff
no,
that you
no
don't
references.
have to.
No, when I say references, I'm not saying that it mentions it. It mentions a lot of stuff, like someone, emails. So
Yeah.
if someone takes bare wives, that doesn't mean referencing it doesn't mean it's an endorsement of it.
Exactly.
But it endorses acknowledging the Holy Spirit.
It's an explanation
When
of
you,
who
it,
God
endo-
is.
it
That's what
endorses the
you
Holy
can't
Spirit,
ignore
but
that.
it
Romans
doesn't.
8:9.
If
God,
Jesus
it
says,
isn't.
I am the Father are one.
You, however, are not in the realm of the flesh, but are in the realm of the Spirit. If indeed the Spirit of God lives in you, and if anyone does not have the Spirit of Christ, they do not belong to Christ.
That's the Spirit of Christ.
And this is what he
This is what I was talking about.
This is what
Like,
he was saying.
he has a presupposition to not when the evidence is presented. It's like, well, that's your interpretation. Like, yeah, you can say that for anything.
No, but I'm just saying that's
But
the
if-
Spirit of Christ. Like everyone's
But
got a
if you don't
spirit.
believe he even lived, then it
Yeah,
makes
yeah.
this particular
That's
thing.
why I didn't want to enter this.
Okay,
because
no,
that's
but
what you
my
just- yeah.
see, this is where you have to be careful about words because that doesn't say the Holy Spirit, and also it doesn't. My point is
I was a
that
contrarian.
faith. No, I'm not at all. My point is that you guys. This is for me personally. Yeah. If I'm going to have a faith in something, I am going to scrutinize it a lot. Absolutely,
Yeah,
yeah. I'm going to scrutinize it a lot, and
Have more.
from the
think, yeah,
evidence for me seems to suggest that, and I'm not disputing, like I said, the existence of a Holy Spirit in your
And the
system,
endorsement
in
of it
your
in the book.
paradigm. My point, no, endorsement is a different word.
That's
So
why I
I'm
said
saying that God saying I'm going to send my Holy Spirit is completely different to God saying you must believe in my Holy Spirit.
All right.
When Jesus said, "How do you pray?" What did he say?
Wait a second. Wait a second. In the Bible quite explicitly says there is no way to the Father but by the Son. That's explicit.
So that's
isn't it?
two parts of the Trinity.
It doesn't say, but it's not.
But you just said
I have more. I have more.
Go on.
John 3:5. Very truly, I tell you, no one can enter the kingdom of God unless they are born of water and the Spirit.
The Spirit.
Acts 2:38. Peter replied, "Repent and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ, in the forgiveness of your sins, and you will receive the gift of the Holy Spirit."
Okay. That's the none of these are explicitly saying you must believe in the Holy Spirit.
All right.
So,
I'm done.
so
Yeah, but
It's all right.
no. I
don't know.
understand what he's doing. I understand what he's doing, but can we just?
Sometimes you have to just like.
Can we
I
clarify?
just feel
what
like
he's
these are
doing?
two.
No, but
I feel like I'm hearing a
chat knows
different
what he's
thing.
doing.
No, I really feel like I'm hearing a different thing because you could get that with any spiritual text, yeah, and we could go to, and they'll talk about the Spirit of God, blah blah blah. Your spirit must be renewed. Da, da, da. You guys are just kind of like picking out any
All right,
time
cool.
there's
Like
a mentioning of the word Spirit, and saying, see, proof of a Trinity. My thing is, if a Trinity is fundamental to your belief in your faith, it would be explicit. It would be explicit.
Brent.
It would be you must believe in a Trinity, otherwise you won't make it to heaven, or something along those lines.
what you're
because
doing-
God's
what-
explicit
no.
about all of
No,
these
what you're
things
doing is
and-
that you're putting your own expectations on it. So just because, why does it have to be explicit in that way for it to be? Why does it have to be?
if I
said in
didn't, if the concept of the Trinity was not introduced by certain people, we wouldn't be sitting here arguing about
Jesus
a Trinity because it's
said,
not mentioned.
when you pray-
would have just said the Holy Spirit's this thing that you need to get to Jesus. Jesus is the important
I don't
part.
know.
But because you've been told the Trinity is important, not because you've accessed that from reading it, but because you've
That's
been
a lie.
told.
That's a lie.
That's
I
what.
think,
That's
I think
what
all
I'm
it was
reading.
given. It was given a name. It was given a name.
No.
I'm giving you one last thought, and we get back to what you were doing here.
Alright,
because
cool.
Yeah.
we
Can I
have
say my
this
thought
because
first?
it wasn't.
Go on,
Sorry.
go first, you go first.
When Jesus says to pray, what is his prescription? What is the end of the prescription of the Lord's Prayer?
You tell me, go on.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
The Lord's Prayer.
The Lord's Prayer.
That's not the end of the Lord's Prayer.
In the name. I don't want to do the whole of the Lord's Prayer.
It's not that.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, and deliver us from evil.
Thine is the kingdom, power, and glory
power.
forever and ever. Amen. Doesn't say Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Okay, that's the way I've always recited it, but it is in there. And
That came from religious
that came
upbringing.
later.
That's my
No.
point. I came from
Let
Church
me
of
find what I'm
England.
talking about. Sorry, I take it L on that. I take
That
it
did
L
come
on that.
later. Yeah. So I think you have a presupposition to accept things that show that speak to plot holes, and then when you're presented with the information that justifies the proof, then you say, oh, but that's just an interpretation. That's what I've got from this discussion. The Isaiah, I'll give you some. Jesus existed. That's a fact. The Isaiah scrolls were found. And they were carbon dated to about 700 years before Christ, and in the Isaiah scrolls there was prophetic
Epigraphically dated.
epigraphically, and they were prophetically they weren't carbon dated, no.
No, epigraphically dated.
Okay, I'll check that one. I'm sure there was carbon dated, but anyway, before Jesus, and then there was messianic prophecies about the coming of Christ.
Yeah.
How do you naturally, in a naturalistic sense, come to terms with all that? If there was text written hundreds of years before the coming of Christ that speaks to his coming, and then he fulfilled all those prophecies, there has to be a supernatural element to justify
That's
that.
our
Can I just ask you really quickly?
Yeah.
So can I just ask you really quickly? Name one of the prophecies. Be specific about it. Name one of the prophecies of Isaiah that was fulfilled that was exceptional?
I'll read Isaiah 58 in a minute. Can I clarify what I meant when I was talking about a second ago? So what I was actually talking about is the Great Commission. So I'll just read it just so it clarifies what I'm talking about. Now the 11 disciples went to Galilee, to the mountain to which Jesus had directed them. And when they saw that they had worshipped him, but some doubted, and Jesus came and said to them, all authority in heaven and earth was been given unto me, Gassi. Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. This is direct Jesus quote, allegedly. So that is the prescription, and it is called the Great Commission. This is what you must do. You must do this in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So my rendition of the Lord's Prayer was just an aberration, but that is a direct quote from Christ, allegedly. It's in red.
Okay.
So you know what that means.
And I think it would be, in fact, no, go on, carry on.
Yes. We go back to.
I'm glad. So what's the question?
Before
You
we ask the
mentioned about
question, I
shirk.
think my understanding from some of the stuff that you said about the Nation of Islam and your belief system, it sounds to me, and I don't want to prescribe what I think you're saying.
Yeah.
You need to toilet. Blocking him. Smith too.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
You can take my seat.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. We'll take Marcus to see.
No,
innit?
no,
Mark-
Is he coming back?
Marcus gone there.
I'm sitting there. It's more comfortable.
Yeah. Go on, Black bro.
It sounds to me, yeah, like, and tell me if I'm wrong. Your alignment with Nation Islam is a means to an end because you want to, you see the strength in the black movement as more powerful and more systematic in that faith than in others. So, Christianity, Islam, whatever, it seems like it's a tool for the furtherment of your pro-black initiative, as opposed to, yeah.
I wouldn't use those words. I don't see it as a means to an end in that regard. I wouldn't see it as any other way different to any other belief system being a means to an end. In that, I do believe, again, it goes back to me, I guess, being pro-black and stuff, right? And prioritizing that. For me, again, just to repeat myself, if your religion doesn't aid you in the now, I don't see the point. I say that for a reason. In the Bible, it says, do not envy the ways of your oppressor, right? I believe it's in Psalms. That is something that I hear that, I see that, and that points to us as black people. The Bible is also prophetic as well. Some things have occurred, some things haven't occurred, right? And in the nation anyway, what you hear about the sojourn of the Israelites coming out of Exodus and stuff like this, that's also, some people may see it as history repeating itself, but some people also believe that's prophecy for what happened to black people. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no other group of people that anyone can point to historically that were captive, I should say, for 400 years.
The Israelites, that was the point. That's the context.
Outside of that, right? And
Okay.
even and outside of that, even I don't want us to get into a back and forth about the Bible being a historical document, but outside of that, outside of the Bible, there's no evidence of that, right?
There's no evidence of
No
400
evidence of-
years of enslavement
None, right?
of Israelites.
Exactly.
There's no evidence for that.
But there's clear evidence of what happened to black people, right? That's there. So I say all that just. Go on.
Sorry.
I say all of that just to say, it's not a case of it being a means to an end, this, that, and the third. I resonate with certain things in the nation because the nation, from when I was young, from when I first heard the teachings, from when I was first introduced to Malcolm, that's what touched me the most, right? Obviously, I was brought up in Saleh. You obviously know about Saleh. I love Saleh, right? So that's in me as well. But outside of that?
Celestial
Celestial Church of Christ.
White garments.
You say you love it.
Yeah, that's my upbringing.
Well,
I was born
never
and
ending
raised.
services. Good for you, man.
For real.
Like the monologue.
Yeah, for real. You know what I'm saying? But it all goes into that, right? And yeah, so I'm not too sure if I answered the question. But that also ties into what you were basically saying before as well. Because again, all these scriptures either happened or are prophecies, or both, right? Depending on your own belief system, right? In the Quran, it talks about Allah should have no associates. This is basically what you're talking about when you talk about shirk. But in hadiths, right, it speaks of, I guess, the personification of Allah. That Muhammad was in a situation where he felt the hand of Allah on him. Like little things that, you know what I mean? Like it happens in Christianity, happens in Judaism, where we kind of anthropomorphize God, right? And it also speaks about, I guess, we'll come to a time where God will move, right, and call his people who needed him, right? And when you look at the prophecies, again, that I mentioned, the 400 years, and you look at black people in America, our people, African people, right, in America, there were people there who needed something. Christianity went there. They had it. Of course, they had it in various forms. Slave Bible, real versions though, too. Many different forms. Islam was there too. Because some of our people that were enslaved and taken to America were Muslims, right?
Yeah.
So Islam was there. But something happened where the people there needed something to raise them up. And what was there evidently wasn't working, right? It's not me throwing shade. I'm just looking at historical facts.
I get that, I guess, 'cause
Right?
if the Christian nation that you're in is a bad representation of what the thing says, it will make it much more murky. I get that.
Exactly. Plus the people
US was
amongst
founded by
themselves.
Masons, man. They weren't founded by.
But that goes back into the foundation of the nation as well.
I'm 100%. It speaks to that. But what I'm trying to say is, and I guess I'm going to speak to that more because I believe that that's also the case with Christianity too.
That it was Masonic.
No. That it speaks to the time. Do you get what I'm saying? When Paul was talking about the world's coming to an end, this, that, and the third, do you think he thought we would still be around now? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
That's what he talked about.
Paul. When he was talking about the end times and things of that nature, right? Remember, you had AD 64, the burning of Rome. All these things that were happening at that time, Christians being massacred and all sorts of stuff, they believed unequivocally the world would be ending soon. Christ was coming back soon, right? I say all of that just to provide context to say, not that the scriptures is wrong, but just to say that it still dealt with the time. It was something that was relevant for them in the now, as well as the hereafter. Back to what I'm talking about with the nation. There were black people there who needed a specific type of prescription for the ailments they were suffering. Islam was there, it didn't help. No shade to Islam. Christianity was there, didn't help. No shade to Christianity. Something had to come to penetrate what black people were going through. And that was the nation. Master Farad Muhammad formed the nation of Islam, 4th of July 1930, doing what he was doing. Like you said, he went around from place to place, right? In a place called Black Bottom in Detroit. Black people having no idea of what it was like to be African. So he would speak to them in his everyday communication. Oh, this is what your people used to wear. That food you eat in the pork, you people never used to eat that. Things of that nature. Till he had enough people around him to basically speak intently about, I guess, his mission and make his mission known. 1931, Elijah Muhammad comes, right? They interact. And then Elijah Muhammad is learning from him. And he says to him, when they interact, I know who you are. Now, Elijah Muhammad was someone that was raised in the church. So he was aware of the scriptures. He was aware of prophecy. And he believed in hearing Master Farad Muhammad that the person that we are waiting for has come.
The Mahdi.
The Mahdi has come. The self-guided one has come. He makes it known to him. He says, listen, don't let anybody know. You know what I'm saying? There will come a time when you will know to make it known.
So he determined his divinity.
What do you mean?
It was
Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah.
He recognized something in him.
So he was the arbiter of he was the determining factor that determined that who's the other guy?
Master Farad Muhammad.
Master Farad that was
But Master
alive.
Farad Muhammad acknowledged what he's saying, agreed with him.
So if
But
I say
said to him,
you're God in flesh, my one peer
we're
review
gonna get to God first.
one peer review is enough.
No, listen. We're gonna get
Alright.
we're gonna get to that afterwards, right? Look how you're looking at. But it's the acknowledgement of what Joshua said, the Mahdi, right? Now, this is not foreign information, as I'm pretty sure you know from your research. The Shia world believes in the 12 Imams. They believe the 12th Imam would come. They even believe it was Khomeini, who then said, no, I'm not him, still wait him. That's Shia. The rest of the Muslim world are kind of even at odds with the Shia Muslims, right? But you have the Sunni, Orthodox view, you have the Shia. You have the Moorish view, right? You've got Ahmadiyya Muslims views as well, who believed Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was the Mahdi. This is nothing new. This is just acknowledging, reading through the scriptures that, wait a minute, somebody will come to enlighten us and lead us back onto the correct path That's who the Nation of Islam believe came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah.
If he's Allah in the flesh, then he essentially is Allah, right?
Okay, go on. I'm listening to you.
I'm asking.
Yeah, he's making the same claims as Jesus, basically.
Don't equate
Sorry,
it to...
focus
to-
on my question.
No, but I thought he's elaborating on what you're saying.
No, I
go on.
want to know if you believe he's Allah.
He came in the... So
He ain't gonna tell you what he
I'll
believes.
explain. I'll explain to you. I'll explain. I heard Minister Farrakhan explain basically...
Have you seen him live?
Huh?
You seen him live?
Yeah.
Nice.
That Allah
Mad
came...
aura.
What does it mean? It means that Allah came in Allah coming in a person basically essentially is look at the attributes of Allah. The Muslim world knows about the attributes, right? Al-Hakim, Rahman, right? Rahim, all these attributes, the wise, the beneficent, the merciful. Somebody who would come again and coach something from its inception into a complete form. All of that was personified in Master Farad Muhammad, who came, started something from nothing, exhibited all these particular things, and educated people, enlightened people back there in America on what was necessary to guide them to the right path for liberation. Something practical. When you now look at the fruit of the tree, because that's what you have to look at. You may not believe certain things. You have to look at the fruit of it, right? Because I'm pretty sure, Black Rob, you would acknowledge that some things is just faith. You can't say historically this is the case.
100%.
Jesus did,
100%.
100%. But your faith is emboldened because of the fruits, right?
Yeah.
I don't put words in your mouth.
Yeah.
And you look at the fruits of the nation, you see what happened. That was the only thing that remedied the struggles for black people. If not for the nation, Islam and the presence of Islam in America would not exist.
But
That
it's
is a
God
fact.
for all people and all nations.
Because what you're saying is that he particularly loves black people.
Yeah. So is he for all people and all nations?
God.
Yeah. God, Allah.
Yeah, I believe so, of course. He made
So-
all of us, right?
So isn't that in complete contradiction to
Why?
the teachings? Because
Didn't God come and
if he believes that, I go back to the Yakubs,
That's the kind of going leading to like what I'm trying to understand is like some of your beliefs or some of the things that came to create the formulation of your belief contradict each other.
Yeah.
There is no person, there's no Muslim who is going to call God Father at all, ever. That is just one thing that we know that a Muslim would never do.
would never call what, sorry?
Would never call God their father, right?
Okay,
It's
cool.
just another example of
Yeah.
shirk. So that's a sort of a non sort of. We can't get past this point because if you say this, that means you cannot be the other. A Muslim would never say that. So if he does say that, he's not a Muslim. How do you marry a lot of the teachings of Nation of Islam with Orthodox Islam and other things that you believe to throw in there? Because the position I'm taking is what is true, not like what suits the objective. Because your objective for black empowerment is great and this might serve that purpose. But if underlying elements of it are untrue, then those are the actual fruits.
I think what his objective supersedes the truth.
No, that's what I'm saying.
That's why.
But
Yeah,
again,
okay, cool.
But,
But,
again,
if that's what I'm saying. But do you value truth then?
100%. And to me, I believe the truth is also tied in or can be tied in with the fruits. When it came to, again, liberating black people and putting them on a specific path, what has done that work since the emergence of the Nation of Islam?
It depends if you want a black nationalist outcome.
So basically, are you just talking about the hereafter?
I'm talking about now. Like,
Okay, so-
if you
so
want a
even
black
now-
nationalist outcome, then cool. Yeah, you can look at what the nation has done.
Yeah.
But not everybody's end out. Obviously, because it's your end goal, that's what suits you. But in a general sense, if you said he's for all people, how does that do? What does that do for everyone?
Because
how did they become a participant?
Don't you think
Us Gentiles?
Don't you think Christianity serves white nationalism quite well?
I wanted you to answer that, but you didn't.
No,
Like,
well, okay.
You know what I mean? I wanted you to
warped
show the
version of
seeds.
Christianity that is being
That's the
executed.
version you
does.
practice, no?
Huh? No.
So your
You would
Christianity
make
is
that
different to
claim
theirs.
in it, but that's why I said, show me the difference.
I made the statement last time. I'm going to make it again. If a pianist plays Mozart badly, is it the pianist's fault? Is it Mozart's fault for the pianist playing it badly? So if you're seeing warped versions of a true religion, you can't use the yardstick of how it's done based off of the warped version.
Okay, so whose version of the Bible do you read? We spoke earlier about all the different versions.
When you
of the
say
Bible.
version, like you need to actually like hone
mean
down.
like-
I mean,
But
whose
and-
version?
like
Whose,
NIV and you can
okay,
change that
so
way, that
whose
way.
canon do you read?
The same canon that
66
every
books,
other Christian.
not the Ethiopian.
reads.
I've read the other
No,
books. though.
Ethiopians don't read that canon.
But they do though. They
I've
just
read the
saying
other
they
books.
don't
It's
read that
their own.
canon.
It's
saying-
their own.
They have 88 books, don't they? I've read the other books, but I don't. They're not
So
part of
which
the canon.
one? Which one
66
do you?
ones.
Okay, so you.
So
read,
all of those 66 books are in the Ethiopian canon.
No, my point
Yeah,
is
they
that
are.
So
you,
that's what I'm saying.
No,
so it's
no.
all there. Like,
my point that I'm raising is that you're saying on the one hand, you don't follow the European version of Christianity.
Yes, because
and
it
yet
don't-
the
historically that would
African
be inaccurate.
the African alternative that is there for you is not the one that you prioritize. You prioritize the one that
because
was.
it's not written in English. I can't read it.
Okay,
No,
but
but I've read those
why isn't it
books.
your priority? Okay,
Because I can't read
Muslims will
Ethiopian.
learn
Amharic,
Arabic.
sorry.
Muslims will learn Arabic as part of their faith, so they can read the
Because
Quran.
it said that Allah came and spoke to you in Arabic. It is a requirement of the faith.
No, but my point
For
is,
us,
if
it
this
is not
is
a
your
requirement.
faith and you're saying, I don't follow this Europeanized version of Christianity, that's completely different to me. I follow the
Because
true
you
Christianity.
seriously put things together.
I'm not. I think that you follow exactly the same Christianity as the one that has been used for white supremacy for the past 300 years.
Yeah, no
I don't
doubt,
think you
but my
differentiate
point
it
is
at
that-
all. I
no,
think
but the history
you're
goes back
trusting all of
further
their
than that.
books. You're
If it's
trusting
not
all of their
their
books,
that's
their
where you're wrong,
interpretations.
though. Their book, the people that
Their
created
canon.
it, they were not white guys. Like I'll let you know that for free, bro.
Their canon
Their
and their
canon is not
interpretation.
theirs. There is
Who
no
created that
claim
canon?
to the canon. These are Middle Eastern, North Africans. This is what I'm saying.
You're-
That's why I'm saying you have to look at the influence of Africa in this situation. Because what you're doing is you're
What-
ignoring 1700 years of context and history.
No, I'm not.
To suit that point.
So who
Because
created
if that
that
was, if we're only going to say for the past 400 years, cool, you may have an argument, but that argument would only really work in two places as well.
You do realize, like, some of the texts that we're relying on, like, for instance, the book of Luke, for instance, yeah, and is basically one long text with the book of Acts, correct? Yeah. So the book of Luke and Acts, they believe to have the same author, one long text. We know for a fact those weren't written in the
you
time
don't.
of Christ.
No, you don't.
We do, because
No,
they
you don't.
they
We don't-
speak
there
in
is no
past
we
tense.
as well. This consensus
They speak
idea
in
goes against you.
No,
bro.
they speak in past tense. So that book, like the book of Acts, speaks in past tense constantly. So it's clearly a book that was written after the events, not written contemporaneously with the events. So book of Luke and Acts both use past tense really, really regularly to suggest that this is someone who's going back over either existing records or from an existing story. It's not written in real
according
time.
to your understanding.
You can read it for yourself.
Yeah,
That's
I
kind of
do.
like
That's what I'm saying. I disagree with
okay.
that.
But
You
most
think
most
Luke happened at what time?
I'm saying the
Most
idea
literary
that
and
these
it's-
things were written non-contemporaneously is false.
It's
And
not.
everything from the New Testament, from my understanding, has been verified to be first century. So again, this is within the lifetime.
So it
This
can
is
still be
not.
fast tense
This
and
is
still be
not
in
like
time, though.
612.
That's basically what I was trying to get
Yeah,
at.
yeah.
What?
They don't have
book
to,
of-
the fact what he's saying could be true, but that doesn't. It can still be in this. What you're saying can still be true. They can both still be. They're not mutually exclusive. They can be talking in the past tense, and it can still be in the.
Yeah, no,
years of-
I agree with
It's-
that, innit?
No?
Okay, so yeah,
That's
so,
a possibility, right?
it's a
But
possibility,
he's
but
saying
it's
it's
the way.
further outside of that time. So you're
That's
The
what
book of,
referencing
I'd say
so
Luke and
far
Acts,
back.
and I say even John, even further. I think even epigraphically, John. That's like we don't have very old versions of
Who's
John.
we?
Everyone,
What
the
science
whole
are you
world.
Are you leaning on white man's archaeology and science for this?
What do you mean, white man's?
There we go. What do you mean by white man when you talk about white man religion? That's what I'm saying.
No, I didn't
It's
said
too
that.
complex to reduce it to that.
No.
Is that a fair statement?
I
please?
said the version. So listen, the statement I was making is that I said, how is the version of Christianity that you practice any? And the reason I know it's not different is because you can go online, you can see characters like, and I know he's an idiot, but I'm going to mention him anyway. Like characters like Ben Shapiro. Yeah, Ben Shapiro thinks he is a committed. I mean, he will argue against atheists in the most.
He's a committed what?
He's
Christian,
a Jewish, bro.
I know he wears the yarmulke. But he aligns
He's not a
himself.
Christian, bro.
No,
He
no,
is
but
not
he
a
aligns
Christian, bro.
himself. He
He
aligns
reads the
himself.
Talmud, bro.
I agree.
definitely
My
spits
but
on
this is my
Christ.
point.
Sorry.
No, so I'm aware that he wears a yarmulke. So I'm aware that he's a Jew. But the point is that he aligns himself with the Bible Belt, okay, and he argues constantly Christian talking points.
Yeah,
okay?
that's for politics.
Of
Politics.
course,
He's
of
very Jewish,
course, of
like,
course.
yeah.
I'm not saying that Christianity is ever not being used politically by the people who I say are white supremacists. The question I was asking you is, how do you differentiate what and make sure that what you are practicing is different to the version that they have manipulated and given? Because
This
even
goes back to
with
what
interpretations,
the fruits, like do you
So
know
what are the
during
fruits been?
during slavery there was people that used we go back to slavery time.
Does the same thing, mind you.
Every religion, yeah. So that's I think that's like a mute point.
this is no, that is my point. But that is exactly my
is the
point. My
point.
point is that you're practicing a version. Even if we were going to say that all of the texts were correct, the interpretation of the text, I don't think a lot of people realize how heavily they're influenced by the times that we live in and by the people who have been in charge of interpreting those texts.
me two
And this is why Trinity
why I
was one of
started this
them.
conversation
This is
with
why I
talking about
kept
transmission.
this is why I kept going back to the Trinity, because the Trinity is a concept that has been applied to the text, but the text doesn't espouse the Trinity itself.
You
It
haven't
might
even
mention
proved that.
it
You
might
just said
mention it might mention those three characters, but it doesn't mention them in the form of a Trinity, and it never says these three forms make up the Godhead. That is something that has been imposed, an idea that has been imposed that no one is willing to question. And this is my issue with it.
bro.
Do you know what?
Respectfully.
Can I also
Okay.
add to that point as well? Yeah?
That's fine. It's your interpretation.
I think maybe you would also agree that might be a similar sort of premise for the virgin birth.
Yep. But I mean that's in the text, I guess. So I wouldn't
Birth of
wouldn't
who?
say that's
No one existed.
Back to that point though, because my understanding though, again, Andrew, like correct me if I'm wrong, yeah, but my understanding of what you're trying to say is not necessarily that Jesus didn't exist, but more so that
He doesn't believe the evidence.
no, more so
Provided.
that the person of Jesus, everything that you're ascribing to Jesus, the things he did, there's no evidence of all of those things occurring in this human being.
That's not a statement he made though.
This is why I'm asking, because you have to understand that some people, of course, believe this is Jesus. He was there. People flocked around him. Maybe the one guy just causing trouble, right?
That's a different discussion. If you say that, then we can have a discussion.
I'm getting, right? So some people believe that that's the case, right?
Yeah.
But when you then say he walked on water, he fed the 5,000,
Okay.
he rose from the dead and all that sort of stuff. If there's no evidence for those things for this human being, is that Jesus? Do you get what I'm saying?
You're making two different arguments, by the way, just to make that clear.
I know. But I'm asking, is that what
I'm not
Andrew's saying?
so I'm not gonna say that we're making two different arguments. He's kind of arguing a different arm of the point that I was making. Yes, I did, because I made it very, very clear that I was speaking specifically about a geographic region, placing a single individual. How much evidence do we have that sits outside of Christianity that this single individual who existed in this geographic region existed in this place?
And I gave
And
you
the
some-
evidence, I know what you gave, man. We've
Yeah,
gone
we've
back
had-
and
we had
forth.
that, we've done that,
That's
yeah,
fine,
yeah,
and that's fine. And I'm not.
Yeah.
I respect
Yeah.
your belief. Don't get it twisted. Like me sitting here is not a case of me not respecting your faith and not respecting your belief.
I
thoroughly
don't take
do.
offense. It's not
But
about
it's
respect
important.
or
It's
faith, it's
important.
that-
It's important that I state that it's not. This is not for me. It's a history.
It's not. It's like it's more disrespecting the
Theology itself.
evidence.
The evidence itself, like I said, and I will stand by that. I do not think it's veracious enough. I think you have, like I said, and we're not going to go back over that again. But the point is that I don't think it's veracious enough.
Right.
So it's not a case of me not, like he wanted the binary answer.
Yeah.
So I gave him the binary answer,
Yeah,
no.
yeah,
But
yeah,
it wasn't like, no, I don't believe. It's more like the evidence is not as strong as people think it is in terms of placing one character in a single place. That's all
But
it
did
is.
you understand how maybe we made good or weak arguments for the case, but when I ask certain questions like Yakub, like you give us the
What did you ask me about Yakub though?
The
'Cause
bubble
I didn't
weave.
even answer that.
yeah, I
What's the
didn't.
question?
You monologued, but then
No.
you gave us the whole history at NOI.
Give me the question.
Do you?
I gave the history only because of what Joshua was saying,
Oh, that's
so
fair,
that
yeah.
everyone can understand.
Okay,
you know what I'm
okay.
saying? But yeah, go on.
Do you, the whole story around the Yakub? Do you believe that to be true?
I believe in the.
Okay, let's see.
I'm saying it for a reason.
Big
Because
timer.
again, I think it goes back to what Brent was saying, right? Brent may have meant this for different things, but every religion does something, right? And to me, the essence of the story is true. White people came from black people. That's basically what it's telling you. It's a fact.
Yeah, but it came.
The science is there.
This is the thing that's too much of a
the
simplification
Yeah.
because people would be perverted of how disgusting the actual story is with the end
Why?
result, because you had to eugenically kill black babies to get the lighter shade. That's where the story is so
So
fucked.
you think black people
Like,
coming
what
from
you
white
had-
people?
did that
and
not happen?
A scientist genetically modifying black people to create white people. They're two different things. Do you believe this version, the second, the latter?
Say that version again.
Okay. Theory one, black people came. Not theory one. Statement one, black people came from white people.
White people came from black people.
White people came from black people. Statement two. A geneticist or whatever, 6,000 years ago, a black geneticist called Yakub.
Okay, we'll put into this.
Yeah. Do you believe that statement two?
A Yakubian.
I agree with you on statement one. Do you believe statement two?
The historical accuracy of it? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
No, I don't see it.
The
All right,
truth.
cool.
I'm talking about the
We got there in
truth
the
of the
end.
matter.
No, but you have to understand something. To me, though, it doesn't matter.
Your membership card's gonna be.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because again, it speaks to a greater story, right? It speaks about us being the fathers of all mankind,
That's
which
fine.
is a reality.
That's fine. Yes.
In the Bible, there are myths. You may see them as real historical things. That's fine. But they are myths.
And also, you made a
right?
statement
And
about.
I also say that myths to me are real. They're real.
Cool. You made. You
Right?
also made a
So,
statement.
if you ask me again to circle back, do I believe it? Do I believe it to be real?
yeah.
Yes. You see? Because to me, and how I perceive, because how I perceive myth is sometimes even stronger than
Like Lord of the Rings is real too, to me.
even stronger than fact sometimes, because it can stand the
They
test
shut
of
the stream
time.
down.
Sorry, this is better. 1 John 5:7 says, "For there are three that bear record in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one."
Here is no, no.
So also, you made a statement about
Yeah.
how like you care about
Okay, that's a good Trinity one.
the embetterment, or I didn't want to paraphrase of the condition of our people now in the here and now,
Yeah.
as opposed to the afterlife. Or
Not
whatever.
as opposed to.
No,
I
more
just-
so than
I just prioritize that. because-
prioritize it more so than.
Yeah. The
All right.
reason-
So
Yeah, go on.
and that is antithesis to any religion, regardless of what religion you are. Most religions are
Not
care about
necessarily.
all the major religions are like, yes, we are physical beings in a spiritual world, and
Yeah.
this is just a we're here for 100 years. We're just kind of here for a bit.
Sorry, my mic is not even on. Can you repeat it, please?
1 John.
Black Tate. Or you can do it. 1 John 5.
Off the brain. Oh man, I'm not that.
For there are three. I'll read it. I'll read it.
I'm not that one, bro.
1
So-
John 5:7.
Yeah, so those who couldn't hear Brent, he was quoting 1 John 5:7. He was saying, "For there are three that bear record in heaven: the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one." So he's basically using that to back up you guys' point
Yeah, about the
that,
Trinity.
about the Trinity and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
So back to what I was saying. I was saying that you made a statement, Iman, about how
So 1 second, read it again. no. I
Yeah,
just want to read it again.
For there are three that bear record in heaven: the
Bear
Father,
record.
the Word, and the Holy Ghost. And
Father,
these
the
three
Word,
are
three
one.
that bear record. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
See, all right.
okay, cool. So
You said that no other like major religions basically do that.
yeah, none of the major religions, they all acknowledge that we're spiritual beings in a physical body. We're here for a short space of time.
Yeah.
It's the afterlife that's most important. Obviously, you do good stuff here and now that pleases
Yeah.
your God or your whatever to make sure that you make it to the afterlife, and that's the important stuff. You're saying that this is the important stuff, so that means that and if you believe that here and now is more important than the after, then that actually your worldview is so different to anyone that actually has a faith, because the way you live your life will be slightly different. So that is actually more of an interesting point than even some of the discussions we're having, because that is actually more in line with probably the atheistic view. Even though I don't believe you're an atheist, but they're like, oh, I'm here for the here and now, and that will inform how you move in the world if you
Because-
believe the here and now is more important than
Because-
it takes precedence, as you said, over the afterlife.
Because my belief system can change. I look at evidence, I look at things that suit me and suit people, right? if the culture, if any culture doesn't move with the times, that culture dies.
Would you do that with a lie?
With a lie,
If it suited the outcomes?
would it be a lie though?
Yeah, because it's not true.
Give me an example.
White
But I guess it would depend.
people came from black people in a lab, and like it was
No, but you
Yakub
may-
that did it with his
but-
2 brains.
No, but you may see that as a lie though. You may see that
Yeah,
as a lie.
but there's ways of finding out whether
doing
or
the my
not something
truth.
is a lie.
No.
Because
I'm
there is
really not.
you don't have
So
your own truth.
I'm really not, and I'll tell you why. Because you said earlier that El and Yahweh were always one. Yeah, El and Yahweh.
No,
No?
I said that one is a name for a general idea, and
yeah.
one is a specific personal identifier.
Exactly.
So when Jesus said, "Before Abraham was, I am," what he meant was, I'm referencing the burning bush. I am the voice that spoke to Moses. That's who I am. That's the association.
And this is what I think Andrew's basically talking about, right? Because we come from a lens afterwards, we try to read all of this into the text. But when we look at text of the time,
the text says it at the time. We have the same. This is the
what
bit I
text are you
don't get.
talking about?
Genesis.
Again. I
That's what I'm
I
trying to
really
say
want
to
to
you.
You're talking
You're
about an
talking about
interpretation.
Bible.
You're interpreting.
But
I'm
Yes,
saying
yes,
you,
yes.
we
Let
can
me
we
ask
all
the
have the
question.
same one though. It's not.
No,
it's-
I wanna
no,
stick
no, no,
to
no,
it.
no. Because
I
I
know
know
what
you're
you're
gonna.
saying.
You're
I'm gonna
choosing.
come
I
back
need
to
to
that.
push
through a
back on that a
lens.
tiny bit, yeah, because we're falling back on this interpretation, yeah. But boss man, this is not my interpretation. This is the text, isn't it?
But that's what I'm trying to say to you. The text, right, that you don't have for the time.
What do you mean?
This
There
text-
is the text from the time.
So you
It
have
is-
text. You have text that Moses wrote.
That's our claim.
Did Moses write Genesis?
Our claim is that there are books in the Old Testament that Moses wrote. I'm claiming.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we have texts that date back to that time.
Moses didn't
that's
write the
the claim.
Torah.
No, we don't.
That's the claim.
No one claims. Even Christians don't claim that. There's no text that dates back to the time of Moses. Do your Googles.
I
It's
don't
not-
Moses
it's
didn't
not
write the
fact.
Torah because it's got his death written in the Torah. So it's an
Great.
impossibility. That
So
he wrote the
my
Torah.
point being, whether you want to get into, because we can do that on another day, yeah, we have the same text that they had 2,000 years ago. What you've done is go through the lens of 400 years ago. When
Just let me say something. Right, I don't want to cut you, but I just want to be clear though, because the text it's not true what you're saying, right? I hear what you're saying, and I understand why you have.
What is the Old
claims.
Testament?
What do you mean? What is?
What is the Old Testament?
I don't understand your question.
The question is, what is the Old Testament?
There's a group of books, right?
Yeah,
that were written
from
by different
when, though?
authors. They
Different
date to a
dates.
particular time, but the text that you have is not from that time. So, for example,
So you're
I
saying
could-
this
I could-
phone is not from Moses' day.
precisely.
So, but the copy of the Bible that we get our translation from,
Yeah.
So the Dead Sea Scrolls, what are those then?
They're not from the time of Moses.
Those are like,
But that you know,
I think 100 BC.
Yeah, something
But
like
that's
that.
why I
Like,
prefaced
so
the
they're not
first
that
thing that
long
we
ago.
said at the beginning was that
They're not that
the
old.
further back you go
that
into
wouldn't
like
make any
Genesis,
sense.
Exodus,
Yeah.
you're right. You're not going to find evidence.
But if you
You're not
found
gonna
if
find-
you
you're not
found the
gonna
scroll,
find
if you
evidence.
found the
Absolutely.
scroll of Isaiah in the Dead Sea Scrolls,
Yeah.
how can you tell me it's 100 years ago when Isaiah took place 800 years
No,
BC?
no, he didn't say. He said 100 BC. Not 100 years
100
ago.
BC, 100
Yes,
Also-
that's what I'm saying. 800 years before Christ.
Yeah. No, 100 years before Christ, not 800 BC. About 100.
Isaiah.
Isaiah scrolls are not written by Isaiah 800 BC. They're about Isaiah.
I
You-
understand
you
what you're
get
saying.
I'm saying?
We're gonna listen.
Cool.
We're dismissing.
But I, was
I'm
gonna-
saying that for a
I
reason.
have a bit of a question. Let me. Can I? Is
Yeah,
that
sure.
all right? I just want to jump in and ask a question. How much of the Bible do you believe, the Old Testament, is literal versus how much is allegorical?
It depends on
There's
what book we're
some that's
talking about. Because some are
allegorical,
poets,
there's some
some are
literal. I agree
poems,
with
some are
you.
books,
Yeah.
some are
Yeah.
prescriptions
So
from
I'll
judges.
take that. Yeah.
I guess
Some
I'd
is
argue. I'd
common
argue.
stories.
Not that I believe in Dr. Yakub, but what if we approach the Dr. Yakub story as in the same light as a parable or
But
allegorical
you're giving him out
story?
because he didn't say that. He said
No,
he
no,
believed
no.
it.
That's
If he said that, I would have accepted that.
I said the same thing about myth.
yeah. So that's, I guess because if you look at Old Testament, we got many
accept that, you know.
we got many examples of allegorical stories being given to us. I think everyone agrees that the story of Job is allegorical. Yeah, at this stage, yeah, that it's not something that literally happened. Do you? I think a lot of I won't say everyone.
be.
I
I'm
think a
extreme,
lot of
bro.
people.
I don't think that
You're
is-
extreme.
that
Okay.
doesn't shake my faith
No,
if it is
so first, let me
allegorical.
give you an
If it is allegorical,
example.
then
So,
it doesn't shake my faith.
for instance, the sons of Noah, yeah, a lot of people think, oh yeah, this guy begat that guy begat that. All of the sons of Noah for about 5 generations are nations that we know existed. So there's clearly not a story about linear descent, as in this person's literal son. It's a story that's giving you understanding of
Yeah, I'm
how
gonna fight you on that.
nations
But the
came
Bible
from
says
nations.
this is the father of that nation, though.
No. So what
Does it not?
What I'm trying to say is you have a separation of one generation for literal nations that are next to each other, where that's like almost physically impossible that be the case. That this one person gave birth to these three nations. These like not every
Why would that be
son.
impossible?
My point is not every son being born is going to go on and birth a
Okay, let's say
nation.
we accept that
It's
premise,
giving you
yeah,
a. It's giving you an idea, a genealogical idea of which nation came from which nation, which people came from which people. So, and it's just, so those aren't the names of literal, not, I'm saying there's probably were the names of literal people, but not coming one after the other. They're saying this nation begat this nation, begat this nation, begat this nation. And this could be going back, hundreds, if not thousands of years. So that's just an example of how the Bible uses allegory to help you to understand things that
Is
are
it an
past. It's a good
allegory
historical
if
text.
I say Noah lived 600 years and on the 601st year he had a son who lived for 400 years, who on his 300th year had a son? Does that not answer this idea of, because a generation now maybe 25 years,
Potentially.
but that's not what the text
That's a
is
good
saying.
argument. I like that.
But that's not what that's
I
what
like
I'm
that.
saying.
No, that's a
the-
good argument. I
The
like
text
that. I
is
like
saying it explains, and again, these are mad amounts of time, bro.
Yeah.
But again, I've read the Epic of Gilgamesh and the King's
Yeah,
Table. I get it, bro.
yeah,
I
yeah.
believe all of that, bro.
I like
I'm a
that.
gap theory. bro.
Gilgamesh is a Nephilim.
But that's what I'm saying, like, bro. But again, these
love
are.
to hear that.
But this is the global story that we're all dealing with, innit?
Yeah.
Because I would claim that is it Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh would be Noah, innit? That's what people might say, but again, we're all on the same planet. One of the reasons why I had an issue with what this idea of where your cube comes from is because if we're gonna adopt some things, let's adopt them in their context, innit? So all the Abrahamic religions go back to Abraham, and then Abraham, we have Noah before, right? Great uncle or whatever. So we have that's the lineage, innit? And then from Abraham, we get all of these nations that disperse around the earth.
Yes.
So we have a unified nation story that then births all of these nations. You might be able to argue this. I would say this happened over hundreds of years. This is how we get different diverse people having this similar belief.
Yeah.
But the expression of that belief is the outcome that we expect, that we see in the New Testament, innit? So for me, there is no problem that if Abraham was black and we all came, cool, that answers that question, innit? But if we all came from that, it's different than saying there was a guy called Yakub who lived on the moon, whose brother Fukor hated him, and then he was mad because they bullied him because he had a big head, and then basically what he did by grafting was put pinpricks in black babies' heads to kill them, so that only lighter babies was produced.
Can I just say though, all of that is Nuwapian. So Nuwapian.
Yeah, that Dick Gregory nonsense, yeah.
No. Nuwapianism is basically a belief system that was started by Malachi Z. York. Right? He had many different belief systems. He had the
Dwight York, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dwight York. Sorry.
Exactly.
Pedophile.
So all of that stuff, the pictures, the Book of Yakub, that's not nation. That's Nuwapianism. So all that stuff you said there, that's not the nation. Do you get what I'm saying? So I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, but this is the association that you have. I don't have that problem. Do you get?
Not with Nuwapianism.
No. I'm saying the nation. These are the associations of the nation, I would say.
No. The nation started in 1930.
Yeah.
Nuwapianism came long after. And he came out of the nation. He came out of Judaism. Malachi Z. York started so many different movements. It seems as though every 10 years he was changing something. He had
Is he in prison now?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Yeah, they got him for life.
Yeah, life in there.
But I don't know how much those charges are genuine or not. You never know. You never know in America, man.
I mean,
You
those
never know.
children in there, bro. You can rot still. Those children in there, you can rot, bro.
Well, that's obviously a different topic. But anyway, he basically did so many different things. At one time, he was Imam Isa. At one time, he was Dwight York. At one time, he was a musician. One time, he was Malachi Z. York. There's so many different movements. So he was, I guess, attaching Nuwapianism. They probably wouldn't like what I'm saying, but he was attaching himself to different belief systems to, I guess, speak to the people at the time. So he just changed. There was a Islamic period, a Jewish period, a Kemet period, which is, Nuwapianism.
So you're saying all that stuff isn't even part of the NOI?
Not at all. No. I'll tell you.
through my research, I found otherwise. But
No,
as
I'll tell you
a
for-
representative of the NOI sitting in front of me, I will take your word for
Yeah,
it.
100%. This is again, yeah. But I can show you proof of that afterwards. But I was going to say something about about myth and stuff like this. Again, maybe I'm changing the subject here, but to me, certain things like again the virgin birth.
Yeah.
Is that essential for you?
Yeah.
Like 100% essential for you as well.
Yeah.
But
So-
again, bro, like we're living in a realm, where mad things happen, bro. Like, why is that so?
Do you believe in the
far-fetched?
supernatural? You believe in the supernatural, don't
Of
you?
course.
You believe in the supernatural, no?
I think supernatural is an explanation. I think everything is science.
That's do the scientific thing. Break down the word.
Okay, so
Supernature.
I
There
think
we
the
go.
word,
You
exactly.
shoot, I'm sure you
Science
do.
and nature are essentially the same thing. Historically, science has been called nature. Now, when something is called supernatural, it's just a
Natural
way
history.
for us to explain an aspect of science that we don't understand. And this has happened for many, many times. Things that we now know as natural phenomena previously were called supernatural because we didn't understand the science behind them. And I still think there's aspects of science that we don't understand that we interpret as supernatural, but that's because we don't understand it.
So you
In
think
terms
everything
of
has
we
a
can't be, everything can be explained, everything is explicable, but not everything, we don't have the ability to explain everything at the moment. And those are the things that we classify
So
as
do you
being
believe in the Big
supernatural.
Bang Theory?
No, I don't think there's enough evidence for it personally. Yeah.
So do you think the universe was eternal, or do you think there was just it was a different way that it started?
I think talking about when something started is a very human thing to do.
Yes,
Do you know what I
we
mean?
are humans. We
Yeah,
can-
yeah, but no, but it's a very human thing to try and explain because we, like you, exactly like you said, we are humans, we are 3D beings, we are limited, we are beings who live and then we die. Yeah, and so therefore we bring everything into our thought paradigm. We say, well, everything must fall under this law of entropy. Everything must begin and everything must end. And you can see that reflected in all of our belief systems. We have to try and make things fit our thought processes. But I think many things sit outside of the human thought process. So the whole concept of time, the whole concept of things having a start and an end is a human paradigm we're trying to affix to something that perhaps doesn't sit inside of that paradigm.
But you said you like.
So then,
science.
yes, you
There's
do
the
believe in the
scientis-
supernatural.
There's scientific.
Yeah, there's absolutely things we can't explain.
Yeah.
But the
So
scientific
outside of
evidence-
what you
Yeah,
can,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I said Big Bang is a theory, but there's scientific evidence to make that theory like more
Robust.
robust. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you said you're a person of science, then why
Do you?
wouldn't you believe?
Do you?
Huh?
Do you believe in the Big Bang?
I think it's the best explanation so far. we've
Why?
got.
What's the evidence? What is it about the Big Bang that makes you
I-
go, boom,
as
this
I
is a
said-
good theory?
Do you believe in evolution as well?
Not in the way that is taught. I believe that there's animals that can evolve, but I don't think it's like we came from apes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
That's racist,
it.
isn't
Okay.
it?
Yes.
So what is it about the Big Bang theory that makes you go, yeah, this happened?
No, you said you're a man of science, so you said.
Oh, not necessarily.
But I said, I use my words carefully. I didn't say proof. I said evidence. So there's enough things that they said that the redshift, microwaves, all that type of stuff. Like it all came from one point, and it also aligns with the biblical story as well. So that helps as well.
Does it?
Do you know what? Do you know what?
think it does.
It was only in the it was up until 1950 that they believed that the universe was eternal, and then they came up with the Big Bang theory, and they did it through redshift and that microwaves and all that type of stuff. I'm gonna butcher it.
Hubble's-
Someone in science,
Hubble's telescope.
yeah,
It's basically based on the rate of growth of
Yeah.
the universe,
Yeah.
which they measure
yeah.
by
It's evidence. It's not proof. As I said.
sitting on Earth and looking through a telescope. When you realize that most of astrophysics is based on people sitting on Earth and looking at lights through a telescope,
Yeah.
you realize that you have a choice. You can either have faith in the fact that these people are right
Exactly.
by looking through a telescope
So science
and
requires
looking at
faith as
lights. Of course.
All right.
Of course, I'm not going to debate that. I remember I told you I'm not an atheist.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so
So-
I'm not going to
so-
sit here arguing atheism and arguing, arguing for astrophysicists who just kind of like are,
The
most time
beta
being
belief ever.
But you
they-
just
they-
said
Atheism.
science. You need science to like.
I never said you need science.
no,
I said
you-
science is. I think that all nature
Can
and
be
science
explained.
are the same thing.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
I said
okay,
nature
okay.
and science are the same thing, and the things we don't understand or the things we can't explain we call supernatural. That's all I said.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay,
Yeah.
fair.
I'm not sitting here saying that science is the answer. Science is just the willingness to
tool.
explore. Yeah. That's all it is. There's nothing. Yeah, it's a tool.
method,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, so science are. Yeah, okay, fair enough. That's fair.
Yeah, so in terms of Big Bang, I just don't. I mean, people can believe it if they want to. That's fine. People can not believe it if they want to. I think we put a lot of credence upon people who we think are smarter than us looking through a telescope, looking at some lights moving in the sky and then turning around and telling us they understand how the world began.
I think using the word belief is the wrong way to frame it with stuff like that. Like Big Bang, it's not about believe or disbelieve. It's like it's the best theory we got so far.
Based
That's
on.
Hey, God did it was better.
No, I think best. No, God is the who. The
catalyst.
Big Bang is the how.
Yeah,
I'd say. Do you know
Let
what I
there
mean?
be light, basically.
Just saying.
But then how does the Big Bang then? How do you reconcile the Big Bang with the creationist theory?
I don't think they contradict each other.
In the beginning, God said, "Let there be light."
yeah,
Bang.
yeah, exactly.
Is that it?
I
Yeah.
mean, why
So the
not?
Big Bang Theory said that it all started from one place, one point,
Yeah.
and for it to, and for Big Bang to exist, there needs to be, then you have to ask the question. Even if you believe in the Big Bang Theory, what caused it? So there needs to be
universe
something
before.
outside of space and time that created space and time.
But
Do you
that's not necessarily an accurate, I guess, view of the Big Bang. The Big Bang obviously speaks to that same thing. But all the other things that come afterwards, the fact that it took 13.7 billion years, all that sort of stuff.
But this is when you speak to the allegory thing. That's
Evolution.
why I agree with the allegory stuff as well. Where 7 days doesn't even have to be 7 days.
So you're not a
but I
creationist
agreed with him on the allegory
I'm a
stuff.
creationist.
Okay, so you're not a creationist then.
Okay,
You
so
are a
I mean,
creationist.
Yeah.
you also, I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there are a lot of, once again, analysts who say that the Bible's creation story isn't compatible with Big Bang, and this is for the specific reason that it's not supposed to. And this argues to what I was saying earlier about people believing there has to be a beginning, there has to be an end, there has to be a starting point, and we have to be able to explain it.
Yeah.
It's like the Bible actually, the starting point of the Bible sounds like either a recreation or a creation of Earth story, not a creation of the universe. I think our entire concept of the universe is a relatively new concept that we're trying to back apply now. And we're trying to say, oh, it fits. We're actually, historically,
innit?
people were concerned about the realm that they lived in, which is Earth. And if you look at the Bible, the Genesis story is a creation of Earth story because it says in the beginning, and it talks about there being chaos over the deeps. Yeah, and so it's clearly saying something was there. It's saying there was a chaotic area and something over the waters. God's spirit was over the waters or something like that. You guys will tell me over the deep, this, that, and the other. So it's clearly talking about a pre-existing something and God creating something from chaos. So it's more of a case of order from chaos as opposed to creation from nothing. That's something that I feel is a human thing that we've kind of applied to it to make it fit universal Big Bang theory, which it wasn't trying to fit.
Philosophically, though, God would have to sit outside anyway. Whether that is a human,
outside of Earth, yeah.
well, outside
absolutely.
of creation, essentially, he would it would be necessary.
It would, but I think if I read the Bible, I see a creation of Earth story. I don't see a creation of everything. The universe.
Jesus claims that everything was through him. Everything.
Okay.
Which is
This is, it may sound like a silly question. I asked
No,
Brent the
of course
same
it's
thing, right? Do you believe there's aliens?
Demons.
Do you see them as demons?
well, I mean, alien is a term that's very broad, isn't it?
Okay, so if
I haven't used this word yet. It's very nebulous.
do you believe there's some beings in a distant galaxy that could potentially make a craft and come here?
From what my Joe Rogan watching has done, to me, I think those things are very local, innit? The idea that they're coming from the Sirius, whatever, there's postulations that you'd notice more traffic if there was that much. That sounds silly, but it's like you're talking about coming from one place. It's like if we posit like bare men are coming from the moon, surely if it's coming from the moon, there's only.
I love this shit because, like, also if you look at like all the CIA documents and all that stuff, like first of all, I'll go back to Alistair Crowley stuff. He was doing all this occult stuff, and then he drew a picture of the demon that he was Lamb, the demon that he was talking with, and it looked like the aliens
Like
from
the
the moon.
race,
In the CIA documents, when they do all this, like, do you know they were messing around with like remote viewing and all this,
Astral
like
projection
all this
was,
psychic stuff.
Yeah.
They didn't talk when they talk about aliens. They weren't talking about like extraterrestrials. They're talking about we've opened a portal to another. They spoke about it as if it was like another dimension within the same space, rather than another. We're going. Let's get a plane. Let's get a rocket over there. They'll say, no, we're here, but we open the. Do you know like Stranger Things, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where like
Like
the upside down was the same place they were, but like a different like. So I think it's all. I think they cast it as aliens as in another planet, but really it's like another plane on the same space.
So you don't believe that there are extraterrestrials on another planet or in a different?
No, I think
galaxy?
they're different planes of the same space. Like demons.
I mean,
of the
So
same-
existing
like
in
they
a
could
different-
be, innit?
existing in a different frequency.
yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay,
like
interesting.
a different part of the light spectrum.
And what about you?
I'll tell you. I'll
Would
tell you this much. I think a lot of the time we learn to tune out of things that we observe based on the amount of attention they've got. Because I can tell you right now, I have seen UFOs twice.
Mad thing.
Twice. And I'm not saying that like I'm not some wacky, but I've seen UFOs twice. I can tell you exactly when I saw them. I remember I saw them once on the way back from Legoland with my kids. It was during the day. I was stuck in some traffic, the queue of traffic getting out of Legoland, and there were these 3 lights in the sky, really distant, but it was daytime and they were bright. And that's obviously what caught my attention because it was like 3 like miniature suns, and the sun was kind of behind us, but in that direction, really far away. And they were just doing this dance in the sky. And I was like, am I the only person seeing this? I stopped my car and pulled up and I was pointing to the sky. Like, and even the people in the queue were like, oh my goodness. So I got home expecting to see something on the news.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Radio silence. Absolutely nothing about it. And then that was it. Everyone, because no one talks about it, everyone forgets, everyone moves on. Second occasion was actually more recently during lockdown. You guys might have all seen these. I went into, my brother called me up and he said, go into the garden, there's madness going on. Look in the sky. I looked up and I just saw these procession of lights going one at a time. Literally stars,
Transformers,
star
bro.
distance. One at a time, just traveling, 1, 2, like every kind of like 30 seconds or so.
Wow.
It will just proceed and then disappear. Just like, and I'm talking about distance of stars, like really, really far away in the sky. And then the next day in the news, it spoke about a meteor or something like that being in Earth's orbit. But we're talking about one. I was like, no, that's not what I saw.
Yeah.
I saw a procession of vehicles somewhere far, far out. And I know a lot of other people saw it, but because the media then goes back and goes, oh yeah, it was just this. And everyone moves on. And I think this happens a lot where people observe really weird things taking place. And just because we only believe or we only give attention to what is being co-signed by the media. That's one thing that they realize. The media's ability to control people's thought processes is very dangerous in that whatever they give attention to becomes real. Whatever they ignore never existed.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I just find that really
I agree with
funny.
you on that one.
The reason why I was asking that question is because it kind of goes back to what you were saying about who the Bible's for. Is it for everyone? Is it for, I guess, those of us on earth or whatever? If there are aliens, would Jesus have died to save them?
I mean, do you know what's mad? Yeah, there's a teacher that I used to really like. His name's Chuck Misley. He's dead now, innit? But he used to do a lot of Bible. He would go. He basically the type of teacher that would be like, we're going to talk about Genesis today. He'll start in the New Testament, and then you'll be 4 sessions in before he gets to Genesis. But he used to like to talk about a lot of this stuff as well. And I forgot what I was going to say now.
You said aliens and how's that?
Can Jesus save aliens?
Yeah.
Yeah, he posed this question like, did Jesus die for them also? Innit?
Yeah.
And I don't know, but my distinction is probably like yours. Whatever else is there is the Nephilim or the angels, innit?
Okay.
Whereas whether he died for them, it's like, well, they're not man, innit? So no. Like,
Okay.
My answer to that question, I remember.
Were they made in his image?
Were they
I was gonna
made
ask you
in
that next.
his
I was gonna ask
image?
that
You
next.
answered your question.
But whose image? Obviously, you guys would say the Trinity view, right?
Do you guys
Right.
believe in the 2 creation stories?
What 2 creation stories?
Okay, maybe not. Not sure if I should go there. Okay, so this harkens back to the discussion we were having regarding the different names of God in the Bible. All right, and one of the things that I noticed, and this was shown to me a few years ago by a friend of mine actually, is that there appears to be 2 creation stories in Genesis. One that takes place in Genesis 1 and 2, and then one that starts again in Genesis 3.
That's the gap theory. I love that theory, bro.
Cool. So I'm going to explain it to everyone who's kind
It's
of
a heresy.
listening. All right, so I'll explain it. So in Genesis 1 and 2, the phrase that's used is God, big G God, I was talking about earlier, which is Elohim. And it speaks about the Elohim creating man in their likeness and their image. Let us make man in our likeness and our image. And in that creation story, that's when the 7 days of creation takes place. And I think God creates man on the 3rd day, I think it was. I think it's the 3rd day. You can double check it. I think, or the 6th day. I could be wrong. One or the other. But God creates man and he says it is good. And he creates man. They, i.e. the beings, create man in their likeness and their image. And they say instantly, this is good. Okay, and that's the end of that creation story. There's a people or a group of beings who created in the image of God, man and woman, it says as well. So it doesn't say he creates man and then it says he creates man and woman and it was good. Yeah,
and it was
boom,
good.
story done. Genesis chapter, and bear in mind, Old Testament never used to have chapters and never used to have titles. The first creation, the God. It doesn't. Remember, all that's been added. It was just one continuous text. Then we get to Genesis 3, okay, and it talks about Yahweh and his garden and him creating Adam.
Are you doing Anunnaki stuff? Is that what it is?
I'm just saying what it says. It says Yahweh and his garden and he creates Adam. He doesn't say he's good, he just creates Adam to tend his garden. So he creates a helpmeet, so he creates a servant to tend his garden. His servant wakes up and goes, I'm alone. Everyone else has got a partner. What's good, God? God says, okay, go to sleep, takes a rib out, creates Eve, says, here's your helpmeet. You two, go on, do your thing, blah, 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 blah. And then they, Adam and Eve, after they eat of the fruit, realize that they are naked. All the animals are naked. Everything they've encountered was naked. But they felt the need to cover themselves with fig leaves, whatever, because they were afraid of their nakedness. They were like, what's going on? Why are we the only people here that are naked? So to me, if you read it like a linear story, not a pretext, and then here's the detail, which is where we've been taught to read it. If you read it as a linear story, there appears to be a first creation when God creates man in their likeness and their image, which is good, man and woman, blah, 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 there. And then Yahweh goes ahead, creates his own creation, okay? A little bit deficient, can't think too smart, but can tend the garden really well. They eat from the tree of good and evil. They get a bit more intelligence and they're like, hey, this isn't nice. Like, we're naked. All them people over there, yeah, those other people, they're wearing
animals.
Clothes.
All these people are animals, yeah?
No, they're
it's
not
Narnia
animals
now.
because the animals are naked. So they're seeing people, is my point. These people over here are watching us walk around, tend your garden naked like a pair of animals. We need to put some fig leaves on. And that's when
that what
Yahweh
it says?
comes back. That's the subtext I'm adding.
There we go.
No, I'm
This is Joe Rogan.
So I'm just giving you my theory, yeah? They're seeing people, because that's the only, in my mind, that's the only logical place I can get for them being afraid of the fact that they're all naked, because
It's the
nakedness
knowledge of the- Can I
try
is
explain
totally natural and normal. No one's going to be afraid of being naked in a world where no one else is, yeah? The only thing that could make you be afraid of being naked is seeing people clothed. That's my interpretation.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is me just throwing.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's the two creations theory. I just want to throw that
think
out to you.
it's another thing that I found interesting about that theory is
Yeah.
that kind of answers the question of the fall. Like, when did Satan fall? That's the time period that people put that instance in. Because if you think about it, it's not really ever explained. It's just described. Which I think is it's been entitled as a heresy, and so people don't, like, mainstream people don't believe it. But that's one of the questions that it answers, isn't it?
I think it's interesting as well that in that story, and I think you guys would agree, is that the serpent doesn't lie.
The serpent does lie.
No,
100%.
God lies.
No, God doesn't lie.
He does.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, you're doing the Gnostic thing, isn't it?
It is Gnostic, yeah. Absolutely, it's Gnostic. But that's how I read the text.
Present the slide to me, and then I'll answer the question about why they.
So God said, "The day you eat of the tree of good and evil, that day you will surely die." And the serpent comes along and says, "No, on that day you won't die, but your eyes will be opened."
So you think that this is not a reference to a spiritual?
And they ate. It even says in the Bible, they ate of the fruit, and that moment their eyes were open. Literally uses the same wording for what the serpent said.
Did you say that day you will die?
Yeah, that's what God said. That day you will surely die. I'm pretty sure. It says that day you will surely die. And the serpent says, no, God knows when you eat of the fruit, that day your eyes will be opened. Yeah. It literally uses the same text and says they ate of the fruit, blah, blah, blah. And that moment their eyes were opened. So it's kind of like it uses the phrase to suggest that what the serpent says was true and not what Yahweh said was true. I just always found that quite interesting. Once again, I think all of these things are allegorical. I don't think they're supposed to be taken literally. I believe they're allegorical. But I guess
so if it was an allegory, wouldn't it better represent a spiritual death that they're encountering? And the reason why they felt naked is because God's covering was gone, because they abandoned his prescription. So now they need covering, which is why he gave them the fig leaves to cover them. But also, this is the reason why they were actually covered in skins of an animal, which represents sacrifice, because blood must be shed for the remission of sins, which looks again forward to the sacrifice of Christ, no? So that is the reason why they felt naked and they felt they must be covered, isn't it? Because now we're not under the covering of God, because man's gone against your rules. Whether or not the idea of gained knowledge on the other side of eating this thing is a matter of being withheld information is a separate conversation. Because I want what God wants for me. Because I am done.
So it says in the day you eat, you shall surely die, you shall surely die. The word that the Hebrew word is yom, for day, and that is translated as either day, 24 hours, or age
Period
or
of
era.
time.
So it means that that means you're speaking to the fact that the eternal life that you were given, we've reneged on that. You're gonna die in 100 years now, or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think similarly. But I guess the point I was making was that there's no evidence that the serpent lied. Or the only evidence we have is that the serpent maybe disobeyed Yahweh, but he didn't lie. There's nothing in the text suggesting that he lied. And I guess, look, my interpretation of that text, once again, taking it from a purely, I read it as a piece of text, not the word of God, this, that, and the other. It's just a piece of text. And to me, it's an allegory.
No, the serpent did die then, because he said you wouldn't die.
No, he said the serpent said,
"Oh, your eyes will be open."
Yeah, your eyes will be open. But double check. You can read. Okay. You do good research. Go ahead. But I think the way that I interpret that text is the text interprets to me a flawed creation by a slightly left-brained deity. That's how I interpret it.
No, it's free will, and it's not determinism, because determinism means that while God is omnipresent, omnipotent, omnipowerful, that doesn't mean that just because imagine you had the ability to see the future, but you choose not to, so that you can actually watch a film and enjoy it to the end, rather than, I'm giving a bad analogy, but if you could see what's going to happen next hour, but you would decide not to because you want to experience it in real time and see what happens. Everyone has free will, so therefore he gave them, hey, here's the tree, here's the garden, here's everything. Here's one rule: don't do it. Do what you want. They did it. You know the rules. Get out. Do you know what I mean? It's not like, determinism means that he knew they were going to do it, so he made them to do that thing. He gave them free will. So whatever. Do you know when you play Sims and you stop playing and then they start doing madness? It's like, bro. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's the way you look at it. If you believe that the determinism, that means that everything we do is already predetermined. So then you get a bit nihilistic as well.
No, I don't. Yeah, the point you make is very clear. I don't think that's what I believe.
Okay.
I think the Bible, that creation story and the Bible at least speaks to me once again, like the modern JWs, they have a term for God, which is tetragrammaton. Yeah. Okay. Which is essentially it's a term that's built completely from masculine characters. So if you see if you see the way it's formed into a triangle, and it's created completely from masculine characters, and that is correspondent to the term Yahweh. If you get the characters of Yahweh and you put them, that's what you get basically. You get the tetragrammaton. So the reason I mention that is because if you look at the characteristics of Yahweh, I believe Yahweh is an allegory for extreme masculinity, i.e. extreme left-brainedism. You know, we have our left and we have our right brain, or masculine and feminine side. I believe Yahweh represents kind of like an imbalance on the left side. And I believe that's the story we're supposed to learn from that. His creation was a result of the imbalance of having only left.
Philosophy, psychology, like added to that viewpoint, no?
Yeah.
That's modern psychology. Yeah?
No, not modern psych. I think it's, I mean, I'm using modern psychological terms, absolutely. But I guess, but it's more, they had in old times, they had different concepts for explaining the same thing, male and female. Dualism. You'll see this in every kind of like, you see it in Buddhism, you see it in ancient Egyptianism. They always have the something having male and female aspects, and the male and female, we just call it left brain and right brain now, but it's the same thing. It's like your male and your female attributes. And if you look at the character of Yahweh, it's a very left-brained or very male masculine being. You know, it's the he God. Okay, it's not the Elohim. It's the he God. It's the jealous God. It's the God who will strike out in anger.
So jealousy is now a male expression.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was gonna say that without Andrew Tate me, so I kept quiet.
Yeah. It is.
Based on, what's that even based on? That's just
based. I guess this is based on the way we view historically. Have viewed those attributes. I know we're not. I think you're thinking about the Andrew Tate perspective. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about things that are attributed to the male side of the psyche, and jealousy is one of them.
Well, is God of the Bible not jealous because he deserves the glory because he is the goat? Do you know what I mean? Because that would be our argument.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I learned something new today. I didn't know jealousy was ascribed to is like a male associated
opinion,
trait.
isn't it?
No, I mean, we all know that there's certain traits that are attributed to different genders, each gender. Do you know what I mean? I didn't know jealousy.
It's more of a historical thing as opposed to, so it's hard to put our modern interpretation of what a man and what a woman is. No, I accept that. But I guess the only point I was trying to make is that if you look at the Bible, allegoric, I think it's an allegory, and I think the certain parts of it, once again, if I'm thinking about the Torah and the character of Yahweh, I think it's given you a difference between balance and imbalance, and what imbalance can lead to, i.e. flawed creation, you know, ending up wiping out everything you've made, starting again, doing things in anger. These are all very human attributes, and
we are made in the image of God. Our attributes are expressions.
Adam wasn't made in the image of God.
According to what?
According to the text. The first creation was made in the image of God.
That's your speculative nonsense, isn't it?
Okay.
But if it
you can't call it nonsense. That's not fair.
That's my opinion. It might sound harsh, but it's not a personal attack. Innit? But it's like what the story says. Let us make man in our image, and then I'm gonna go and make the man I'm talking about, which is Adam.
Why would it say it twice?
Because I can say it a million times. Like, do you know?
But when all right, so give me another example of when the Bible repeats itself like that. It gives you a pretext and then goes, okay, by the way, that thing that I mentioned earlier, let me go into detail about that. Give me another example.
I'd use the Trinity for that, but you're going to say that.
And give me another example in the Torah. I'm saying you will not find another example in the Torah where it gives you a pretext, summary, and then goes in. The Torah is a very linear book. It starts here
I'd have
I'd
have to obviously go away.
Yeah, I don't think it does that. It starts here and it ends there, and it talks and it gives you time in the line, makes things as simple as possible.
If I say I'm going to make a building and then I go and tell you the name of the building I made, is that spurious?
I never said it's spurious. I said it's out of character.
Why would that be out of character?
For the text in itself, the Torah.
Okay, that's what you mean. Okay.
The Torah, which we kind of agree has a single author. Most people agree the Torah, the 5 books of the Torah kind of have written the same way, have a single author, are all written in a very linear way. They don't give you a pretext and then go back and add detail to a pretext.
Sorry.
As in Genesis 1 and 2, God created man.
Oh, you're calling that a pretext? Good.
Well, no. If you're saying that he created, then finished the creation, then rested, and then it goes back again and says, oh, by the way, that thing that we just said,
But if he made,
I'm going to show you that exact same story again, but in more detail, then it's absolutely a pretext. That's not me calling it a pretext. That's
Maybe I
it
don't
by
know
itself,
what
showing
pretext is.
itself as a pretext.
maybe I don't know what a pretext means, but
Or a preface, you could call it.
I mean, even if that were the case, I don't see what the issue with that would be. But like,
It's out of character to the text. That's the only point I was
yeah,
making.
okay, yeah. I'd have to look into that.
I guess maybe that will speak to two different authors. You know what I mean? And trying
There
to
could
merge.
be 9 if they have a unified opinion, which is what we can show. Like, because we're talking about 44 different.
No, but you
authors.
shouldn't say there could be 9 because you believe it was Moses.
Oh,
didn't answer
can I
that
add to that as well? The order of creation in Yahweh's garden is completely different to the order of creation.
completely different. You're making these very definitive statements,
Read
which
it.
I don't think you should do.
Read it.
I will read it. Innit?
No,
But
you
again,
can read it now
No,
because
no.
it won't take long.
No, it might.
The order of creation is completely different, and I use the word completely different. Okay, it's completely
Again,
different.
it's super definitive, innit? That's all I'm
Black
saying.
Rob, I mean,
It is.
do you
The thing
mind
is, I can-
pulling up?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
And
I'm
that could
trying
be
to- I'm trying to
reasonable,
pull
bro.
up.
I'm not
The thing
denying
is,
it. I'm just saying
these
it's very
things-
definitive.
It is definitive because I've read it.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
have
but
to
that's
read
a
it,
silly
but
thing
to be
to say
honest,
because you could say you read it, and I could say, well, then how can you ignore the Trinity? How can you ignore the
No, but
all
I'm
of
saying
these
it's
things
completely
that
different.
are
I'm
just
not.
there?
So me making the statement that the order of creation is completely different in the two books is not an opinion. That's based on something we can verify now. If I say other
Based
things
on
that
what,
are
though?
based on
'Cause
opinion,
you
I'll say
choose what can be verified and when. Is that's what I'm saying? So verified it based on what? Because now that is subjective. Me and we may be in alignment with how you might do that, but for you it seemed to be subjective.
So
far.
if I show you one creation story and it says this came first, that came next, and I show you another story, it says
I'm talking
that
about
came
your
first and this
hermeneutic
came
tools.
next.
I'm not talking about this specific because you might be right in this, bro. Like you might be right in it. I'm just
you might not like my answer to this.
So
but-
I won't argue semantics. It's fine.
You might not like my
do,
answer to this, but like, I think the big, and I'll go back to Islam. So the one thing they do is that, oh yeah, this one book is it's uncorruptible, hasn't changed, and then while the Christian faith in the Bible, we actually go the other way where there's different. We know that there's textual variance. We acknowledge that there's been certain things that have been. There's certain things that are. They say someone was king this year and then he was 42 in the next chapter and he was 22. Like, there's certain things that like, well, what's that? It's like, yeah, and we acknowledge, all right, yeah, that sounds a bit, yeah, don't know where that came from. But so while we acknowledge that there's some things that maybe, I won't say contradict, but like there's textual variance that we say, but the heart of the contents it remains the same. Even like if what he's saying is right, that it says that doesn't take away the overarching story over 66 books, 40 authors, 1,000 years is that Jesus died for our sins, rose again. He's God in human form, and because he died for our sins, we need to worship him. And that doesn't change regardless of the minutiae and little textual variances here and there. So I can concede that point without it shaking my faith because those things don't actually change the crux of the faith.
But this,
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But when you do that with, and I don't want to go in because I got Muslim brothers and friends, that the same.
it is different. Yeah, I know.
There
Exactly
are
what you're
lots
trying
of
to say.
Caliph
Yeah,
Uthman. I know. Ahmed chat. We had a chat in the Discord.
Oh, in
but,
the Discord, yeah,
but
yeah,
I've gone into the depths of it. There are lots of versions of the Quran that were destroyed and consolidated.
Well, he said that though.
at the early years.
He did say that.
No, he said
But-
that. He said that there was different. It was like different. There was different. It's like almost different accents or something. They say
Yeah,
something.
But
different
that's what they
dialects.
call
No, they're different versions. That's why, and that's why they consolidated them because they didn't want there to be factions. So they consolidated. Caliph Uthman saw that people were arguing over scripture.
Is the word
The differentiation in scripture. So he consolidated it to make sure that the faith didn't splinter the way Christianity did into different denominations. So he foresaw that, got rid of all the other ones, made one consolidated version so that they could say that it's been uncorrupted. When he just solved the issue earlier so that they can say that
it's all one.
it's all one. When in reality there was multiple versions. But anyway, all I'm saying is that the crux of the message being, isn't it a miracle in itself that 40 authors over 66 books over 1,000 years can create a cohesive story? If I start writing a story and then I give it to you to add to the story, I give it to you to it'll be gibberish by the time that we.
Thanks, bro. And it's one person.
Yeah.
But you see, for me, I see the divinity in all of this, right? obviously I keep my personal beliefs to myself, right? And again, I believe a lot of the time, if people sat down with me personally, you would agree with a lot of the things I say. I just don't make it the forefront because again, I don't want to add to any divisions, right? Especially if I feel like it will do, right? But I say all that to say this. I think I view the Bible different to you guys because I feel like there's certain things that I don't believe. If they weren't necessarily as you believe them, it changes things.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? So similar to what you just said.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But it might be for things that you say, no, this can't be shaken. This is essential to the story, i.e. virgin birth, for example.
Yeah.
And El and Yahweh being two different gods.
In the virgin birth.
It's not that I don't believe in the virgin birth. It's more so me saying, if it wasn't, why is that the biggest deal?
Because
Talk to me.
it speaks to the conditions for the Messiah.
Elaborate, please.
So we know we know the lineage
Yeah.
coming from both Joseph, so Joseph through Solomon, and Mary through David, right? Is that right?
Yeah. And
Why do
the
we need
prophecies.
Joseph's lineage?
Pardon me?
Why do we need Joseph's lineage?
For like extra law, I guess.
But he's not got any of Joseph's blood. So
Yeah,
it's
none of
irrelevant.
his DNA. Because his father is the Holy Spirit, right?
Okay.
Mary.
No, I'm asking-
No, but
Yeah.
because I'm just saying because
I'm just answering what we know about it.
virgin birth.
Yeah, I'm just answering what we know about it. innit? Just in terms of like we have a good picture of what these lines were, and it would speak to the Immaculate Conception because there is no. The input is from God, innit? That is the miraculous nature, innit? The immaculate nature of the conception, innit?
Can I
The
ask a
proof that it
question?
comes through God.
Which book is it that gives us Joseph's lineage? Can one of you pull it up?
I would probably say that you're likely to get Joseph's lineage from the Old Testament.
No,
I'm not sure.
No,
it's definitely
New
not. in the Old
Testament.
Why wouldn't it be in the Old Testament?
Because he doesn't know who Joseph was. He wasn't born yet when it was written.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm talking about his lineage because his lineage would lead.
No,
back
where
through
actually
the
I'm
Old
asking
Testament.
where it actually details it. Because one of the books actually details Joseph's
Yeah.
lineage, doesn't
Do you
it?
know what it is?
Matthew
Matthew.
1, 16 or 17.
And does Matthew speak about the virgin birth?
This is what we're going to get to. So basically,
because that would be
because there's two lineages I believe that we get in the New Testament. One, especially if you go back to older text, completely removes the virgin birth.
and it's probably the one that mentions Joseph's lineage.
That's the one. And that's Joseph. It says Joseph begat Jesus. It does that.
Show
in
me.
the older
Show
text.
me, bro.
I'll
Never
show
heard
it to you. I'll show it
In
to
my
you.
whole many years, I won't give my age. I've never heard that.
It definitely says it. And so
Is that a different version of the Bible you're saying? Or what-
an
where's
older
it?
version. An older version. Because remember, the Septuagint,
Older and different, specifically, because just to clarify,
you may say it's different because it's different to what's there now.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
asking
It's
you
just-
what you mean. Do you mean it's older,
Yeah.
and it's the same, or it's different?
What is it saying?
The
What do you-
text that
You
we're
should-
No, that part is not there.
It's been taken out, is that what you're saying?
Not take. It just wasn't written.
Okay.
Something
Taken
was added. I'm
added,
saying,
okay.
right? That is older, not there. And I think it's because I'm just hazarding a hypothesis.
Yeah.
It wasn't essential. Like you can find divinity in man. Do you get what I'm saying? And I think that's my African mind thinking that everything that we see here can be divine if you see it that way. All of these things have divinity in it if God is present there and leads a particular thing. But from a Eurocentric lens, they need to emphasize the divinity, and they are very familiar. Oh crap! Sorry, I didn't even have it with myself.
I was saying,
I was doing it.
Sorry, you're controlling it.
Yeah. And what was I saying? From a Eurocentric mindset, they're very familiar with Zeus. They're familiar with all these other guys who were demigods
yeah, yeah.
and had gods as fathers. So they're emphasizing the need for a divine. Do you get what I'm saying? So you put it in there. But if you go back to the earlier text, Hebrew
the
text,
difference being Zeus's children, who would be the demigods,
yeah,
in that narrative are not fully God,
I know.
which is the Christian claim.
I'm fully aware.
Okay.
And my theory is that
But
all
what I'm
those
saying-
Zeus one, they're all just like stories of the Nephilim still.
No, maybe so,
Yeah.
maybe so. But it's still the idea that's familiar with their culture,
Yeah.
right? And they were pushing a
But
particular thing. And they were-
Eurocentrism is so far ahead, bro. This is what
Far ahead
I
of
keep trying to go back to. the religion you're talking about is not a European religion, boss man.
What's not a European religion?
Christianity.
Where
the
would
way it may have been
No, it's
used
definitely
in the
not.
specific context,
Yeah.
it is just not a.
But what's that got to do with what I'm talking about?
The fact that you're saying that the Eurocentrists, again, because you tied Greek
Yeah.
to the Eurocentrists.
Do you know why?
Do you know how far apart in time that is? Is
Yeah.
that a fair statement to make?
That's absolutely a fair statement. I think.
Because I agree, bro. If we
Yeah.
were to look at it through the specific Eurocentric lens of the Christianity that you're talking about, then cool. But again, there is more to the picture.
When
so
you
when
say-
we keep coming back to the Eurocentric thing, I'm
What-
saying this is not European people's things, bro.
So when you say
They use it.
Yeah, but when you say Eurocentric thing is far apart, the Greek is far apart from the Eurocentric. What do you mean?
I mean, in a sense of like the Greek people that believed in Zeus are not the same type of Europeans that you're talking about today.
But why does it have to be about?
Because the text we're talking about is from back then, and that is the context.
So what did those people?
So what you're doing is changing it, especially because you're now attributing this whole understanding and lens that we all apparently accept to this group of people that have bastardized what we have.
I will prove to you that what you're saying is accurate.
Okay.
What did Paul do when he went to Rome?
What did he do
When he was preaching? Yeah.
He spoke to the Gentiles, right?
I wish there's something. Black Rob, if you don't mind googling this, yeah. There's a specific text, and he
He
talks
speaks
about.
to them about the unknown, the unnamed God. Yeah, I
Thank
understand
you
that for
very
sure.
much.
So he's going to speak to
Thank
them
you
in
very
an
much.
yes, because these people already identify
With what?
with that. But again, you're saying you use the word Eurocentric though.
Because this is Europe.
Was it you? Okay,
That's the reason why. I'm
Is
basically trying to
this
make
the
a
same
distinction.
Europe that we is back then? Because that's the bit that's losing me. Maybe
So
that's-
let me just clarify my position, because I think I've said some statements that you're alluding to very correctly, by the way. But I'm just going to clarify my position. My position is this: all of the modern Abrahamic faiths, in the way that people practice them now, even when they don't think they're practicing, are practicing a bastardized version. So just that's the exact word you use, and I liked it. It's a bastardized version. So every interpretation of modern Christianity is a bastardized version of Christianity.
everyone.
Pretty much.
Man.
Every interpretation of every interpretation of Islam is an Ottoman bastardized version of Islam. And Judaism, I'm not even going to go there. Yeah. My point is that what we have is we're living in the remnants of a great period of information destruction, information siphoning, the sanitation of truth. We're living in a post period of those things taking place. And what we have left is essentially the scraps that they allowed us to have. And we all think we're practicing this pure form. And this is why I guess I remove myself from all of these Abrahamic faiths, the dogmatic faiths, is because they are so incomplete. So it's not a case of, I'm not picking on Christianity here. It's more a case of, this has been a world of really extreme barbarity, colonization, and the destruction of original texts and the original corpus, to the point where what we have now is such a skimmed out, bastardized version of what the original texts were, that it's really hard to get close to that aspect of truth that is people are looking for. And I think a lot of people do really try, but that's why I'm always constantly kind of like questioning why people believe certain things when they're not explicit. Like you have to be explicit about certain things. And if you believe something as a tenet of, if you believe something to be a tenet of your faith, and it's not explicit, then you have to really examine the text that make you come to that outcome.
I'm going to challenge you on that, because you said that there was, we have to
If
admit
it's
that
a faith,
there's
by the
parts,
way,
there's
it's a
parts
faith.
that's allegorical. So when Jesus came, he spoke. He basically spoke as he's speaking in riddles half the time.
Parables, yes.
Parables, yeah. He's doing parables. So saying it's being specific.
By the way, that's a very African thing, by the way. But
That's-
yeah.
exactly. So
I would agree.
yeah. So that actually counters the thing of you have to be specific. He said the story
told you
about
parables
this
can't
when
be
he spoke about the
specific.
Samaritans, and because people understand stories better than they understand prescriptive. He did it the first time. Moses, do this, do that. No one listened.
But I never said-
How about I'll tell you a story about why you should behave this way. Maybe that'll stick with you more. Do you know what I mean?
No. But what you're misunderstanding is I agree with everything you just said there. Nothing I disagree with. My point is I'm talking about these tenets of your faith that are not important, and then people take them on, as a result of practicing a bastardized form of Christianity. The example he just gave you being the virgin birth. This is something that's like, oh no, I must believe in it. Why? Why must you believe in the virgin birth? If one text says it happened and another text said it doesn't, why are you holding on to it? You don't realize you're holding on to it as baggage of the bastardization that's taken place.
But okay, so
you
let's-
haven't proved that. You just
But
claimed
I
it.
want to get there as well.
Okay, cool.
But
I'll
okay, let
you
me
guys-
riddle me this. Let's say I'm just arguing. Let's say the Holy Trinity, Eucharist, Virgin Birth, what other stuff? Those
Resurrection.
things. Nah, the resurrection you can't.
Yeah,
there's not that
resurrection.
one. The other ones. Let's say those things are questionable. If you
Resurrection I'll put on there.
nah, because it's a whole different religion without that.
Well, is it?
You wouldn't
is,
have
it
one.
is.
And this is the thing.
It's a
That
whole
I,
different
this is the thing I
religion,
don't
right?
really get. Like, it's
It's a whole
like,
different religion, right?
Is it?
It's Judaism without it.
yeah. That's all it is. It's just continuing with the
Judaism.
Jews.
So
Because they're still expecting.
That's
a
the main
Messiah.
differentiator.
So we'll be Hebrew Israelites.
I'll get that.
But you're saying those three, if you remove those three, what?
If you remove those, if you practice those three, even not knowing if they were, it's like what's it called? Is it Pascal's wager?
Maybe.
If I'm right and you're wrong, you're in trouble. If I'm wrong, if you're right and I'm wrong, we're going to the same place.
Yeah, nothing happened.
That's not. Yeah, I mean that's fine. No. My point is that that's not satisfactory to me.
No,
because
but
it
that's-
isn't-
No,
yeah.
not to me, but
No, that's not the argument. That's
Yeah.
not going to be a strong argument in of itself. What I'm saying is that if people do the Eucharist, do all that stuff, and then later on they find out, oh, it didn't matter. All right. That's do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
but
these are all
also,
t-
what-
like, the
what
way I
also
would say it
speaks
costs
to-
as a
Yeah,
one.
at what cost?
I would say one thing. Yeah, these are all necessary.
No, I agree they are. I was
Because-
making a mathematical
Exactly.
Yeah,
argument.
because they are a lens to see the full picture. You do the Eucharist for a reason. These things all represent something. So again, you just wouldn't have what you have. And the thing that like I say bastardize it in the sense that people have taken a verse. Like, I don't know if you guys remember in the chat, there was somebody that used the one about slavery.
Can we talk about the Eucharist?
In a second, can I just finish
Yeah,
this?
of course.
You can show examples of people taking a text and using it to be oppressors, isn't it? But what it sounds like you're doing is saying that, and this is what somebody like God Logic might do, yeah? What is the Injil? You're making a claim that there is something alternative to what we have.
Okay.
But you're not producing it. You're making a claim that it's there.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm saying what they have and what we have is exactly the same.
Yeah.
People have used it differently because some people are evil.
Okay.
I know of people who go to seminary to get bread.
Yeah.
Like I hear, bro, man, them are evil. Like, it's not. We can't just say because there's certain parts of this story that are a bit confusing, we'll forget people are wicked, yeah, because they're wicked, bro. But that's why I would feel confident enough to say the Isaiah that the guy on his way to Jerusalem was reading is the same one that I'm reading.
Okay. I can accept that.
So again, the reason why I'm saying that is because when you say about this Eurocentric version, you're not talking about the text.
No,
You're
I'm talking about
its
the
interpretation.
expression.
Yes.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah,
the
cool. So
but the
again-
interpretation shows up in text.
No.
They can do.
You
No?
can, no. I understand what you mean.
Thank
mean. So you would read.
It shows
Me
up
and you
in the
could read the
selected
same thing.
text. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Me and you could read the same thing, and you're saying you could go away with it with this, and I could go away with that. The interpretation comes from outside. The text is the same.
No.
So what we have to do is use our critical analysis skills.
But how were the texts selected? It goes back to that argument again. Do you
Well, we
understand what
told
I
you it's the
mean?
patriarchs. They chose what was consistent with the theology of the time.
Okay.
Let me
Good
give
you
a
said
quick
that.
example.
Can I just quickly just jump on? I want to jump
There
on.
are heretics.
I
bro.
want to talk about.
That's why that's why the Council of Nicaea is very interesting because they're dealing with the whole Arian
Yes.
issue.
Yes.
So it's not like I'm denying the fact that there is no unity, but there's a Catholic Church and an Orthodox Church for a reason because there is differences in opinion.
So you think? Okay. So I mean, we could go on an entire argument of do you think the Roman Empire was a force for good or a force for evil in the world.
The Roman
And
Empire and Roman Catholicism are different as well.
well, the Roman Empire took on Catholicism as the state religion. Yeah, so
Well, but
and
there's
then
the East and the West
that's
is
a
kind of
large
America.
that's a large part of the reason why we have Christianity today. You can't deny that.
If not for the
you
Catholics,
know?
there will be no Christianity.
Now,
basically.
the question I was going to ask is,
Well,
I
after
agree
they
with that.
spent half of their time killing them, yeah. and
Yeah,
oppressing.
they did, but
lot
it's
move
what's about control. But no, no,
Christianity didn't
really-
spread under impression. Sorry,
Really
I'm done.
quickly, no. So I just want to ask the question about the Eucharist because you mentioned that once again, and this is another thing that I feel like this is another ritual that's been inherited through, papacy and whatever it is, you know what I mean? But once again, it's not something that it's explicitly said. I think the only thing that I can think of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the only thing that I can think of referring to the Eucharist is when Jesus says, do this as often as you drink it or something like that, after he's just had a feast with the disciples, yeah? So essentially, me reading that is like, okay, so Jesus is saying, remember his sacrifice every time you eat. That's how I'm reading it. What happens? The papacy come along and they say, no, this is the initiation of the Eucharist and you must come to church because the priest who is the closest to God will come and he'll bless the bread and make his special bread that turns into God when it comes inside you and you will transform and be... That's ritual. That's not what Jesus was establishing. And yet you have Christians to this day will say the Eucharist, you must do the Eucharist. Once again, these are things that I feel are just, carryovers from these. This is why we have this form of Christianity today that I think is very, very, that needs to be deconstructed right down to its
Can I
core.
just say something?
And
I haven't been to church in over 10 years, bro. And I don't intend to go back to church because I understand exactly what you're talking about. here. It's not I don't intend to go back to church. I want to have conversations like this.
I'm glad
Yeah.
you said that, by the way.
I
Very
grew up
interesting.
heavy in church.
He's questioning you now.
That's cool. That's cool. Like, I hear that. I hear that, as you should, fam. That's
If
why-
you don't go to church, go house group where two or more gather. If
Yeah,
you don't
no,
want
I
to
hear that.
because the church is where two or
church
more,
right now,
we're in
bro.
church right now, bro. Like, do you know what I mean?
Right now, exactly.
The Eucharist being a representation, this is a tradition, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can't abandon a tradition. Not that I don't agree 100% with what you're saying in terms of what the Roman Catholic Church done, but where I would say you could exemplify something, you could exemplify bread and wine in the Old Testament, in Genesis. Because when Melchizedek came, what did he come with?
I don't recall.
He came with bread and wine. This is why it's like the text is like a. If you look at it from like top down, these are all layers and layers and layers of tradition,
But-
symbolism, prophecy on top of each other.
How important
This is where I might have to kind of agree with him on this one, where he
Super,
said that.
bro, but
Do
that's
you know
a-
what
that's a
Jesus,
new-
he said
that's
to the
new to me,
Pharisees?
bro.
He said to the Pharisees, "You're like, what's it, whitewashed tombstones or something like that."
That's it.
Where
Vipers, bruv.
where you're like, you do all the traditions, but
Yep.
your heart ain't really,
Exactly.
your heart posture ain't. So he said, I ain't got a problem with traditions, but I want you to behave right.
Yeah, because that's that
So
goes back to the
that's
pork
why I'm
thing.
like, that's why I think this argument is kind of like mute. It's like, if I do the Eucharist, I'm just like, I'll do it, but I'm all about behaving the right way.
Yeah.
That's the main thing.
But
And he says it in the book, so it actually even speaks to what you're saying.
But
He
yeah,
says,
and it's
he
also
says the
just do
Pharisees
this
were like
in
whitewashed
remembrance.
tombs, where they were like,
Exactly,
they,
yeah.
they did all the right procedural stuff, but they were behaving like idiots.
Because that doesn't do, like, as a Christian, we understand that does nothing for my salvation. Like, me doing the Eucharist doesn't get me nowhere. That is textual.
But I don't think it's worth having the argument
Although some
over
people
when,
have
when
said
the book
otherwise,
says,
bro, I'm not.
do it, don't do it, tradition, whatever, behave right.
Yeah, but it's the whole virgin birth thing. The reason why I keep bringing it back to that is, do you guys see that as essential for salvation then?
Essential to salvation. I mean, it's part of the narrative, so yes. Because it's part of, yes, 100%, because it's part of the story. I can't deny one part of the story because it doesn't suit me. I've never seen a miraculous birth before, but
You're not denying it.
I am denying it.
Are there
If I'm
gospel?
not- but I am, bro.
Are there gospels that don't mention the virgin birth?
Yes.
There might be, but they're not Matthew, Mark,
Paul-
Luke, or John, so no one cares.
No, I'm talking
No, but
about
we
Matthew,
can't
Mark,
say
Luke, or
that.
John. Do all four of them mention the virgin birth?
I'm not an expert. on
Do
this
they all
specifically.
four have to?
Yeah, well, this is my point. So if
they all
if
did.
it's foundational to the faith, I would assume all four would.
So you're making a statement like you say, all four has to mention it, otherwise it's not.
No, my point is that leans towards Eman's point about how important it is. If like a couple of
So
authors
it's not
mention
important
it,
if all four don't mention it.
well,
John
if
didn't
I'm an
mention-
author, or if I'm an author creating a biography of Jesus' life, yeah, and for people to be able to follow in the faith.
So you're putting your own prescription
Why
onto
would
it.
I? No, I'm not, because you're the one that says it's the word of God, not me. I don't think it's the word
No,
of
but
God.
you just said if all four don't mention it, then
No, so I was explaining that.
Okay, sorry, go.
Yes, my point is that if I'm an author who's putting down a biography of the life of Christ for the specific reason of bringing people to salvation, and I omit something that is critical to their salvation, that doesn't make any sense.
Where? How is it omitted if it's there?
If it's left out. So I'm saying if one of the authors leaves it out, then that leans towards Emon's point that it's not critical.
Well,
Because they wouldn't leave out
that is-
anything that
that
is
is
critical to
That's a
salvation.
weak argument.
Why is it? Why is it?
I,
Why is it? a
I
weak
somewhat
argument?
agree with you, yeah. But it just is part of the story. So yes, I believe it.
Yeah,
So it's, in this
it's
quote,
just-
it's just part of the
It is
story,
able
which
to be
is yeah.
exemplified.
Exactly. So I'm saying it's part
Mary
of the
did
story.
not die for my sins.
Yeah, but did Christ have to be
What's that?
born of a outside the main door?
Okay, sorry.
But did Christ have to be born of a virgin with
Yes.
no father except by the Holy Spirit
Yes,
in order to be the Son of God? And
yes, it's one of the conditions.
see, for me,
And also, it's one of the prophecies.
is it really?
That's a condition. That's what I'm
Is
talking
it
about.
really
It's one of the
though?
conditions.
Yes.
Where's the prophecy?
Well, I
This is-
asked him to dig in.
Brian.
This is why I asked him to dig into Isaiah, because I know when it comes to the prophecies,
Can I read Isaiah 58 then?
when it comes to the prophecies of Christ, there is, if you're going to look at it as someone who's an outside observer into the fulfillment of these prophecies, I mean,
There were
I
over
don't know, they're
300
not that
prophecies.
strong.
There were 300 prophecies in the Old Testament, and then if you want to be, but then if you want to be really strict, I researched this. If we said that if 50 of them are actually really like, the others can be more like poetic.
Yeah,
But there's like
yeah,
50 that are like, no, this is like dead to rights kind of
Core.
thing, innit? And then there's this mathematician that did like the whole thing of what the mathematical likelihood of one person fulfilling 50 prophecies that predate to their birth is like 10 to the power of like 157 or something like that.
Unless someone wanted to fulfill those prophecies, then you could just treat it like a bucket list. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying you can't really use that simplistic maths, because he's saying that the likelihood of that being fulfilled by chance, but the likelihood of that being fulfilled in a society where everyone was aware of them
So if
is
it's like
much
Dune,
higher.
It's like Dune, where he's like,
No, it could even. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but it could even be, post things happening, people saying stuff happened.
Yeah, that's the argument people
Or
make.
in
People-
different locations. Yeah, I mean,
People say that the one argument people say is that he fulfilled it, and then people try to add these prophecies into the Old Testament. But I was like, but then the Dead Sea Scrolls kind of puts a span in that works.
there are locational disputes. Some of the Gospels don't mention Jesus' visit to Egypt, and others do. It's like there are.
Yeah, but we can talk about what is the writer of each gospel.
Remember, he
trying
spent
to
13
express.
You know what the thing is, yeah? You're saying things, yeah, but you're not
'Cause you
getting
don't-
all the way down to the destination.
What is it?
Like, for example, it's like you can acknowledge that some authors have an agenda. I don't mean it in a bad way,
yeah.
but just mean there's a goal to specific
I've never
right.
denied that.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, you're saying it, but it's like,
But you're
not
because you're
applying it.
impugning a negative, Eurocentric 1600 years later.
But
Be-
that's
because-
why
because
I initially gave the authers that didn't have an agenda.
You're telling them
entry,
their
and he
agenda.
didn't want to accept it.
No, but I feel
But
alright, put it this way. Put it this way.
non-biblical.
I never said. I just gave you what I thought was the limitations in one of them. I didn't even like. Yeah, that's
Well,
all
just
I did.
practice, innit?
Yeah. And I just gave you what I thought were the limitations of it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
all.
Why do you guys, again, the reason why I'm talking about the virgin birth so much, yeah, is because, again, to me, whatever, yeah, but it speaks to the whole agenda thing and the Eurocentric thing that I'm speaking about. Obviously, you want me to show and prove that, but where did this idea of the virgin birth even come from? You said this in Isaiah or something.
No, I was Isaiah 53 is I was wrong with the number. It's 53 references Jesus and sort of his whole story.
Okay.
Whether it's other
Or him
parts,
dying
I'm
and
not
stuff.
an expert on the virgin birth part.
Okay. The reason why I'm saying that is because, one second. Let me throw it back to you, Joshua.
All right, so guys, welcome to church. What we're gonna do today? Big up the chat. I ain't even looked at it today. I hope you're not cooking my trim. It's all right. But yeah, not like me. I take the position, that like you don't have to specifically know acute answers about everything. Innit? I think it would be better if I did know more about something like the virgin birth. But my argument always just was, I'm more of a Christ. Let's enter the argument on Christ, who is the main character, because everything is about Christ anyway. So it is interesting why you kind of tapped out in the sense of like when you wouldn't talk about the veracity.
Well, this is the thing. If I want to be honest with you, I'm very look. To be clear, yeah, one thing that's always resonated with me, even no longer being a Christian, is the words of Christ. I love his teachings. I see them as African philosophy. I think they are some of the best teachings ever written in terms of the wisdom that's written down in them.
Undeniable.
So in terms of the things that Christ expressed and the things that Christ taught, I think they're immense. And I have a lot of respect. So don't get it twisted. Me sitting here saying I'm not convinced that Jesus existed. I'm just talking specifically about the character, the historical character that they're giving us. They're placing at a certain date in a certain location. That's what I'm questioning. The teachings there and their character, there being some kind of a character who was educated in Egypt and this, that, and the other, so therefore was able to confound the priest when he came back. That all makes logical sense to me, because anyone who is educated in Egypt for the first 13 years of their life is going to confound the priest when they come back, because Egypt had that history of being head and shoulders above the rest of the world in terms of their wisdom and knowledge and what they gave to the rest of the world. So all of that makes perfect sense to me. So I'm only questioning things that I feel where we take them as a given, and I do this a lot, but when we take certain things as a given, but the evidence actually, when you look under the hood, isn't that strong, I'll always put a question mark there and say, look, I'm not convinced. I appreciate where you're coming from, but if you look at this, through a kind of secular, prove it to me lens, this is not convincing. That's all it is.
I got a question. Bring it back to nowadays. Why do you think the if you want to go down the rabbit hole, like in the Western world, a lot of like, if you want to go like Bilderberg, if you want to go to all them a lot of times you find that the occult practices of people within the music industry or the movie industry are aligned with the false gods of the Bible, worshipping Moloch, Baal, all that stuff like that. The occult practices of the people in the West seem to always align with the
enemies of
the biblical Christian book. What's your thoughts on that?
Can I throw something at you? And tell me what you think about this. It also ties into the whole El and Yahweh being separate beings, yeah?
Okay.
Is it because it seems in opposition to the Christian God because they are choosing to worship just a different God, and the Christian God is just Yahweh? Right, so it may seem like it's in opposition,
and historically jealous, but carry on.
Yeah.
Which you only know because it's self-stated. So just
But is it because of that particular thing where it's like it's not like we're doing something in opposition to the Christian God, but because we have a plethora of different gods?
We had this discussion though before about moral plural. I said I want to get your point. Moral, because we spoke about how Iman's like, he does a little bit of a pick and mix with Christianity and Islam. I said that, and I said that religious pluralism is logically has a logical fallacy.
Yeah.
Because whether you believe in any of the religions, Christianity says the only way is through Christ.
Christianity is a pluralistic religion by nature.
All right. Okay.
How so?
Because it's Judaism with Jesus added onto it. So it's pluralistic.
Judaism, and this is what Jesus said.
I thought we
I'm just saying,
it's a monotheistic
it's definitely
religion.
a pluralistic
the
religion.
Godhead still is one anyway.
But that's a belief thing, though. That's not a
no. Jesus said this
Assume
text
what
was
we're
about
saying
me.
is true to us.
Yeah.
All right?
So
let's
I was just saying that's a bit of a circular.
It's a monotheistic
carry
religion.
on.
It's a monotheistic religion, and it says the only way to God is through
Christ.
Through Christ.
Can I just say, if Christianity is monotheistic, then so is the ancient Egyptian pantheon, because a lot of them believe that the different aspects of God, or the different parts, the different netters, were just aspects of God really revealing
Yeah, but they
themselves.
weren't
So they had
exclusionary.
a great God Aten, or great God Atum.
Yeah, but they weren't exclusionary. They were like, this is our God, but you can have your God.
No, they said,
they did think
so
that. Though.
okay, so
Then why would they come out of Egypt?
they thought that every the reason they weren't afraid of people bringing their gods is because their viewpoint was that every other deity was just an expression. So they viewed the world through their own lens, where everything is teaching you an aspect about the greatest divine being. So therefore, you can't threaten me by bringing me your deity, because all you're gonna do is teach me another aspect of the great deity that we all follow.
I think
so
Ramesses II would beg to differ, to be honest.
Nah, they
Why'd you say that? Why Ramesses?
Yeah, but that's more pluralism in its own saying. Do you know that whole thing of the elephant? And like, do you know that whole thing of how Buddhism, Christianity, Judaism, they're all like, one's the leg of the elephant, one's the trunk, but it's all the elephant is God, and it's like that's more pluralism. But that doesn't hold up because there's certain faiths, every faith has their truth claim, and the Christianity truth claim is that we're the only way. We're exclusionary.
Dogmatic.
We're dogmatic. We're exclusionary.
Yeah, dogmatic.
Islam
faiths.
is
all the Abrahamic
exactly.
faiths are dogmatic.
So you can't.
Well, not all faiths are dogmatic.
Yeah, not all faiths. Like, I think. I don't know if it's Buddhism. Buddhism is like, it's more of a way of life. I don't think
you can be this and that.
Yeah, you can be this and that. Yeah. But so if you try and pick a mix, it doesn't work because they're all saying no, we're the only one.
But I guess the point I was making was that Christianity is as much a monotheistic religion as a lot of old religions in that case, because I'm sure, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure a Muslim might turn around to a Christian and say, well, you're not monotheistic, you believe in 3 gods.
Yeah, but they'd be wrong. And they have the same issue to deal with in their own issue, like in their own book. So I don't need to have that conversation with them.
Cool.
Because it's like they believe the Quran is uncreated, but if only God is uncreated, you can't have 2 uncreated things, because then you're now putting one on the level of the other.
There's also a bit in the Hadith where it says if you're unsure, look to the previous book. There's something in about how if you're not unsure of what we say, then look to the previous book. So look to the Torah and to the Bible. But then how are you going to say look to a book that's been corrupted?
Yeah, but I guess they don't believe every single thing's been corrupted.
Just the bits that
things
don't.
That's
fall in
too
line with them.
convenient though, man.
All
I don't get that luxury of like picking and choosing, innit?
Yeah.
So I'm not going to give
Just
you that
the things that
luxury
don't fall
either.
in line
Like,
with
it
us
just
have been
doesn't work
corrupted.
that way, and it's not logically consistent, innit? It's just unfortunate that people want to use that, but you say if I'm not allowed to be a weasel, neither are you, innit?
So, I don't want to put words in you guys' mouth here. Sorry, go on.
I went to go back to that because I thought it was quite interesting, the whole thing of like when you go down. I'm sure you guys have gone down the rabbit hole. There's still there's Baphomet statues in like I think in the Pentagon. There's like there's like do you know what I mean? Like they a lot of these institutions that run the world still whether they believe in this stuff, whether you believe it to be true or not, they believe in it, and they are the people running the world. Huh?
Can I give you my answer to that?
Go on.
So, I think that no, not at all. I think that people where power lies, where power lies, and where people often circulate is where power lies, and where they point everyone else to is where no power lies. So read into that what you want, but that's essentially, you're talking about ancient gods, or ancient, let's say gods. Let's use the word God. You're talking about ancient gods that have existed. Many of them pre-existed the faith that you're talking about, and people to this modern day who happen to be in power still fall in line with these deities. Yeah. And so the biggest question you need to ask yourself is why? Why are people falling in line with these deities? And why are they comfortable with 80% of the world following this specific deity? Because, by the way, all 3 Abrahamic faiths do worship the same God. We are very clear about that.
Nonsense again.
Well, it is.
It's not true.
So you have different forefathers, different patriarchs, but you have the same God. Yeah,
I
there's
would
nowhere.
argue the only 2 of those are maybe similar. Islam is not connected to Christianity.
Okay,
Textually.
fine, that's fine. Okay, I'll accept that because you'll be the expert, not me. But the point being that if you look, I look at what has been stripped from people, and that's their ability to exercise power. So if you look at what happened in the African continent, they took away their indigenous spiritual practices because many of them possessed the power to do things. And they said, no, have this instead. Powerless. So the question for me is always, you can claim you want the truth, but I'm always like, well, if you're gonna give it a Christian expression now, didn't he say to his disciples, you'll be able to do greater things than myself? Yeah. Who in modern time does greater things than Jesus? Who, since Jesus, has done anything even comparable to him? No one. So then you have to say one of two things there. Either I'm not practicing the faith correctly, yeah, or I've got the wrong thing.
He said greater things in numbers, not in like in like. When he said greater things,
he said you'll be able to move a mountain.
He was.
Yeah, it's called, and I'm sure you would agree with this. It's like a Jewish metaphor.
You think that's metaphoric? So when he said greater miracle, when he literally said greater miracle, you'll perform greater miracles than me, he was being metaphoric.
Well, when he said this, if you command this mountain to throw himself into the sea, it will do it. It's a metaphor for sure.
Okay, that's fine. But when he said you will do greater miracles than
that's
me,
a fan
you think that's,
and I would argue that great things were done.
Like,
so he packed a lot in 3 years, but when he said great, he meant great in volume. Like
that's
okay. I mean, that's an interpretation. That's fine.
Yeah,
you can interpret that.
That's
way.
all this is, though. We can only interpret.
It feels like a bit of a cope to me personally. I feel like
what's the cope though?
The cope is that you can't do what Jesus did.
No one,
and you're supposed to know. If your faith was correct, if your faith had any power, then you'd be able to do at least a little bit.
If
of
your
what
faith
he
had
did.
any,
I don't have a faith.
the previous faith that you postulated before, if that had any power, this new thing that came in would not have been able to do anything. There was no power there. So when
don't know, because maybe they're practicing it right under your nose. You're just not aware.
I'm sure some of them are, but I'm just saying this idea of power, that they already had before Christianity got there, it wasn't that great. If it could come and be.
Well, maybe it couldn't stand up against the gun. I don't know. God knows. But
right.
yeah, I can see
all
your
that
point.
stuff works, but they have
to answer his question.
They have do you know they're saying that what's his name? Take that was practicing all this stuff, money rituals, and it works until it doesn't.
And by the way, can I just add on? I'll be remiss not to mention that the horned deity is an African deity. In fact, Africans historically were accustomed to worshipping horned deities that weren't the devil, that weren't evil. They were horned deities.
Or them.
No, well, I'm African. I'm going to tell you they weren't evil. It's up to you if you want to interpret them as evil to fit your faith, but they weren't evil. Horned deities was normal. In African, the Kushite pharaohs wore horns on their head. Horned deities were absolutely practiced on the African continent, and they turned around. I think even in the Yoruba faith, there's a horn deity. So they turned around and they made the horn deity the personification of the devil. Yeah. So it's something that now everyone is scared of. Oh, look, horn deity, that's evil, that's this, that's that, and the other. But perhaps that doesn't have. Perhaps there's a historical context as to why we view that particular, zoomorphism in that way. It's because it's been literally, made diabolical by the interpretation of Christianity that we have that perhaps doesn't have, grounding.
Thoughts on that? Let me ask you guys this, yeah. Do you believe, obviously, you guys are monotheistic, right?
Yeah.
Is there any credence for polytheism? Though?
In terms of what sense?
Just that in terms of other entities, other gods that really exist? Or do you just see them as just demons?
If the God that I believe in says, I am the one above all, you must exist, but you're below me, innit?
Okay, so you're not fully monotheistic then?
I'm not going to deny.
No, but they're not gods. They're, by definition, they're not gods.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
They could be fallen angels, they could be demons, they're not gods.
This is the idol that you've positioned in it. Like, and again, like, what you kind of did, which is kind of interesting, is that you said, well, I'm African. Of course, I'm going to say it was all right. But that kind of looks at...
No, Africa, I said not evil, specifically.
Not evil, cool, sorry, all right. Yeah. What that does now is shrink Africa to something small that isn't really that broad, as if all of these people believed the same unified thought on this one thing, innit? When they didn't. And... I would argue that in the time that there were African people worshipping this thing, you would have had other expressions that would be understandable through a Christian lens that would be in opposition to those people, innit? Because again, as Christians, we don't believe in idols. There is no statue of God anywhere.
Now, yeah.
Like you are, because you believe that we have statues of Yahweh because you think Yahweh evolved from El. Because what you said earlier was that Yahweh and El were separate.
Yeah.
But this is one of the things that I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
So you're postulating that the El that the Canaanites believed in is the one that transformed into Yahweh.
You going back to this?
No.
It's important though. It's important because to me, again, I don't necessarily think in a particular context, it matters. Because me personally, I believe that our consciousness, human beings' consciousness of God comes in stages to different people. To kind of assume that everything we know of the one true God comes from the Jews,
but it
comes through the Christians.
It comes from the tribe of Israel.
Same
That
thing.
is 12 tribes of various different people. That's super broad. So now what you've done is like
Super
you've
broad in
shrunk
what?
them again.
How broad?
In terms of like there's 12 different tribes that were moving among the Northern Asian region, North Africa, and the Middle East. This is the location throughout the Old Testament that these things are happening. How is that even something to argue against?
I would dispute that.
You would dispute the
Yeah,
fact.
you have to.
How would you dispute the fact that these things are happening over a large region of
The thing
space?
is-
No. I'm disputing the
I
location.
agree with you, but the argument-
I'm not disagreeing with the people.
disagree
I disagree with the location. I think
Well,
the
you
location
can
fabricated.
disagree.
Unfortunately,
with them, but
these
in
are
the Old
things that
Testament, you
there's
have
no
12 tribes that
archaeological, so
are
we have to
distinct
advance
from
that.
each other.
No. I agree with all of that. It was just the location I was disagreeing with. I think a lot of it's taken place in Africa and they won't tell you, but carry on.
No, but I agree with that though. Where is Egypt?
But not just Egypt, even the
If we go further
Israel.
down, great. The whole from the top of the bottom to the Nile,
Yeah.
all of the Nile. That is where this transmission would have happened. So even if I was to just say it was just Africa, what we are actually talking about is a group of 12 tribes made up of hundreds of thousands of people who are mixing amongst each other. So to say, it's just the Jews, is as if you're talking about the Ashkenazis specific. No, I'm saying it's
I get you,
how
I get
it
you.
sounds. Whereas what we're actually talking about is a tribal group of people, which you would say is an African expression. So I don't understand how that is a hard thing to understand, that that type of information could have been disseminated across the continent in opposition with what was already there. That is not unreasonable.
So when you say the 12 tribes, there were hundreds of thousands of people, right? At what stage
Claim.
were they? Huh?
They claim that.
Who's they?
Just the biblical text.
They claim there was hundreds of thousands of these people who make up the 12 tribes, right? And they were all over North Africa, the Mediterranean.
world. Let's just say what we know as the world at the time, yeah. But
But the reason why I can't go with that is I think it maybe goes into what Andrew's saying about the location. You can't just say the world. You know what I'm saying?
that's why I was specific firstly.
Okay, so tell me, remind me again what you
So
said.
like in the Middle East, Turkey, sort of Asia Minor, North Africa, Sudan.
So all around this region, are you saying that these people all believed in this one true God?
I'm saying there is a select group of people who had a specific tradition that they shared, who were dispersed. Yes.
Okay,
There is
okay.
a diaspora of people who believe in Yahweh.
I don't think I would dispute that though.
It's not.
But-
You can't. No. It's not. There's nothing to dispute.
Yeah, because I guess it's fact, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, let's go rewind the time a bit. There was a time when that didn't exist. Israelites today, or let me not say today, Israelites were Canaanites. I know like there's a distinction in the Bible, but all evidence points to Israelites being Canaanites. I'll give you an example. There's a reason why every culture has a creation myth, a creation story. There's a reason.
And a flood story.
Not even a flood story, right? But if you even want to add that into it, but a creation story.
The Bible
Because-
will tell you, by the way. Just go through the genealogy. It's there.
Tell you what.
Exactly where the nation of Israel, exactly where Abraham came from. They'll tell you which nation he came out of.
Yeah. They say it's
So it's okay.
Babylon,
It will be
Babylon,
Canaan.
The Chaldeans.
Yeah.
So he's come from Samaria, basically, along that way.
Yeah.
But anyway, that side, yeah. What I was saying was, what was I saying just a minute ago?
So he was a Canaanite.
Yes.
Yeah.
To me, there's a reason why every culture has a creation story. Bear in mind, most of these cultures, I guess, how many of them would have been there when they were created? Nobody, right? You're telling stories that's been passed on.
Yep.
And they all have a creation story. Why? Because they believe that at some particular time, when they became what they are today, in that particular form, be it Aztec, be it Yoruba, be it whatever it is, that's what matters. Everything before, right, there's a cutoff almost. So at that particular time, when there's a homogeneous view of their creator, now it's like Olodumare made Earth in this particular way. Now it's what like Yahweh did. But Yoruba people weren't just born in Ile-Ife and just started there. We came from somewhere.
Yeah, no, I'm
just like the Israelites came. And where they came from, one sec, is Canaan, right? The Canaanite region. They were Canaanites. They have now left and created this story. Yeah, they've created this story, right? And it speaks to them trying to be very clear about them being different to the Canaanites.
Why would God say, I'm going to deliver the land of the Canaanites to you if that's who they were? That's the bit I don't really get.
When did he say he was going to deliver the land of the Canaanites to them?
When he was speaking to
Yeah,
Abraham.
but what sort of time frame?
Well, I mean, you'd have to answer that question. For me, my issues is kind of
If I'm not mistaken, this is we're talking about Joshua times, right? Where Joshua has been sent out with Caleb to go and look at the new land, the promised land, and all that sort of stuff, right?
So let's say, for example, God said this to Abraham. Joshua wasn't alive, yeah. So God said this to Abraham.
Are you sure he said that to Abraham about
read.
Canaan, though?
But just to be
that's
just to
important.
be
because
clear,
Joshua could have been the guy that done it, right?
but we are going on the basis that all humans share an ancestor. So you could argue that argument backwards for infinity, couldn't you?
Yeah, that's true. Exactly.
Because we all-
Eve.
Yeah, exactly. Because we all share an ancestor. So you say, why would God ask him to invade these people when, so we all share an ancestor. So even if it was God saying, you're going to take Canaan's land, it's the same.
But
as,
he's not talking about ancestors. He's talking about the people now who are over there, who are the Canaanites.
Yeah.
I'm going to give their land to you.
Yeah.
So
Because he chose Abraham. Even the Bible says that,
Exactly.
right? He chose him. He said, you're special. So
What does
therefore,
that have to
take
do with what I'm saying?
them. Okay, so that's what I thought you were saying. Go on.
Go
What
on. Say what you're saying.
What I'm trying to understand is if there was a common ancestor,
Yeah.
but God has taken Abraham to the side and said, I'm going to make out of you a great nation. I'm going to give you this land. Why can't he just be and go like, guys, this is already ours. Let's just continue with what we're doing. Because there is no need for this correspondence if this is already us and this is already what we have. And this is already ours.
Because it wasn't the major view of the masses. So when a particular group...
It's never been that though.
What's never been?
Even after the time that you would like you're claiming, that was never the viewpoint.
What was never the viewpoint?
That Yahweh was.
But I think the whole fact that all these different nations have like their own like deities and all that stuff, it kind of speaks to the condition that was even mentioned in the Old Testament, where I keep revealing myself to them. I chill for a bit, and then they all start doing their own thing again, and then I come back in, and they're like, "Why are you worshiping these people? I've told you I'm the one, innit?"
But is that realistic though? In Deuteronomy, it clearly, I believe, it clearly states that each land has been apportioned almost their own god. This kind of even feeds into the whole idea of henotheism, that the legit gods, there might be a high god, a most high god that you want to claim, whatever, but there's legit gods, and there's land that they essentially have jurisdiction over. And the error would be to try and worship a god of a different land, because that's not your ascribed god. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. But back to what I was saying about Canaan and Israel, they were one people.
Didn't Israel come way later though, as a nation? That's a bit kind of
later than what? What do you mean?
Than the context that you're given. So like when did Israel a nation? When was that born?
It depends on how you kind of view it, because Israel came from Jacob, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the promise.
That's it, isn't it?
What's that?
12 sons of...
Exactly. That's where it starts, right? The 12 tribes, like you mentioned. But the father is Jacob, who became Israel, right? But what I'm trying to say is...
How could one have become the other?
What do you mean?
In that timeline, if Israel as a thing is so much later, how could the Israelites become Canaan? They're not Israel yet.
They were Canaanites before, I'm saying. I'm saying there was, at one stage, I guess there was no Israelites. Everyone was just Canaanites. Then you've got a particular group who have become Israelites, but you're writing back in the story what you did.
But that's the thing, though. Arguing the Old Testament sometimes is a thankless job for, especially like a Christian, because let's be real, we have less and less proof the further back we go. So we have to, so it's
that
not,
might be your position.
The argument is weighted in their favor in terms of arguing your case. That's why I sound like a record. stick to the 0 BC to 100 BC era to stake your claim as to
But it's
legitimacy of what
important,
happened
though.
between them.
It's important though to have the other part. This
No,
is
I'm
sorry, go on.
If I reverse engineer it, if I think what happened in that period happened, and the person that is centralizing Jesus is divine, then he claims that everything that happened before is true, then I have to believe that. If I believe what he says about himself is true, so then to understand the legitimacy of everything that predated it, you have to first acknowledge whether his claims about himself are true and what he did was true. And if that's true, then everything else predates it. By prerequisite of him saying that it was true, it's true. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I get what you're saying, but this is why I asked you earlier about it depends on what Jesus believed to be true. Because you had people back then, the Nazarenes, the Ebionites and stuff, who followed Christ, but they didn't worship him as God. You know what I'm saying? Like, they had a different
claimed
view
to
to
be God.
Christianity.
Yeah, Timothy followed him and didn't
came-
worship him as God. It's only after he died that he's like, all right, fine.
That's
Do
what
you
I'm
know what I mean?
No, but that's basically what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Nazarenes afterwards. They stayed true to the belief that Jesus Christ was the Messiah, all that good stuff, right? But not that he was God. They had a different view of
That's a
him.
lie. Do you know why? Because there was I
say
don't know
it's
about
a lie?
the Nazarenes. I don't know about Nazarenes. I don't know them. But there was actually this tablet discovered recently, maybe like that showed that had a fish emblem on it, because obviously that's what they used
That
to
was
identify each other
yeah.
before. And it said in Hebrew like Jesus is God. And
That's what it means, yeah.
And it was really good because it was like and it was dated back to like just after he died times or whatever. I don't know, like 100 AD, I don't know, around that time. And he said that that's really useful because there was a lot of argument that was being made that yes, Jesus existed, but he never claimed to be God. That was something that was prescribed to him afterwards by scholars that wanted to maybe jazz up the story. but by that table saying that Jesus is like, it was in Hebrew, like Jesus is God, we love him, blah blah blah, he's God, is divine. It prescribes the divinity that his followers prescribed to him very close to after he died. Do you understand? So then it kind of destroys the argument of Jesus was just like a
great man.
a great man, and then they started calling him God later on. No, they started calling him God pretty close. Like that shows that pretty close after he died, everyone was like, "No, he's God."
No, he also died for that specific claim.
Exactly,
as well.
but it's just the point,
yeah.
and it's using evidence that is non-biblical. It's using archaeological evidence.
I'm not saying, by the way, Jesus is not son of God and not God and all that sort of stuff. You know, I'm talking about what
Damn
people
right.
believed. I'm saying I'm talking about what people believed at the time and what they used to back up that belief. This is what I'm saying to you. The Old Testament is important, like Joshua was saying.
Okay, yeah.
And so I'm also using the Old Testament to basically point to the idea of El and Yahweh. To me, again, a little bit of my own belief. I believe that, again, there's one supreme being who is the reason for everything that we see, right? But he reveals himself to different people, different tribes, different people who are willing to take on this particular revelation at different times. I don't believe everything we know about this supreme being came to the Israelites. I don't believe that. I don't. Why? Because monotheism didn't start with them. I said this last week. It started with Akhenaten. Even if Akhenaten...
It's not about where it started though, because you can't.
It has to be. Because
No. Not that I disagree with you as an idea, in the sense of like, monotheism is not an exclusively Jewish idea necessarily. Rather than saying, well, I know who did it first.
No, but the reason why I'm saying is because
that is
the reason why I'm saying that is because
difficult
we know
to
there's a
pin.
link between Egypt or Kemet and Israel. At least from the text, Israel was there. They were occupied. They left. It stands to reason that when they were there,
oppressed.
they learnt things. Do you get what I'm saying? 10 Commandments. You have a nice...
You assume that the 10 Commandments came from Egypt.
Well, there's something called the 42 Confessions.
Yeah.
Almost word for word. Do you get what I'm saying? There's a reason
It's
for
an
that. though.
idea. It's a progression of ideas.
Yeah. But to me, I don't see this as a bad thing. I don't see this as less divine or... Do you get what I'm
the
saying?
moment some of
they
these
find a rock
claims
that
start
Moses
contradicting
split to
each
get
other,
water
then we
from?
have an issue.
Was it?
What? Do you believe that?
Say it again.
He said, didn't they find a rock that Moses split? Do you get what I'm saying? Like to me,
They found everything. I'm still waiting to see this tablet you're talking
But
about.
this,
man.
the mad thing about that is you got mad
You said
skepticism.
tablet.
But if
You
we were
said they
talking about
found the
stuff in
tablet.
Africa, would you be a skeptical? No, because
No, I
like
said,
you wouldn't.
oh, the
right?
what? Just
about what?
Yeah, let me find it. It was like
found
I said
that
like a
split or the
table. It was
river.
like
Do you know what I mean?
we're talking about like
If we were to
emerald
talk about like
tablets,
some Yoruba thing, you probably wouldn't be as dismissive of it because you don't identify specifically. Not that I do.
Yeah.
But I mean, it isn't as a silly thing to laugh off and just be like,
No, it's more.
you know what I
so
mean?
I don't necessarily think it's silly what Moses did and all that sort of stuff.
no, the fact that it
But that
could
you
have
could
been
find
found.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like, how do you know?
Do you believe?
I'm not
do you,
saying
do you
about
believe?
whether you know.
but
I'm saying
that's
the
what I'm
fact
saying.
that you're reacting as if it's an absurd thing is.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Do you
hear
believe-
you.
do you
You have
believe
a
something to do with your
you have a
team?
presumption.
Do you believe
to
the shroud? The
dismissal.
shroud of Turin is the face of Jesus.
I don't know about all that stuff. I don't know.
But I've not really
I
looked
don't
into
know.
that.
I don't think that's
This is the thing. When they find these, I think the reason
But
he's
people
laughing
really
is
do believe
when
that,
they
though.
find these relics. It's like, how can you claim something so
Well,
like?
we don't have faith in the relic, bro.
Yeah, no, that's my point. So it kind of goes back to what Imam was just saying then, like laughing about the fact that they found the split rock. Is like, well, what's the evidence that?
That's
this
why
rock-
I said it and then I laughed.
You understand what I mean?
That
It's a
actually
bit
shows that I'm
silly.
actually a bit more.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
A
I
bit
can actually,
moderate.
like, I can. You thought we were gonna say yes, didn't you, with the shadow of
No, no.
Yeah, I can go that. I don't know about that one. Even though
I was hoping
even though
you
it was
weren't
probably-
gonna say yes. Cause
Even though, yeah, exactly. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Even though me saying yes would actually feed into my own argument more. Try to feed into my. I'm pragmatic enough to be that. I don't know about that one, but.
I
don't
think
I'm
it would
getting the same
detract, 'cause it's like-
pragmatism from you with the stuff that I'm presenting that falls in line with. That's why the Julius Caesar Christ thing is still a thing that I'm.
I don't think that's a good point. I mean, I heard that talking point for ages. And it's like it's a talking point that pastors would make. Oh, there's more textual evidence of Julius Caesar. But then when you look into it, it's kind of like the textual evidence for Julius Caesar is kind of stuff you expect. You know what I mean? And here's a book of laws, and it's signed Julius. Like it's kind of like things that you would expect. Whereas the evidence for Jesus is kind of like, here's a priest saying, quoting this, Matthew or Mark or something. It's like that's.
But you already
you
told me
can't-
that people at the time of the person writing letters to each other is evidence. And after you said that, I was like,
No,
boy.
because you didn't. I don't understand why I have to explain it to you. The only evidence you gave me was Tacitus, yeah?
I gave a couple of
So you gave me a couple others, but the Tacitus one that I queried simply said there's a group of Christians. That's not text arguing for the existence of Christ. Do you not see how that's different to someone arguing for the existence of someone? He's arguing for the existence of the religion at that time, not for the existence of the person. He's not given anything specific to the person. If it said anything like, "Oh, there's been an uprising in Bethlehem where that person they called the Messiah," I would have said, "Fine, that's something there." But you just gave me a very general text about someone that alluding to the fact there's Christians over here.
So if
That's
there
not
was
enough
an
for
image
me.
of somebody that they profess to be Christ on a wall in somewhere like Nineveh, would that be evidence, or would that just be like, okay, cool, this guy might have just written a picture at any time?
It has to be kind of like tested. It has to be dated, and otherwise anything can qualify. You have to remember we're talking about the most.
Your level for scrutiny for the Bible is much higher than it seems.
It's not that.
Because you use the word subjective.
It's
yourself.
yeah, absolutely. But remember, it's expectations. So what I'm talking about is expectations. The references to Julius Caesar. First of all, no one benefits from arguing that Julius Caesar existed.
And no one benefits.
Of course they do. If it's your faith, you absolutely do.
No, all the people that at the time that you're talking about, benefited by dying from spreading what they spread.
So let me give you.
Did they not? They benefited.
Okay, so
by
let me
being
give
fed
you
by
an
it.
example.
lie.
Many of the pharaohs that we believe existed, we only have one piece of evidence that they existed. Nothing. Like it's not like we got we have one piece of evidence that existed. Yet no historian would turn around and say, we don't believe that pharaoh ever existed. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's because what their existence or their thingy kind of turns up where you expect it to turn up. Well, this person says this pharaoh existed, and actually we can see at this date this temple was built, and here's a picture of the pharaoh. There's no religion built around it. There's nothing else there's no logical reason anyone would turn around and say that pharaoh never existed. Show me more proof. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's kind of like, this person's written about him, and there's his temple. That's enough for a pharaoh. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Same thing with Julius Caesar. No, so because the claims being made about Christ are extreme claims.
Yeah, and he changed.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
He literally changed the whole world.
So what I'm trying to say is what I told you what I'd accept. I'd accept text that I would expect from a person that lived. You know what I mean? Who did what Christ did. So if someone walking around doing what Christ did, I know what kind of text I'm expecting to see. I'm expecting to see someone outside of the Bible who wrote about the feeding of the 5,000. I'm expected to see that mentioned in some form of, Roman philosopher or something like that. Mention, the feeding of the 5,000. Like that's what I'm expecting to see. Contemporaneous kind of citations of that actual person, not someone later who was religious mentioning an aspect of their faith. So that's
Marabar Serapion. He was around at 70 AD, a Syrian philosopher. Okay. In a letter to his son, a wise king of the Jews, it refers to an execution of a wise king of the Jews, which is widely interpreted as a reference to Jesus. So he's not the Babylonian Talmud.
Yeah, you can't take that.
Yeah, can't take
that's
that.
definitely not contemporaneous. But yeah. But that one there, that's a I would say that's quite a good citation. Yeah. I'd like to look into it more, see what the context around it is, but I'd accept that. That's cool.
Pliny the Younger, 61 AD, Roman governor and writer. In a letter to Emperor Trajan, he describes early Christian practices and mentioned that Christians worshipped Christ as a god. See,
that's the thing, and here's the issue with that as well. So even the dates there are problematic.
What?
Because how established was Christianity? Yeah, how established was Christianity for him to use a term? We already know that the term he used wouldn't have been Christians.
Yeah.
Because back then,
they're right in our language.
Yeah, so this is what I'm trying to say.
But he's explaining what was said in the letter.
So we have to explore what's been said there, because a lot, and you
but
do get a lot of this.
Let's presume that they because you're now presuming that what was explained isn't what was said in the letter.
Yeah.
Why would you assume that?
Because once again, it's
agendas.
I'm explaining. Once again, it's agendas. Yeah, if you've got a group of people who are out to... No. So my point is that what's quite likely there, which is why I'd like to look into the original text, is that he's being misquoted. Because straight away, if they're saying...
You're looking for the whole...
Listen, they've just... We've already just had a conversation where we said it wasn't called Christianity, it was called the Way. Up until about maybe 200 to 300 AD, it was called the Way. It wasn't called Christianity. That text cites Christianity. So that's already an error that we can all see. Which is why we have to...
It's a translation for us.
It's a mistranslation. Okay? So that's what I'm trying to say. It's a translation to fit a common understanding.
So for us, for 2020...
My point... Okay, I can't... If you can't see the logic of what I'm saying, if they're using a word or a term for a group of people that do not exist in that... Exactly. Then we have to explore the text. I'm not saying... Remember, I'm not sitting here saying it's rubbish. Yeah. I'm saying, should we use a bit of... Exactly. Right. To see, because you might find that it's a little bit looser than what the pastor who put that set of evidence together was. You know what I mean? And you get this a lot in Christianity where a pastor will go away and say, hey, there's 100 evidences that Jesus existed. And they've kind of transliterated. It's not really objective, you know?
You're not still manning any of our positions. Like,
I'm not what?
You're not like... You're not presenting the strongest position of us. You're presenting the weakest one. So you're easily just able to say, well, this or well that. When it's like,
it's a
strong piece of evidence.
I'm a doubter. Yeah, straight away. Yeah, so I'm being straight with you. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not gonna.
I appreciate it.
I'm gonna tell you the ones, and he just gave me one that I thought was strong, and I said straight away, yeah, that's strong. I like that. I accept that.
That's the first time.
No, because it's the first piece of evidence you gave me that was good. I'm not gonna sit here and say something is questionable and say, oh, that's really strong. I thought it was questionable. The one you gave me was good.
I think you have a presupposition to. You said you're a doubter anyway, but you have a presupposition to
question the state religion of the world for the past 2,000 years. Yes, I have a presupposition to question it. Absolutely.
As you should. Absolutely. If you don't have a healthy sort of...
The religion that managed to preserve itself throughout slavery, throughout colonization, throughout every single genocide of all of these groups of people that no longer exist and were killed,
including themselves.
And were killed in the name of Christ and continue to be killed in the name of Christianity to this very day. Yes, I am going to scrutinize every aspect of it to make sure that what's coming out is truth and not just another form of propaganda which has been used for, ad nauseum.
Yeah, but this is, let me just say this real quick. You have implied intent to whoever it is.
Of course.
Yeah, but
that's logic.
No, that is not logic.
Of course it is.
No, it isn't.
Of course
it's your bias.
Of course it's bias.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
so cool. Then it isn't logic. It is your bias.
No, but sometimes bias is logic.
Yeah, you haven't presented that part though. You've only presented the bias.
In your opinion?
No, because we've given you the evidence and you've said, that
Where
guy.
it's
But
good.
he might be lying.
No,
You
no,
might
no.
be lying, bro.
No,
but like,
I've
you're
said
impugning
maybe he
this
doesn't
character.
exist.
Don't
what you
misquote
did.
me. Don't misquote me. I've said when you've presented strong evidence.
No, you
that's
have done
strong
that. I'm not
evidence.
denying that. I'm not
When you've
denying that.
presented weak evidence, like someone using the word Christianity where the word Christianity didn't exist, I said that's a mistranslation. Oh, look at him. He's saying no, it's a mistranslation because we know.
No, you don't
for
know
a
that.
fact.
You're assuming
No,
that.
not assuming. No, for a fact the word Christianity wasn't used in AD 61. No, not assume. No, because we know when the word Christianity wasn't. So if it says Christianity there, that's a mistranslation.
that assessment.
Okay, so that's it.
True. Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
mistranslation.
But
So we have to
everything
translate it
else-
properly.
I mean, you
Until
can
this
say
point.
everything's a mistranslation because the fact that he didn't give me the information points in Aramaic, that means that it's a mistranslation.
No, because there's a difference between transliteration and translation.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what difference.
So then why
okay,
do you
cool.
care-
So
why
that's
do-
a transliteration. We want a translation.
So
Yeah,
then
that's
why is it
important.
that people have an issue with this, the word that J that comes up so much? If transliteration and translation.
Because names should be important to you.
they are important.
I said that. No, because people will say they're important. Christians will
Well,
say,
you're going to
"Oh,
tell me I don't think it's important.
don't
I'm telling you.
blaspheme in the name. Don't blaspheme the name of Jesus. Jesus. I'm
Yeah,
like,
but-
Jesus wasn't even his name.
Yeah,
Yes,
but-
Yeshua was, but how do you get to Jesus from
Yesu.
Yeshua?
Well, I say
How do you
Yesu
get there?
was.
My
What's
friend
that?
who is from Ethiopia calls me. His name is Iosias, isn't it?
Yeah,
In English, what would that be? Something else, right?
yeah,
Elijah.
yeah.
My
I got a
son's
friend
name
called
is Elijah.
Jonathan. Yeah,
Eliyahu,
yeah,
innit?
yeah.
It would be different. So what is the problem?
The problem is that
With the
is not.
J, yeah?
So why don't you translate the other names in the Bible the same way, or the other names of God? Why don't you?
What other names of
Let's just
God?
change. Let's just change all of the names.
All the disciples are
To
just Philip. Mark.
You're using a Greek bastardization of, and not even fully Greek,
It's
because
not
Greek
a
didn't have J.
bastardization,
It
it's a
absolutely is a
translation.
It's not. It's a bastardization because it was something. I would argue one of the reasons why you use the name Jesus is because it actually goes back to the Ethiopian argument. Okay, in that Christianity, when the Europeans came along with their version of Christianity and sell us this story that they brought Christianity into Africa, they created differentiation points. And one of the differentiations was in the names of changing the name of Jesus, which is, Yesu or Yeshua, which would have been familiar to the people of Africa, to Jesus. So it seems like
What
they
does
brought
that word
a novel.
mean? Sorry.
They brought a novel deity, and so where I'm gonna land with this is that's not the only place they did it. In the Slavers' Bible, one of the things that they omitted was the names of places, and that's one of the things that people don't talk about. The reason they omitted the names of places because the people would have instantly recognized, and this is one of the reasons why they renamed it, did a whole toponomic shift on the whole continent of Africa and took away all of the ancient place names. If you look at the old maps, you will see
It's a
the
good
land
thing
of
they're
Judah.
recorded in the
You will see
Bible,
the land of Judah, land of Judah in Nigeria. Have you seen the map? Have you seen the map of Negro land?
No.
Okay, so if you go Google the map of Negro land, you will see the land of Judah on the coast of Nigeria. Okay, that's where Judah was, and that's supported
So you think
by.
it wasn't in Israel?
Well, they say the Igbos are one of the tribes.
You'll see the Portuguese and many or any text that dates to around 1600s in Europe, and they will tell you Israel, the Jews are in West Africa. They'll tell you that.
I wouldn't deny the Jews
Yeah?
are in West Africa.
So
you
that's-
made the
so-
claim
so-
that
I love you.
so
the whole narrative took place in Nigeria, is what you claim.
No. When did I say that?
Didn't you just say that it took
No,
place?
yeah.
Judah was there. I'm saying wasn't
Judah. I
So,
didn't say the whole narrative. I said the land of Judah was in Nigeria. That's a fact. That you can look at the maps. That's not a
Well, London is also in
Afrocentric
Canada,
map or
so,
anything.
I
That's
mean,
just
yeah,
a
I
map
can-
that you can look at.
But then I can use your argument against you. What if that Judah was just another different Judah?
That's what I'm saying. There's a London in
Okay,
Canada.
so I just said that's supported by also texts. If you look at 16th century texts, and they will tell you quite clearly where the Jews are and what a Jew was associated with, and it wasn't associated anything with the Arabian Peninsula. It was associated with Africa. So this is kind of like, it's not that in isolation. I think is very strong, by the way, but it's not strong enough. It has to be coupled with other supporting texts, which suggests that the location was in a completely different place to where we view it now. And a lot of the reason why the Slavers' Bible was given out with the names of places removed was so they could resell with the false name, hey, everyone, it's Jesus. And all of a sudden, people don't recognize the thing that was indigenous. And 1 or 2 generations down the line, this is something novel that was brought from Europe as opposed to something that many ethnicities, not all by
Are
the
you
way, but many
suggesting
ethnicities.
Judah moved?
Oh, yeah.
Or it-
So you think the Bible
okay.
pre-Slavers Bible is different to the Bible now?
No. I'm saying that the Bible we have now is I don't know what it is. It is what it is. The Bible that we have now is what it is. It's there's probably aspects of truth, but I think a lot of the original foundations of the Abrahamic faiths, which I believe were in Africa, by the way, the original foundations, the original books, that a lot of them have been destroyed. So we've been left with what we have.
So we only have ghosts now.
Yeah,
And
we
your
literally just have a
proposition.
shell. Exactly. We literally have a shell of what these things were,
So
and we don't recognize it.
Question. So if for some reason we were able to find that original version, and the version that hasn't been quote unquote uncorrupted, and would you
It's been uncorrupted.
Yeah, no, that's why I said quote. Would you be more inclined to adopt the practices and the faith if you could verify the version that before the?
If I believed it to be true, yeah, of course, why not?
So then,
what kind of a fool would
so then-
you know?
So then, my understanding is that if God is true, the God of the Bible, He wouldn't allow His book, the book, the version of His book that He wanted His followers to have, to not be available to them.
But He'll allow loads of people to die via genocides, and I think that's a very that's a
I don't
loose
even know what
claim.
that
That's a
response
loose
was.
claim.
Please explain that response.
I'm saying God allows a lot. God, the one thing we can agree about
But in
God
the book
is
it says
that
the words is go.
I was gonna say one thing we can agree about God is that He don't get involved too much. So to then start turning
we
around
agree
and be
on
like,
That's true.
huh?
Can we agree on that?
Oh, we can't agree? You think God's been involved in all these genocides? Like
Well,
whole
that's
people
a-
wiped
that's a
out?
poisoned question. Do you get me?
Why?
So where do you draw the line then?
where do I draw the line on what?
in terms of where
The
God
fact
gets
that
involved.
man has agency and God exists and does things.
Yeah.
They happen at the same time.
Okay, so
Yes,
where
That's
does he
why
get
I
involved?
still agree
So
with
what
them that he
examples?
doesn't get involved as much. He steps in here and there, but he for the most part leaves us.
He
to-
leaves, yeah. So
Yeah.
God don't
He
get
said, he
involved
even said in
too
the
much.
book it
then-
says it's like the god of the not the god but like Satan is the god of the earth,
Of this
innit?
world.
God of this world, didn't he? Like leave you. Do you know what I mean?
But then that goes into what I was saying. Have
You guys believe in the devil, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
no, what I was gonna say is about the different gods for different people. Is that not like a realistic thing? I know obviously you're gonna say no, but
I'm not going to say no. I'm going to say yes. But the God that we believe in claimed to be the supreme above every nation, every opinion, every other God out there. So no matter what you put up, you see me, I'm leagues. We're not even in the same league.
I'm gonna go into this conspiracy land now. Do you know during like World War II and all that stuff?
Yes.
The Nazi party, they were technologically way advanced than like all the other nations by like a decade or two. Like in terms of their military whatever. And do you know like all the movies, they always like Hellboy, even the Red Skull, they always speak about how a cult was a part of the of the way that they got there, and so much stuff came out of that country in terms of, and I'm not saying I'm saying that the fact that there were specific people within senior positions in that country at that time that were practicing in the cult, and that was where the Red Shield dynasty came from. That's where Project Paperclip, or was it where they took all of the scientists to America, and they were the ones that invented the atom bomb.
and,
So if you look into the guy that created that, there's this movie TV show called Strange Angel about the guy that created the rocket fuel.
I haven't seen that.
What's his name now? He was friends with Aleister Crowley. But anyway, the guy that created rocket fuel,
Oh, the firmament guy.
he was into occult big, and then he created rocket fuel, was doing all this occult stuff, and then he died in an explosion in his house. That was like, there's a lot of like occult practices that have people that have been tied to occult practices that have seemed to have had advanced technology ahead of their time, and that while this in itself isn't an argument for or against it, but I always find it interesting that the people that dabble in the things that are seen as
occultic.
occultic seem to have a leg up in this world, but then also it works against them in the long run.
Does it?
It does.
You'll never know.
It works against them in the long run.
Does it?
Before, I don't want this stream to get locked off, but there's a certain country that doesn't let their people do ancestry.com. Because if they did ancestry.com, it would verify certain stuff.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, we agree on that one.
I agree on that one.
Agree on that one.
I want to read you guys something, yeah. I'm not trying to call
So actually, let me ask, since he's made that statement. So who do you think the true people of Israel are then?
I got my answer might not be what you want to hear, but in the Bible it says that that there's a passage that says that the better tribes were lost, by the way, but then he'll find them eventually. But it does. But I think it's a moot point because the sons of Israel are now everyone who believes in Christ. So the Christians are now the like they were a chosen tribe, but now the chosen people are the people that are Christians.
Okay, but you obviously mean genetically, though, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that really open. I just want to know.
What's your thoughts?
Who you think they are?
That is
who are the closest to them?
correct answer.
Yeah.
But I would go back to the tribes. That's the diaspora expression, because I think this all happened on the earth. We all have the same history. I'm not going to try and take any knowledge that I have and say it's going to be excluded from what was happening in neighboring Egypt or wherever. Like, it's all the same planet, innit? So these are groups of people that have gone and dispersed.
And
So
I
I
also
don't
think
the way to answer that is too hard.
If
They
your
could be
genealogy
in
matches
Nigeria,
the right-
in Judah, they could be in wherever.
If your genealogy matches down the right line, let's say you find out you're a Levite or something or whatever, but you don't believe in God, that ain't gonna help you based on the Bible.
Yeah.
Well,
If I'm a Gentile and I don't fall into one of the 12, but I am part of the tribe and that's what I think that's what differentiates us from Judaism, because they are really into their genealogy stuff, where it's like they don't even try. A lot of times they don't try and recruit for the most part.
it's ethnic, innit?
Do you know what I mean? We try to recruit.
Yeah, well, you postulate. Yeah, they don't postulate because it's birthright.
So yeah, I think like for me that's why your answer was probably better than mine, because it isn't what your blood is that makes you Israel or part of Christ, isn't it? So in some ways that's kind of irrelevant. But if the answer that you wanted, or if somebody would want, is that it's actually black people, you'd have to show that. But I don't even have an issue with that either personally, because there's neither Hebrew nor Greek nor Jew. That doesn't matter, innit? Really, at the end of the day.
As Christians, so it doesn't matter, innit?
Yeah, no. It wouldn't matter either way. Like,
And it strays into eugenics anyway. If you do, because then it's like, okay, let's say we can find out who they are and they're like a specific ethnic group of people. What does that mean now? Does that mean we're better than the others? Are we?
Well, there's a group of people that say they are already.
Exactly, and look at the
for sure.
problems
And
that
you
are
should
happening
scrutinise that 'cause it is
because of
untrue.
the ideology of we are special. So I think that's even it's a dangerous, because that's how it's a dangerous task to even like. I think the scripture says, "Yo, believe in me, you're part of the team."
Yeah.
But if you go down that other route of you are genetically predisposed to be better than everyone else because of my divine covering over
Birthright
you,
and all that, yeah.
that means you start behaving like certain people behave.
yeah, and
Just
that's the
saying.
thing. That's the issue. That was one of the main issues that comes back to the original reason why I even come on, because you elevate it to a certain level of power that it doesn't deserve to be at. You give it too much. Like if we were to say that one group has the genetic monopoly on having a relationship with God, then now we've sort of elevated them, when our text goes to show that all have fallen and short of the glory. Do you know what I mean? So it might suit some people because it will make them feel a certain way, but what it would actually do, I don't know, because again, it goes back to sort of the whole Nation of Islam thing. Are these things responses to what has been used against you? This group of people has come and said you're superior, so now you build a theology that says, no, you're superior. Like, which one is actually the truth and which one has a great outcome? Because if you're just saying the same thing that they said to you, then if one of them is true, prove it.
Yeah.
That's it. Just prove it.
I think
they can't
I
prove
think there's definitely people out there who do a lot of work in this area and could probably prove it quite easily. But
That black people are superior.
not
No, that they belong to the line of one of the 12 tribes.
Yeah.
I'd be interested in just out of
there's a
curiosity,
lot
but I don't
of-
think
Oh,
it
yeah,
matters to
who do the work.
because what they're trying to prove is
that's what I was
because
talking about.
But I think we all agree
yeah.
that the non genetic test in place, they're not it.
No.
Oh, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah? Okay, cool.
yeah.
Just making sure.
There will come a time when there are people that say that their house is or not.
Yeah.
That's what I think of when I think of that.
Okay.
But that goes into conspiracy places.
That also goes into a slight tangent into Islam as well, where Prophet Muhammad said, 3 generations from me will not be of me. Do you get what I'm saying? And this is why the Islamic world, many in the Islamic world, speak about almost like Sunni Islam and Orthodox Islam being the only thing. Everything else is bad, it's this and that. When it's like, wait a minute, if you're doing exactly a particular thing, and Prophet Muhammad said, after 3 generations, there'll be some waywardness, you're going to need a guide to get back in line. Have you got the guide already? Are you doing the right thing?
Islam's workspace, though, isn't it? So you have to do certain things, and then even it's like you have to pray a certain amount of times. You have to do that, and then at the end, you said, but you will still be measured to see if you've done enough.
Yes.
So there's no. You can do 51 good things, and then you've done 49 bad things in your life, but you don't know.
No,
and you don't know until
that's not true.
Well, okay.
But because I understand why you're saying that.
It's
but
workspace, though, isn't it?
The 100% the works element is there.
It's
That's the
workspace.
reason. Yeah, but that's not the only thing, because it still believes in the idea that if you are bad your entire life, and you pray to Allah and ask for forgiveness, He's merciful and just to forgive you.
That's the difference between us. There's no justice there, because the sin isn't dealt with.
Because obviously, for you believe there has to be a savior who died.
Well,
right?
no,
Is that what you mean?
forget that even. We don't have to get that far. We have to deal with the sin. We have to deal with what the transgression was.
How do you deal with it in Christianity?
Well, yes, that. So to go back,
Someone took
I
the
would
bid
answer
for
the
you.
question through the sacrifice, but the answer would be through Christ, innit? But they don't have. You don't have a salvation narrative in Islam. It is the whims of Allah, innit?
I guess it would just
Which might be justifiable because
Which is kind of consistent with the Old Testament, if I'm going to be totally honest.
What is?
basically, yeah.
Islam? It sounds more consistent with the Old
I think
Testament.
they say that too, but we would disagree because the whole Old Testament talks about the sacrifice, that only the sacrifice of blood can pay for the remission of sins.
Which they did through sacrifice.
Yeah, lambs and all that stuff. Yeah, but then
that goes to show that is not enough. That will own that. That's why they did this every year. Do you get me? That's why they had those altar sacrifices once a year to do that for the nation, isn't it? But this is the leading up to what Christ was aiming to do. It's like, boss man, you lot are gonna just be sacrificing animals every year forever, because this doesn't really. This is also a symbol, because they're animals, isn't it?
especially lamb, the symbol of the lamb. Why did they kept asking you to sacrifice the lamb? There's so many.
It's symbolism.
Where did that
so
come
many
from?
Easter eggs that.
Where you saying that sacrifice idea came from?
God said
this a Christian thing?
Abraham was going to sacrifice Isaac, and then he said, "This is why I think the Bible is just so G'd up." Yeah,
Self-referential.
he says to him, he
40
says to
books.
him, God will provide himself a lamb. So that could mean 2 things. It could be I'm going to be providing the lamb, or I could be providing myself as the lamb. So that's
the English translation. Have you looked to see if that
again?
I
I don't
have
have
to.
that same. Yeah, but I don't have that same.
because that's
issue
the
as
phrase
you.
you're using. That's the turn of phrase that you're using.
Yeah,
there,
but
so it has
again, we've
to
had
be
2,000 years to
clear.
have that semantic debate about whether the texts are different. To me, that has been settled, innit? Because you come from an outside, slightly different perspective. I hear that question, innit? But for me, translating from Greek to English is not that deep to me. I understand the veracity of certain words.
In Greek, even in Greek, it can be viewed both ways.
I would argue yes.
Okay, fine. That's what I want to know. If in the oldest text available, can it, or are you just using the
Well, I wouldn't
English,
be able to make
an
that
English
claim.
turn of phrase?
I wouldn't be able to
Do you
make
understand
that
what I'm saying?
claim. Do you know
Well,
what I
a lot
mean?
of
If
people
that
would.
was-
Do you know?
That's why I asked.
Now
That's why
I
I asked.
understand
A
why
lot of
the
people would.
apologetics learn Greek and Amharic and Hebrew, because you can
easily
you
shut
can make a
someone
point and
down
be
by
like,
asking
yeah,
them,
but
do you
does they say
even
that in the
know the
language?
real-
Like, yeah, well, I know the language. Like, oh, shuts down your argument. So maybe I need to learn Hebrew just so that, like, because that's a good point. You can make that point about everything we say.
Yeah,
And
but it's not, listen, the point here is not to shut down your argument, because I know people get very defensive when I ask questions.
it's not defensive.
No, but I'm just saying, I make it clear, it's not to shut down your argument, it's to make sure that you're not putting your, because sometimes we put our own biases and we spin stuff, and it's like, well, that sounds really good. And this is one of the things that I think a lot of pastors are guilty of. You know what I mean? They say
100%.
it sounds really good. It's like, no,
They're
but
mostly idiots,
you're
though,
taking, yeah, I agree. and you're taking this completely out of context. So I just wanted to make sure when you said that statement, you weren't just saying an English turn of phrase and then thinking that it applies, but then you look at the original text and it can only be read one way.
Yeah.
That was all. Like, you know
Yeah,
what I mean?
no,
So I'm
no,
glad
no,
that you
that's
said
fair,
that.
I
You
take
know,
the
that's
personal
fine.
stance
That's
that
fair.
what we have is a mirror. It may not be as clear because, again, I don't know Yoruba, but I know I'll try to learn. But there's some words that are gonna be like you said.
There's a word,
you need
agbaya.
a sentence.
What's agbaya in English? It means it's the way of saying what?
Big fool.
for nothing.
Yeah. Big fool. Yeah. You have to use 2-3 words to explain what one word means.
Yeah,
So
no,
it's-
definitely.
Yeah, so
it's polysemic, the language. Yeah,
but
you need
like
to,
from any study that I've done, looking actually at the text in its original emboldens what I'm saying even more. I've never gone to look at the text and come away feeling, because bro, I'm telling you, fam, if there was something that could convince me out of this position, it would have happened by now. Because I look at, this is the only subject I actually care about. The whole white supremacy thing, I don't care about that at all. This is the subject I actually care about, and I'll do the due diligence. But the textual understanding and makeup of the Septuagint, whatever, Latin Vulgate, whatever, they're sincerely done. You say they're not,
But
which is
and
clear.
also,
It's not necessarily that it's not.
I'm not
sincerely done,
saying. Yeah, once again, I'm not
Well,
saying
you're
that
impugning
they're
the
not.
fact that the motives of the person who's documenting it, which is why I would say, well, if you're going to say that there's an ulterior motive than the one I'm presenting, then yeah, I would argue that
Okay, let me
it is
put-
insincere.
I think you're
like
putting a
this.
lot of faith in the fact there wasn't ulterior motives when we have clear motives, clear historical motives. And I think you're putting a lot of faith, well, like a lot of Christians do, in the fact that this text has been selected perfectly, divinely.
No,
and it's
I've never
that's
used
why
any
I
of
did
those
read, I
words.
did read the other books.
Yeah.
But I never used
think-
any of those words.
Yeah, I know you haven't, but I think the implication is there. That, like, you have to, because by saying, well, you know, even going back to the original argument of saying like the canon that you've chosen is the canon of the Europeans. Yeah, regardless of how far you go back, the canon that you've chosen is the canon of the
I think
Europeans.
Enoch is
It's
a-
not
is
the
a
canon of the
useful book.
Ethiopians, so to speak. But you've chosen that canon. And you have to then argue that you've chosen that canon because you think it's correct, or you've chosen that canon because maybe there's a little bit of, you know, inheritance there from in terms of your culture. There's cultural inheritance there. I've chosen this canon because it's the one I grew up in. How many people before you have done the same thing? And this is the point of where it's just kind of like one person building on the traditions of another generation, building on traditions of another generation, and no one actually going to explore whether or not we're doing or interpreting this correctly.
But I think you're making that assumption of us. Like
I'm not making any assumptions of you. I'm
No.
asking questions to find out.
Yeah,
like,
no, I actually had the same school of thought as you. I left. I was a Christian. I grew up a Christian. I left because I was like, none of this makes sense. Then I went back with open mind and I read the Quran and I read the Bible. And then I looked in some of the other faiths, but then I wasn't sure because like I think Buddhism and Hinduism believe that the universe is eternal. So I was like, if it has a start, then that was my thing. So and I read Maccabees, I read the other ones as well, but then I understood after a while. I understood why some of these books were taken out. I gave them all a shot, so I wasn't like, oh, this is what the Europeans gave me. So I actually read.
Remember, you're only the ones that survived. You gave a shot. There were hundreds of texts burnt. You realize that, yeah, hundreds like completely erased. You'll never see them again. But yeah, I know what you mean. The ones
That's
that
mad.
So
That's
there's
a
ones
mad
that have been raised
statement
that
to
we'll
me.
never see
Yeah.
again that we don't
There's
know
these
what
things
was
that
in
have
them.
been burned, but there's no evidence.
Yeah, because it's been documented that they were burnt, like different versions of the. But you can chat GPT if you don't believe
No,
me.
I mean I believe.
Yeah.
So
that
who
about the
who
Quran,
made
so-
those documents that they were built?
There were alternative. This is me going back now to my very, very early studies in early religious studies. But apparently there were, I think, hundreds of gospels, and we have 4 now.
Who made that claim?
I just said going back to my
I'm gonna look
religious
that up.
studies. So you have to look it up. Have a look it up.
I'm just
Because
doing what
it's-
you did. I'm
There's
just
been
trying to-
yeah,
I'm
absolutely,
asking you-
and it's the right questions. But there's been a lot of, you know, chiseling down to get to the point where we are today.
Yeah.
And obviously this is not the only place where information has been, you know, siphoned and controlled. This happened in a lot of other areas other than Christianity. But it's just it is important to know that as well. It's like it takes a lot of faith to believe that the canonized version of the text that we have now is what is God's intention. That takes a lot of faith.
And you know what the thing is for me, yeah, I always see it as it is faith. And the issue is a lot of people who subscribe to particular belief systems act as though it's
Can't
not.
admit that.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And this is also the reason why, it's one of the reasons anyway, that I'm very, in certain religious discussions, I kind of hold back. Because I'm conscious of the fact that people's whole life is religion. When you mentioned earlier, 5 minutes ago, that, you know what, the only thing you care about is this, right? That speaks to what I basically see in the world. That most people believe in a particular religion, belief system, and if you shake it, if they're not fully rooted, it causes problems. And even if I don't believe that your belief system is right, if it's done good for you and your family, it's right.
I think it needs to be shaken sometimes. I'll do this to other
facts,
Christians because
bro.
I'm just like, bro, like
Rattle
if you
me
don't
up,
know
bro.
if you don't know what you believe, then you're just like you're a sheep anyway. Do you know what I mean?
But at the expense of what? If you shake it, right, and you've damaged the
expense
entire
is
belief
truth.
system,
Firm
all of that
foundation.
stuff.
You need a strong foundation
No, but for what gain?
Truth.
for yourself.
What are you going to give them in return to
For
replace
yourself.
it?
Truth.
for yourself?
Truth.
I'm gonna
You should
keep going
seek
back.
truth.
You're gonna give them the truth in
You
it.
should seek truth because, like,
Aren't you
as I said-
supposed to be a sheep?
Huh?
Aren't you supposed to be a sheep?
No,
In
you are
a
supposed to be a
sense.
sheep. You're supposed to be a sheep. But you're supposed to have faith like a mustard seed. So you're supposed there's evidence, but you need to also believe as well. You need a bit of
100%.
both.
But
I believe the evidence, and then the gaps I believe I've decided to have faith in.
But don't you empathize with the people that, like you, would have left the church but not come back?
Yeah, cool.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like, and if you're responsible, obviously not you being responsible, we get what I'm trying to say, like, for giving them certain information and they're not fully able to take it in, see it in its context, learn more, maybe strengthen their position, understand certain things can never be proven. It's okay. Leave that to faith and move on.
But if someone like me doesn't have the discussion with them, I'm not trying to be like you, but with ill intent, because you seem like you good faith person. But do you know certain people that like they're trying to shake someone's faith?
I hate that.
You know
I hate
that you know people like that.
Yeah,
People
yeah.
that with your level of intellect, but ill intent,
I don't like
go
I
around
don't like that.
making disbelief. So
This
it's
is what I'm
better.
saying.
It's better to someone like me or Josh that's like, yo, what do you think about this? Oh, I don't know what Nicaea is. I'm like, bro, like read up. You should read your book, innit? Like, but the thing is, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing with a lot of my Muslim friends. Like, I ask them certain questions and they'll be like, oh no, I need to go to the imam about it. Like, bro, read your book.
Yeah, 100%.
Ultimately, for me, we're all on a journey. Like, and I think some people have the perspective that they have to be right, about everything or this, that, and the other. Ultimately, we're all on a journey. And as far as I'm concerned, as long as that has got you in a positive place, I'm looking at, like, for instance, two guys I've just met, but who have a faith that's very strong, and it's put them in a positive place where they want to learn, they want to understand more. What it would be foolish of me to come along and try and tear at that. Do you understand what I mean? So it's like even with my kids go to church. I don't go to church, and I'm very open up with my kids about why I don't go to church. From birth, I've told them I do not believe in that God. I don't believe that faith, whatever. But I'm fine. Yeah, and I'm like, but I'm fine for you to go. That's and they understand that it's a very open
You're
relationship
working
we
on a
have.
different
Yeah.
level of scrutiny.
Yeah, so I
appreciate.
So I think you have to respect what something is doing for people. And I think faiths play an important role in a lot of people's lives to have a faith in something. Do you know what I mean? So whether or not you can't win everyone, you can't win every argument. And even my beliefs themselves are so uncertain. I would never preach them as a faith, which is why I just kind of like focus. I just focus on kind of like teachable history, if that makes sense, because like faith to me is something that's so complex and so like, it's almost a world that if you get yourself involved in it and you start being some harbinger of truth, that's a very, very dangerous place to be. You know?
Did you hear about that investigation?
Going back to the original point I was making about the Messiah complex, and that's why I was raising it.
Did you hear about that investigative journalist in America? He was an atheist, and then he was looking into like UFOs. Like a lot of people saying that they've been abducted by UFOs, and he started like interviewing all of them, and then he became a Christian because he found out a lot of them were saying that they called the name Jesus and then they abducted him. To come down.
Jesus Christ. Human beings, man. Oh gosh.
Hey, I think this conversation deserves a certain context, innit? Because it might just be mad boring for certain people that are at home because this isn't their bag, innit? And
I'm just a person who's going to ask the questions that comes to mind. And I think my position and my religion deserves as much scrutiny as anybody else's, which is why I'm not going to let anybody else breathe. Because especially growing up in this nation, innit? Like maybe because we're in the West and you might disagree, some people might disagree with this, like we're ridiculed, innit? Because our positions come across as dumb quite sometimes, innit? Whereas I don't think I should have to tolerate that, not because I feel like man should beef somebody, but because if we look at the text, it's a lot more robust, isn't it? I wouldn't, not to go back to the story of Yaqub, but they're not the same type of story. They're not the same type of document. They're not the same type of lineage, history, nothing. One is a sort of Scientology type beat, and then I would argue, without respectfully, and then the other one is a collection of opinions and documents from a group, tribe, set of people over time in it. So I think that deserves a lot of scrutiny, but we've been here for 5 hours. You can't just have this convo. And I want to be questioned and I want to be scrutinized, because now I can go home and do more research. Do you get me? Not to make sure that he was wrong, this, that. No, not to do that. For my own. Because what you said, that you made up some mad valid points. I should learn about.
Likewise.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Likewise. So I've enjoyed the conversation. I mean, and I would say just in regards to the point you just made, we also have to remember that Christianity to many people is the other. So you'll find a lot of atheists will spend their time disproving Christianity. The question is, why is it the other? The reason why it's the other is because it's been the supreme global religion now for a long time. So it's the first thing that people have in terms of a reference to God. So if I'm going to make an argument against God, I'm making an argument against Christianity. True. So that's where a lot of people's perspective come from. It's not necessarily a case of, some people kind of take victim mentality position and go, it's because it's the truth. Why didn't they do this about Allah? It's kind of like, no, it's
opportunity cost involved in scrutinizing other religions.
True.
Christians are taught to turn the other cheek. Try it with.
But it's also somebody's
skeptic. Do you know that guy?
Yeah.
He don't say anything about Islam.
No, but you have to remember a lot of these other religions are either are facing persecution at the moment. So it's kind of like kick a horse when it's
Nigeria,
down.
Christians are getting persecuted every day.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm saying, we're in the West, aren't we? Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, it is the dominant expression of theism. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, it's natural
criticize
for people
Judaism,
to come against
there's
it.
economic
Oh no, you just get
criticize Islam, and then there might be physical retribution by some of the more zealot groups. That's the truth of it. Christianity, you can say what you want. Look at the France Olympics. Look what they were doing there. We're gonna be
gaslighting us that wasn't a mockery.
So,
well, I think it's probably the appropriate time to wrap it up.
It was a long one.
It's been good.
Yes.
I wasn't expecting this. I thought we were gonna come in. You guys always get me in under false pretenses.
what did I say? You were talk about?
They didn't give me any context. I just thought I was gonna come in here.
Talk about
we're gonna
speak
speak some history, this, that, and the other.
I
I didn't know it was gonna be a debate between. Yeah, but it was good.
Yeah, man. And hopefully, a lot of people in the chat learned something.
Yeah.
If Brent was here, I would have asked some things that they said to be put on the screen in it, so we could have addressed certain things in real time in it. But hopefully you guys learnt something, gained something from everything that we discussed, and hopefully everyone in the room did as well.
Yeah, man, it was good.
Yeah, man.
It was good. More to come, hopefully.
Yeah, we might need to have a
appreciate
part
the
two,
conversation, guys.
Yeah, no,
Definitely.
Yes. All right, people. We're gonna wrap it up there. I'm gonna have to get up and switch it off from the computer.
Subscribe to my OnlyFans.
Oh yeah, everyone say their socials in that, man. If you wanna,
mine is Cancelled Reformation or Fighter Spirit Media. If you need live streaming help, shout me out. Fighter Spirit Media or Cancelled Reformation.
I'm Black Robe, and I'm Black Robe. No socials.
You got to compete for that name now.
Yeah,
true. Whoa. Yeah. King's Monologue. All socials, you find me. So apart from X, too toxic.
and we'll be back, people, tomorrow 8 a.m. Kind of sharp, and peace.